Introduced Paradigm, by the way.
Wasn't Bobby Seale taken out?
Exactly.
Yeah.
One of my friends met Bobby Seale, which is pretty cool.
Oh shit.
Ooh. It is indeed the best time to introduce the legend who's just sitting there smoking all cool and just throwing globs of facts onto everybody that you can see. That sounded dirty, but I promise it was not.
Your favorite streamer's favorite streamer.
That's right. Your favorite streamer's favorite streamer, the hype man of Twitch, the man who keeps coming at you 100% with everything he's got, and the man who honestly helped reinvigorate my passion in Twitch recently. Like, it was so cool to see. So, may I introduce one of the coolest motherfuckers on the platform. So happy to see him here. I would love to see the Paradigm Shift. Great. We'll just move on to
He's just soaking it in. He's just soaking it in.
He's off in the auto zone.
He's charging his laser.
It's been so many months, years with y'all. Y'all finally catch it all. Y'all know when it's happening. Okay. Are you saying I'm ignoring you? Are you saying there's a possibility that I had an introduction to do and there's no way that you thought I was falling asleep? That's a good point. No. I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the intro. Damn. Okay, I'm just go straight. I'm just go regular. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is the Paradigm Shift, also known as Marquise Green, the guy who ran for mayor of New York City in 2020 when the height of everything was going bad. You might be talking about why they're saying so many things about him. Well, could he possibly be that good? Could he possibly be that entertaining? You'll have to find out for yourself by going to twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. Please let Twitch know to give me back my username. I hate the underscores. You can find me at Twitter at twitter.com/MarquiseParadigm for all your nuclear takes. Let's say you can't sit up and watch the stream because you're sitting there in the EU or somewhere in the Southeast Asian territory. Well, I got a YouTube at youtube.com/c/theparadigmshift. No underscores. See how easy it is when I don't have the underscores? That's why we should argue with Twitch to get me back my username. We talk gaming, we talk politics, we talk artistry, we talk a bunch of stuff. Sometimes I'll go on a strange dive all the way into the bottom of the internet, and sometimes I'll explain to you how I was one of the first people to go to war with 4chan and a username Cell. If you have no idea what I'm talking about and you don't know who Carl Schulburn is, then I can't help you. Just as Endless has said before, I've also been on this platform for about 11 years, but I've only been officially streaming for about a year or two at this point. Actually, on November 4th, 2022, the next election day, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be my 2-year anniversary because I started on election day, like everybody who wanted to jump in on the "is Trump gonna win again" train. Yeah, season 3 is coming, and if you have no idea what season 3 is, that means you missed season 1 and season 2. And like Supernatural, I will not go past season 5 because there's no way there's going to be an alternate universe paradigm. Oh wait, there already is, and you don't know what that's about. That's why you need to come to twitch.tv/the_paradigm. That's my intro.
The Sorcerer Supreme.
Hey, no crumbs.
Keep your eyes plugged. Keep your eyes plugged on the Paradigm Shift's content. You will not regret it. And finally, you indeed heard the voice of the very last person who I wanted to introduce y'all to today. You know her. You love her. She will kick your ass if you look at her the wrong way because she is not going to mess around with anything. I will introduce to you the wonderful Big Princess.
Damn, I don't get a cool intro like everybody else. Wow.
You just say you beat everyone's ass. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. Fuck him up, Bank. Fuck him up.
He literally sang your name. Like,
he didn't sing my name.
Y'all. Okay,
she just didn't like it because it came from a man.
I wanna I want a cool intro too. Okay. Hey, what's up? It's Big Princess. Your bestie on Twitch. Your besties, you feel me? And I just shit on people. That's it. Like I talk my shit. I talk my shit, and I lay in my bed because I mind my business, and I read your favorite streamers because your favorite streamers are toxic. And I just tell you how it is. I'm a history nerd, and I like anime, and I like playing video games casually. So if you're trying to catch my stream, we can learn together. and starting what in 2-3 weeks. Damn, beauty, I got a puppy. I got a puppy. Oh my god.
Hell yeah, let them know who you are.
Yeah, put that foot down.
Oh my god. She's only 6 months and you hear how she's talking? She's a German Shepherd, but
Oh no, sounds racially motivated.
Can you chill real quick? Okay. But basically, in 2-3 weeks, I'm starting my thirst trap arc. So if you're trying to support your fellow thirst trap, then go to my Twitch channel at Twitch / Bink Princess, Bink with a BINK Princess.
Bink, can I ask you a question based on what you just said? Do you know of a person named Tim Tebow?
No.
Okay, do you know who Terrell Owens is?
No.
Okay, so some might say that these are two people who can throw and catch really well. I preferably like throwing. I don't like catching. And when I say catch, I mean, especially for you, a case, because that's what it sounds like you're trying to get me to do, catch a case. And I'm letting you know right off rip. If anybody, yeah, exactly. I got punchlines, yo. I got real. You see the difference between metaphors and real rap. How a nigga with metaphors can really rap. Like, come on, man.
Wow. I guess this isn't a good time to mention that I'm going into my thirst trap arc next week as well.
Nice. We need more thirst traps.
Yo, just take my Twitch subs. What do you want? Like,
these are my favorite panels ever. Can I just say that?
I think everybody here has something to offer. You know, given that I'm old as shit, I guess I have the dad vibes covered.
I got to get out of my head. I was literally like,
want to come grill with me and
parasocial daddy
sit on my lap.
I have the crazy uncle vibes.
So about Twitch racism.
Wait, we have to have Kevin do Kevin's intro.
Yeah.
The superior Kevin.
Kevin.
The superior Kevin.
Oh my god, stop calling me that. No. All right. Well, I'm not going to be participating in the panel. I will be hosting, possibly guiding the conversation along, and providing some guiding questions if needed. But with all of these fine folks here, I don't believe that we'll really need that. But hello. Hi, I'm the KevinFM. I am a lawyer by day and a streamer by night. And if you want to learn about social justice, history, politics, or anything else that comes in this weird little Doctor Who loving head of mine, why don't you jump on down to twitch.tv/thekevinfm. But with that out of the way, let us jump into today's topic, covert racism on Twitch, because that's something that I think all of us have noticed. Some of us noticed it sooner than others, and it's a massive problem that nobody is really talking about. So I will now hand the floor off to all of y'all wonderful people, and we'll just have an open conversation from here.
I mean, did anybody expect anything different from Twitch? I think the problem is that too often we use, and sorry to start off super angry and black, but we use the white man's description of racism to describe racism, and our ideas of like, oh, it has to be somebody with the intention of like absolutely hating black people that wants to kill us all, even though that might be subconsciously what's driving them. Most of the time I like to think of racism as a bias, and if the society that we exist in is biased towards racism, like what the hell did you expect out on Twitch? Like in a place that's even less regulated than I would say normal society.
So you make a great jumping off point, I think. So the racism in this country, white supremacy and colonialism came about as a part of special effort, right? It didn't just happen. We weren't all just sitting around vibing and existing and, oh shit, where did these shackles come from? No. Some people put a lot of energy, time, and money into that shit. Transatlantic slave trade was a business after all. So the after effects of that were also a focused effort. You know, they could have just done nothing and let us go about our lives, but they had to put legislative power behind Jim Crow and all this other shit that leads to this point now. You know, broken windows, policing, drug war, all that stuff. So with that entire atmosphere created, you could literally create a platform in that world, in that atmosphere, and even if you are blasé or apathetic, even if you are completely neutral on the subject of race, you're still going to exist in the world where these racial issues were created by account of special effort. So without that special effort on your part to counter that, it's automatically going to cater to racist, because sad to say, racism is the status quo in the United States. That's the core of it, is that it's more than a bias, I would say. It's the status quo. No one wants to admit that our resting state is racist as fuck in this country.
Naturally.
And so when you have a platform, if you just leave it open-ended, a lawless wasteland, the digital frontier, of course the fucking racists are going to move in. The fucking the Nazis went online in the mid-90s. A lot of hate groups did. So, because that was where they could hide all their weird little bullshit and out of the public eye. All their see, I was around for this. I was born in the 80s, so I saw the Usenets, the IRC chats,
yes,
all
sir.
that shit, and it was nasty.
Ladies and gentlemen, internet relay chat.
Yes,
just letting
internet
y'all
relay
know.
chat, children. So of course they were going to move in. So now you have a company like, well, Amazon now, who don't give a fuck about anything other than bottom line, or whoever Twitch was prior to that, taking no action whatsoever to counter it. They're presumably taking neutral stance, assuming no malfeasance on their part. Yeah, there's going to be racism, and it's going to be unchecked for a long ass time. And you can expect, as with most corporations, their acts to address it are going to be a day late and a dollar short, and half-assed at best.
Well, I think that even when we're talking there, like, because I think that's a lot of the overt racism, and I don't like using the term overt versus. I think it's all racism, right? But I think that when we're talking like Nazis and it's like FD Signifier was talking about with the Emmett Till movie, where it's like it's too easy to point to those bad guys and be like, look at the evil bad guys. When really, I think when we're talking about the covert stuff, we're talking about the microaggressions and the behaviors of the people that are not seen as. Matter of fact, these people are seen as anti-racist.
I was just about to say this, like because this is something I talk about on my stream all the time, and it's something that Bink and I have been talking about in private for the last couple of nights. Is like, I always say there's a difference between non-racist people and anti-racist people, right? It's all well and good. You get to sleep in your bed comfy at night knowing that you went your whole day without saying the N-word, right? But what is that actually given at the end of the day? If you understand white supremacy as what it really is, the background radiation of the country's toxic history, right, which isn't even really history. My grandmother's still alive, you know what I mean? So, and that's part of the culture of enabling that shit. That is what, like Carl was saying, effort was put into that to make it so that if you're not taking any action at all, you're contributing to the problem. Because it exists as a system that constantly exists, the infrastructure for it exists whether we contribute to it or not. So the people that really like that shit can do it, you know what I mean? The Nazis and these people, like everyone's saying, that have always been on the internet. Because that was my experience too, is thinking like, okay, just by nature of what this is, it's going to be probably a predominantly white space. You know what I mean? It's on the internet. It's about video games, all the stuff that requires, a pretty decent amount of money to have access to, or exist in a specific like subclass in America to have access to. But I didn't think that the problem would be as bad with the individual streamers. Like, you always expect TOS to be shit no matter what platform you're on, because it's white people all running this shit on the internet. But like, you expect people, especially people who brand themselves as leftists or even liberals to know like basic shit on this that everybody wants to like fight you on, and then that's what gives the Nazis their clips to do their react content or whatever.
Okay, so all three of you have said some great stuff. I'm going to rebuttal, and I'm going to be the counter voice for all three of you. I don't think you went far enough. I think you're holding back because you're afraid that you're going to burn some bridge. You're going to say something that somebody not going to like. I know all of y'all are unabashed, but like I'm reading y'all, and I don't even know how because I know this is between some what all three of y'all had sex before, so like you know what it takes to talk a bitch out of her panties. Like, so and what I'm saying that is I feel like people are going to hear everything y'all just said, and they're going to say that you're pretty much blaming the white man for the proposition of people not understanding your point of view. And I want you to go a little deeper than that. And not to the fact that y'all are saying that. I need to get something straight because I know we haven't talked in a while.
I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to do right now.
Okay, yeah. It's just, I'm giving them their credence because that's their natural and I think their best response. Here's what I'm going to say in response to that.
We're playing the victim card. We're playing the victim card right now, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
I get what you're doing.
I want y'all to, I'm going to categorize all three things that they said, and hopefully this entire story I've taken you on makes sense. First up here, you had the idea of Amazon owning Twitch. Of course, they're not going to be enforcing too much. Their interests are all in the bottom line. As long as the money's rolling in, there must be something right with the formula, and it's a small part of them. If it fails, it fails. Who gives a shit? We're still Amazon. Okay, I want you to think about that in the way they treat their workers. If their workers got to be pissing in bottles, you hearing stories about shit going, like I'm losing my life. If I had a, no, you know what? Fuck that. We're not even doing that today. I had a friend of mine, Ariana, got her painting up on the wall. She just messaged me about it. Thought I was going to throw it away. It's the first thing you see when I turn the camera around. She worked at Amazon. She had bad knees and like bad ankles. I knew it was a bad thing for her, but she was like, yo, I got to get this money. I got like, obviously, like I got to afford, like my mother is not working. She's going out for 6 months. I need to pay the rent. They fired her because she missed one package because her ankles hurt. Okay, cool. If they're so callous to treat everybody like little tiny robots, what type of rules do you think they enforce, like when it really comes down to it? The rules of the white man, right? Because it's not doing anything for the minorities that you keep saying, oh, they're paying $15 an hour, $17 an hour. Go get a job at Amazon. How we working through that? How is that making sense? I got to take care of my grandmother. Social Security don't cover that shit. Like, you're not helping me here. So in that regard, it's not the white man's fault. It's the person who owns the company. Oh, guess what? It's another white man with a monopoly. So that's that one secured. Aston, you mentioned the idea that us together in a space don't really enforce or look at other people in a certain way because it's just not popular. It's too easy a stance for them to have anything else to talk about, right? Well, guess what, guys? Y'all made the space that way. You have the most viewers. I'm not even trying to be funny when I say this. You got the viewers. You set this up the way it's gonna be. So if you're allowing people like Nick Fuentes and you're allowing people like this and like people who say real racist shit and say right, like Spencer, I get the whole joke with Chud Logic and the thing, like I get it with the blackface, but like even that, like you're slowly allowing people to find more comfort in being a little bit more disingenuous to people they don't like. And the bias on Twitch is that it is a mostly white male population. And for all the shit that I want to sling his way, I know, like Hassan has brought that up multiple times. And if that's the pro bono guy right now, the guy on the TV shows walking the carpets, the fuck do you think we are? Like, we got to make the space more comfortable for people. And the only way to do that is that you're going to make us have to fight you on. Why are you doing that? At least be honest with me. Why are you doing that, Stardust? Why are you doing that? Which leads me to Endless's point.
Ooh.
Which leads me to Endless's point.
Damn, with the call out.
This entire character, because I'm sick of it, bro.
Reload.
This entire this entire caricature that y'all put up of having these morals, having these standards, and y'all weren't around when new spaces were being created. I swear to God, it was, even CinemaSins made a joke about this. In 1993, you was not doing what we do now on the internet. It was white supremacist chats and like a couple food banks back then. How do you know that, Marky? I was there. I was there. I was there. My sister got. See, this is why I love my family sometimes, even though we disjointed. My sister got me a Brother typewriter with the computer screen. And now, if you don't know the company name Brother, you gotta see you out the door. And I found a way to get that shit connected to the internet. I was there in the IRCs. There wasn't much to do because nobody could afford it. It was like a thing you had to like really invest in, and then it became commodified. Oh, why did it become commodified if the spaces were so nasty and toxic that somebody would want to use them? The money! People were paying beautiful shit for to use this shit. Hell yeah, we'll make it cheaper, we'll make it slower, and we'll push that on to the middle class first, and once they get up to a certain speed, we'll push it down to the poorer class. Come on! With new spaces, there is always a rush to set it in as a white man's place. Just like, and please, this is the end of my speech, I'm sorry. Please don't make me bring up the fucking westward expansion of America. It is ingrained in white men's brains to be the first to be somewhere. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but isn't the joke that Supreme Boys are all white soy boy? Why is it white? Y'all make me sick. I just want you to do me a favor. Pay attention for 5 seconds. Think 5 seconds past yourself and watch. This, what they're saying, all three of them just said, as I connected it so beautifully, is not the plight of the white man, and we're not playing the victim. That's just the way it is. And some people have found a way, like us, to articulate that in a way where instead of it just being a problem, there's a solution. But I need to present to you why it's a problem. And I got to do it in my best white man voice, because obviously you wouldn't listen to somebody like me say, hey, yo, what up, nigga? You got problems, bro. Fix that shit. See, it's different, right? That code switch, it goes all in. So now that we're here, having to talk about it, it must be a fucking problem. I'm not saying you got to stop what you're doing. I'm saying we're calling you out on it. Just say that's what you're doing. And I'm done.
So I wanna really, really hop in on this because I want to key in on some very, very specific things. One of the ones, I had a conversation the other day with a guy that was talking to me about optics and the optics of Hassan like laughing at a cop getting shot or whatever. But one of the things that was interesting about that conversation, right, is he talks to me about BLM, and he talks to me about how, well, after the George Floyd riots, BLM's popularity dropped. Right. And I think that what's interesting in that is we write things from the perspective, like we talk about critical race theory, but the reality is we write things from the perspective of white supremacy. And of course, in his eyes, all he sees is BLM was at 75% support. Now it's at 50% support. What he doesn't see is that after the riots, we got the most police policy change in the history of the United States. Just like after the riots for Martin Luther King's death, we got the real civil rights amendment with the real weight to it. Just like after the fucking war, we got actual emancipation, right? Yeah. The thing is that 75% anti-racism, like Endless was kind of pointing out earlier, it's popular. You're never going to come out and say that you're not anti-racist. It's a virtue signal. And that's the problem, is that these, in a lot of these spaces, these people are saying that they're anti-racist, that they are really, without actually understanding what that means. Why are they saying it? Because of what Paradigm's talking about. It's clicks. It's clicks. You money. Get more clicks. Like no one's going to, like if you stand up as like the hero of justice, that's standing against, and it doesn't matter, like people are so tied up in their white supremacy, they're sooner to hear that you're a hero of justice if you're a white guy than to hear the black people going, well, that's not really what we mean by racism, or that's not really what we mean by ally, or any of these things, right? And that's the problem with this space, and also because it's hard, Because I think that what you're doing when we're dealing with these things is dealing with a bias that's ingrained in society, and that takes a level of emotional maturity that where you have to accept, hey, listen, maybe the way that I'm interacting isn't positive. Maybe the way that I'm seeing, maybe there's another way, another perspective. Maybe I'm not just right, which is the thing that we have a problem with on this space. People coming along, asserting their correctness, never backing down, never finding like we valorize these people for quote unquote always being right when the reality is they're just arguing, right? There's not like these debates aren't places where people are trying to seek deeper truths or come to an understanding. They're where I'm going to take whatever I had and I'm going to mentally twist the facts around whatever I'm saying in order to make it so that I am correct and the other person is ludicrous or gets dunked on or insert slur here, right? And I think that's where we kind of come to. I can't tell you the amount of it's crazy to me that people don't have the emotional maturity to be aware of this. I point this out all the time. What is one of the most common things that happens when I try to say something is racist and I'm talking to a conservative, right? The first thing they'll say
Genghis
to me
Khan,
is, hey,
anti-blackness is
you're
global.
the racist. You're the real racist. This is reverse racism. You're the real racist. Well, what's the first thing that happens when I come up to a lefty and I try to tell them that something that they're doing is racist or has a bias or has some sort of issue? Well, you're id polling right now. You're essentializing whiteness to racism, right? And it's the same argument. It's the same thing. You just use different words and language around it without actually ever confronting your bias. You took up the anti-racism mantle without ever doing any of the homework for the fucking class, and then you expect to walk out with a certificate saying, I am officially anti-racist. And that's not how this works. Biases take years to get rid of. And I can say that because I was fucking misogynist as shit. I fought when people called me out on my misogyny. When girls tried to talk to me about this shit, I fought because I thought I was an ally to women. But I wasn't. And it takes years of real intense introspection to be able to try to come out the other side of that shit. And let's be honest, that's not sexy and that doesn't make money. So that's why you're never going to see it on Twitch Space.
Yo, can I also add to that? Oh no, sorry,
Let
Pink, you haven't
Ben go.
talked in a while. Yeah.
It's funny because the thing that aggravates me the most, because I'm the youngest out of all of y'all, is that I can't find a sense of comfortability at all. And I know you guys have that issue too.
Hold up, Faye. Let him cook for a minute. I'm not gonna let him slumlock me.
Okay, let's
There's
run it back.
people in chat that
With
can handle him.
this panel, we can sit here and talk our shit. And
What up, Snyder,
nobody's
man?
full of anxiety, oh my gosh, well, what if I say X, Y, and Z? Or, what if I come off wrong? Everybody's just chill. Everybody's speaking their truth, right? But in other spaces, right, you basically contemplate even being there in the first place because of how much backlash you get for just speaking your truth. So for me, I meme on being on the Black separatist art, right? Because I genuinely don't feel comfortable talking to white people about race. I don't. Even the people who are extremely understanding and encouraging and being well, I understand you. I feel extremely uncomfortable talking about race in front of white people. Endless was there, and I'm calling people out because I can. Come for me and see what happened. Anyway, I was on Greycraft's panel yesterday, and I had to call him out because
Yo, what up, Asian
he
song?
was on some male shit, bro. He was on some very much white lenses, and it wasn't cute. All I said, him and Alec Gunther too, because Alec can catch these hands too. Alec,
why are you working so much?
because that shit really pissed me off. For real.
No, spit.
Right? So what happened is that we were having a conversation, and I was memeing, and this is true, high key. Socialists are racist. That's it. Socialists majority of times are racist. They be on some very much bigotry time because there's nothing within it as economics. There's nothing within it as an economic ideology, right? For you to put a safety net and say, well, we're also going to fight for equality. There's nothing within socialism that says that shit. All y'all sit there and meme about is, well, you know, workers sees the mean of production. But workers sees the mean of production doesn't mean shit if everybody's fucking unequal. That's it.
There's a difference between workers and slaves.
Exactly. So I was
memeing about that. There's a historic example with the Cuban Revolution, in that you can't have anti-capitalism without anti-racism. Right. And, you know, from that revolution in Cuba, you know, because there wasn't an anti-racist element, policies were still inherently racist towards the black Cubans that were there.
Exactly. So I was memeing on that, and I'm gonna keep it short, because this is the point, right? Where I sat there and argued for 30 minutes about societal and cultural change is just as important as institutional change. Why is that a conversation I had to have for 30 minutes? Why is that a conversation I had to have for 30 minutes? When literally Maudi came in, said it literally agreed with me, and the two white men are gonna say, yeah, I agree. Tell me that's not giving misogyny water. Tell me that's not what it's giving. Because for me, how am I supposed to let my guard down when y'all don't know basic axioms of what's going on? Like, how am I supposed to, you know, be comfortable? How are we supposed to be comfortable trying to make change and, you know, be supportive towards one another, because we're all marginalized groups, right? We're all trying to fight for the same goal. How am I supposed to let my guard down so we can make progress when you guys are acting weird? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That is correct.
I agree. I shared in the share screen where you guys can see now. And I would love to have Fluff's input on this. This is like a recognizing microaggressions kind of chart that kind of categorizes some of these things. And I'd love to talk about these microaggressions in terms of how we actually see them in Twitch and things. And then I would love Fluff to, because listen, I bitch about things all day, but Fluff's the actual academic. So I love to have your input on this.
Where'd you put it?
It's I'm sharing it right now.
I have a troll in my. I'm sorry, because this statement is
no
wrong.
way.
I won, so I'm the first person with a troll. But they just said there's no anti-blackness in Africa.
What the fuck?
Well,
have they been to South Africa?
In parts of Africa, but it's definitely more of a class thing.
Yeah,
a race thing. But
I mean, race is that kind of dictates your class. Yeah.
So. Let me ask you that. Well, let me establish this. I think then, if we're talking about covert racism in the Twitch sphere or just online content creation sphere in general, I'd like to make a distinction, because we're butting up against two issues. There's two foes that we have to fight here. They're both problematic. You have the inherent class issue, which is Twitch owned by Amazon. Amazon don't give a fuck about their full-time workers, as was established. So they sure as hell don't give a shit about their partners,
right?
Their contractors, their streamers. They don't give a shit about us. So that's what you're butting up against. Largely class-centric, but it perpetuates the racial issues here on Twitch. And then we're talking about the actual creators within this space, which I think is part of what was the impetus for bringing this panel together. Now, I admit that I'm not a live content creator primarily. Most of my work is pre-recorded and pre-scripted. But from what I gather, watching streamers and just enjoying Endless's wonderful Twitter threads.
Lord.
I'm sorry.
From what I can gather,
shameless cemetery.
You have some people in this space, quite a few of them actually, not it's not even a small amount. You have quite a few people in this space who, in fact, do identify either as anti-racist or as proletarian or as leftist or whatever, as communist, and yet they keep missing the mark. So what's worth exploring is, where is that blind spot? Are they acting upon an inherent maliciousness or bias? Are they acting upon ignorance? That's what I think lies at the core of the issue, why it keeps coming up so often among these people. And I literally cannot sit and list all of the streamers I've seen say some absolutely sus shit that pulls a side eye from me while they're on live. And some of these people are the biggest people on the platforms. Something you think wouldn't be too hard to not do.
Right.
Someone wanted to say something.
Yeah, I got a few points because I'm probably not going to talk a whole lot because I'm enjoying listening to you guys. So I've got 3 long points, so bear with me. I would say Car did a good setup. About asking why these people don't do anything and why Amazon doesn't do anything and why these people aren't doing anything is because they're not convinced what's being done is racist at all, because these people, a lot of these people, they're not anti-racist because they empathize deeply with the experience of black men and understand that they wouldn't want to go through a similar experience. They've just been told that you're a dum-dum if you're racist, and they don't want to be dum-dums because they pride themselves on their intellectual prowess. That's why debate bros tend to be the most racist, low-key racist people on the platform, because hold on, I'm sorry, there's some music in the background that's bothering the crap out of me. There we go. And because if it doesn't work in their sphere of logic, it doesn't matter. They're convinced racism doesn't matter because, now if you're being scientifically literate, at least, it's not a concept. But when they have things that they can feel like they can attack, like black culture or something like that, they're the first people to go, well, maybe they should just assimilate, or maybe like people should do X, Y, and Z, or maybe they should just blank, because it's pseudo-intellectualism. They're not interested. And what they're really interested in is just feeling like they win a debate. And so my third, and this is going to be a bit saucy to you guys, so don't hate me when I say this. When you go on panels that have these things, when black people and marginalized people go on panels, I really think that all you're doing is tokenizing yourself and letting them have a practice dummy to practice their little debate bro tactics on. They get to have their safe space that backs them up, that they get to have their little echo chamber, and the moment you get on, they'll say, well, I'm sure I know all of you have experienced it, where they say some bullshit pseudo-intellectual take that they all like clap and they're like, "You're so smart! I can't believe you got it!" Like, well, black people should just not riot because they just don't have. They're not racist because they have empathy for black people. Because if you understood black people's experience, you'd know why fucking rioting happens. Like you'd understand
Right.
what it's about.
It only took me two. It took me 2 hippie dippies to figure this one out.
What did somebody put the link to this somewhere, or am I just blind?
He's streaming. He's sharing it. Also, I think the microaggressions are pretty good. There are a lot of very valid examples and show that microaggressions. I mean, anyone with the brain that understands microaggressions are real, and I learn about them in school. Like as part of being a therapist, you need to understand what microaggressions are. Yeah, I think, I guess I'll go hot take. Black people, trans people, women need to stop going on debate panels on Twitch, and unless it's all only marginalized peoples, because all you're doing is just letting a bunch of losers argue. It's like being a Jew, walking into a Nazi, some SS thing, and having a debate with a bunch of Nazi bros. All you're doing is just letting them. All you're doing is just letting them reaffirm their beliefs and feel cool.
Well, I did one with
Can I
James
take that a step further?
That was no fun.
Go for it.
I'll take this a step further. I don't think that we should have debate panels where we debate these issues that are essential to essential characteristics or issues of race, gender, or any of things like that. We should only be on them if they are actual discussions. I don't think that these are things that we should debate. This kind of goes back to the whole, what is the point of a debate? it's not to seek truth. It's for rhetorical skills and entertainment, right? And
It's
I
content.
think that we all admit that. I even admit that. I even talk about the times when I'm talking to people, I'm like, yo, I'm going to be real. I'm just as bad because this gets me clicks, right? So I think that unless we are like focused, like in this panel right now, we're actually focused on discussion. This isn't a debate panel. I think that's the environment that we need to kind of speak through.
Definitely.
And when you talk, when you're calling out, I'll drop names because if he comes for me, he comes for me. I still, like I said, I think the guy's fine, but I think that he does have. But I think that he's very emblematic. He showed, like, mask off. You said something the other day that like really, really struck at what we're talking about here, which is in Vosh's discussion of privilege. He talked about the fact that if we go to India, is it actually white privilege or is it American privilege? That right there.
What's the fucking difference?
There is a difference, because if you're American, a black American does not have the same privilege as a white American going to India. 100% full stop. Don't even at me, bro.
Something like that tells me he has never spoken to someone from India.
Right.
Exactly. This goes to what Fluff's talking about, where you're
Shout out to
recognizing this
Nightwolf
from a logical
Shout out
standpoint.
to Arun.
You're talking about this from a logical standpoint and not talking about this from an empathetic standpoint. Like, you've created a framework, but your framework isn't born out of the experiences of other people, but instead born out of like whatever artifices come from your own mind. And I think that gets to a lot of the discussions I had when I was talking to that guy the other day about the same person I was talking about, BLM. Also said, like, he hates when people say that act as if Martin Luther King would be okay with riots. And I'm like, you don't understand. And it took him a while to understand, to like, while I was talking to him, to deprogram what he was saying. But I'm like, do you understand that the entire way that you're talking puts the impetus for riots on the protesters and not the police that's causing them? Because if you actually talk to activists, if you read Martin Luther King, if you involved yourself with us at all, you would know that none of us feel like that's such an, like, saying that wanton violence is bad is almost like what kind of statement is that even making? Because none of us are there to create wanton violence. All of the riots come from the provocations of the police, and we talk like that, and it's obvious in your lexicon that it's not there. The same way that it's obvious when I listen to Vosh that he doesn't understand like what it means that white supremacy is a worldwide hegemony and how that's affected everywhere. I don't even in Africa, even if you go to Africa as a white person and a black person, you're treated differently. Even
just to harp on that a little bit, I'm not trying to cut you off while you're deep in the point, but even the basic conception of the caste system or the fact that colorism exists would 100% fuck up black people if they went to not Africa, but India.
Gandhi had some feelings about black people.
Exactly.
Gandhi's liberation wasn't about like abolishing the caste system. It was that Indians deserve to be higher up than black people.
Yeah, it's not even a question. Like, that's why I said somebody who would say that clearly hasn't talked to a lot of Indian people that have moved from there or can speak openly about the issues. Parts of India are heinously anti-black. It's a thing that exists. It's not even something we're speculating on. There's articles, there's discussions about this ongoing. Not just black people, but dark-skinned brown men and women experience impressively bad levels of racism over there.
And we can talk about the exportation of the American colorism around the world. Matter of fact, urban culture, you don't even need to be dark-skinned. All you have to do is dress like us, and you're assumed to be a hoodlum, no matter where you are on the planet. Yeah. But this all gets me back to what I'm showing you guys, which is the microaggressions thing, because we are all talking from the same point, which I love that Fluff made, which is a point of empathy, to a person doing a individual microaggression, you understand that, like, in your worldview, you're like, what's so bad about what I just said, what I just did, what was the issue? I don't think that that's big a deal. But it's your lack of empathy that makes you unable to see that even though this might be the first time you've ever done that microaggression, that might be the 10,000th time that person has gotten that microaggression today. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think that's where all of this stands from, the lack of empathy.
Two things really quick. Just to fire off on that one really quick, because it's always funny to me when people think that they're saying shit to you that you've never heard before, when it's like, fam, I've been hearing that shit my entire life. Trust me, you've not said anything I've never heard before. But also getting into something you said earlier, shout out to Maudie, because we were talking about this as well, is that I feel like in terms of the prescriptive, our energy is better spent. I don't think Fluff is correct in that when we do stuff like, if we're calling shit out, when we do stuff like hippy dippy, we're setting ourselves up. It's not just that they're handing the Nazis the microphone, but also handing us the microphone. It's like, it doesn't matter what dunks you have to say to a Klansman if you're speaking at a Klan rally, and before they let you out to speak, they put you in a clown costume, right? Like, it doesn't fucking matter at that point. So our energy is better spent building infrastructure for us to do stuff like we're doing right now, where we have actual open discussions about our experiences with the facts and studies and shit that the Kubians are horny for, you know what I mean? Basically have, if new people to the space, just make it not as hostile for new people who are not toxic bearded white men who want to throw out the R slur and like play Call of Duty and then pretend to occasionally be interested in politics when it's whatever wedge social issue that's been made popular in the current election cycle, right? When it's not people who want to cash in on major current world events and try to get fucking gonzo footage of that type of wild shit to sell online, right?
Can I add one more thing real quick?
Go for it.
I also think, going back to the Voss thing, I and like seeing what happens with black people going to debate panels is this constant equivocation of anti-blackness is equal to anti-whiteness, when as if black people.
What up, Snake and Kyle? Welcome.
Like they hate the light skins, or that there's somehow extra systematic like power behind a black person, even if they were explicitly racist against white people the same. And so you get these like little takes like saying like,
that's true,
when you express
capitalism.
Anti-whiteness, you're called like a racist.
It's just
I know
entertainment.
You've been called a racist before, but
thank you to all the first time watchers,
just for saying like, I'm sick of how white people treat me, and the first thing when I go is not all white people. And I think that's just a setup as well. It's like, and that's not even an empathy thing. That's just like, you're not even doing studying. Like, you don't know shit about like.
Well, it's just basic fucking etiquette. Like, just don't be a dick. This person said this thing you said or whatever hurts their feelings. It costs no energy to not do that shit again. You know what I mean?
Well, no. I want to get even, because I think what Fluff is saying, and you can tell I just spoke with one of these people recently, because you guys are hitting like every part of the conversation, which is, I actually disagree. It's not about hurt feelings, because I think that if we make fun of somebody for blue eyes or brown hair, you wouldn't even look at it, right? And that's the same way that I feel about making fun of white skin. And generally, like, you think Dave Chappelle's hilarious. Dave Chappelle is racist as fuck. Like, he says racist shit, like overtly racist shit about black people in his jokes, and they're funny. It's not the hurt feeling. Yeah, that too. But it's not the overtly it's not the hurt feelings that's the bad part. It's the systemic weight behind it, right? It's that when you make fun of my dark skin, like if you're in a group of like people and you're making fun of my dark skin, I might not get a job where you're going because you're making fun of my skin. I might not. If you start dropping like tactical N-words, I don't know if I'm safe around you. Like, I literally, and that's not a, that's not like I don't know if it's safe because you might hurt my feelings and be mean to me. I mean, my life might legitimately be in danger. Just like if I use the F slur around people, just like if I start using the R slur around people that have cognitive disabilities. These are things that actually affect the perception of us in a wider space that make us unable to move through society the same way that you're able to. Me saying get the fucking mayo out of your ears doesn't stop you from getting a job or preclude you from like being able to shop somewhere.
It's not gonna take away your right to vote.
Yeah, none of that happens when that is said in a group of in a group of people, and that's why it's like I feel frustrated, because this goes back to the part about empathy and understanding. You're anti-racist because you don't want to be a dum-dum, not because you actually understand what it is that you're doing, and that's why you think that being racist is about all black people are just mad because our feelings are hurt because you make stereotypes. That's not why we're fucking mad, please.
Yeah, it's okay, so it's aggravating.
I guess
for
that's one
me
way to look at it,
because
Snake.
I am, as I said, like the young person. I'm gonna keep bringing this up because that's why it frustrates me the most. So Alex, can you chill real quick? What happened is that I actually, funny enough, had a debate on the severity of white supremacy and like the whole bread slur and everything. And I said this same exact thing that Aston was saying, where there has to be some like institutional backing for like why you feel that way. Black people don't feel bad about themselves for being black just because we're just called the N-word one random day.
Right, and
that's
not
how.
Just to interject
Right.
really quick, we're already holding the L when we're in a fucking debate about how valid the C slur is. You know what I mean? Like that's already L when they see us debating that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like, and this is just to like be a little rhetorical, right? So white supremacy is ingrained into society, right? We usually all agree on this, right? And I'm gonna explain to you what people don't understand, okay? White people inherently have power within society. Anybody who disagrees with that does not understand white supremacy. My value as a black woman goes up if I'm right beside dating a white man.
What up, Fish Missile?
And this is like job wise. Like if you like, there's a reason why Kamala Harris was elected for president. There was a reason why everybody in the black community was like, yeah, she's the one who's gonna get picked. Because first of all, look what she looked like. First of all tea, all shade. Look what she looked like. And then also
Brown paper bag.
but also she's married to a white man. So of course they're gonna put her on a pedestal and be like, this is what the black community need to be represented as. Everybody knows this to be true. But when we tell hard truths, I'm telling you, like, hey, yo, you as a person, period, has power within society. They want to say, well, it's not about the person, it's about the institution. I'm like, yeah, babes, but you're the one who uphold all of these institutions by just existing, babes. I'm sorry.
These people will say the shit.
Your privilege. Yeah, you using your privilege just to get ahead. And like purposely knowing, which is what happens in Twitch Paul, to be clear. People purposely use their privilege to go to gain money and purposely marginalize people to gain money. Because let's be for real, right? This isn't like this is not like no traditional business where you're buying something from China, or this is not no traditional business where this is hard labor. No, babe, this is entertainment. Entertainment is 100% more deliberate when it comes on to marginalized people than I would argue any other form, to be real with you. Because you're sitting here allowing people to say the N-word. You're sitting here, putting stereotypes in your movies. This to be true. You have to study media to some degree to be in these like corporate positions, right?
Our
So y'all
suffering
know
has
what
always
y'all
been
are doing.
commodified. I was gonna say our suffering has always been commodified as a consequence of capitalism and white supremacy. But also, people will
Right.
say this shit sounds funny, but it's the same people who will turn around and let people say shit like the purposes of immigration should be assimilation and weirdo shit like that.
Right.
which is
Yeah,
still
yeah,
racist
yeah.
in its own right.
Right.
Yeah,
And I had to
they know.
disappear because I was cleaning the mayo out of my ears, but I think that's absolutely right. And it's telling, it's more telling when I get yeeted off in Twitch last year for saying the C slur in Chudlogic's chat, as opposed to other people saying the N word.
And he's literally doing blackface.
Yo. So this is exactly like, they know what they're talking about and that they're commodifying it because they call us LARPers. They call the actual activists that go out and go into neighborhoods, feed people, clothe people, actually deal with the issues of blackness in this country and the results of systemic racism. Like,
Facts,
we're the
Kyle.
LARPers, not you behind a keyboard who's never done anything before in your life.
The only grass you've touched the only grass you've touched came out of a fucking Mylar bag with the word runts on the front of it. Fuck out of here.
Paradigm's about to go off.
No, we're doing it again. We're giving them the ammo.
True.
Same points.
We are.
And I mean, obviously, I'm being facetious. I just, people clip this shit and be like, "Look, Paradigm was on our side." Like, and that's where we're getting to. This microaggression. Yes, I was reading. I read. I know where y'all was going. I read. But I need to respond in a way that gives charity to the other side because I like doing that because it makes it even sweeter when I hit this dunk, all right? If you saw me last night on Multiverses, you know I was hitting them dunks.
Hell yeah.
That's right, Fluff. So had him shivering in his
LeBron
fingernails.
Mains. Let's go.
Okay, no. So when we say, so you heard a lot just now. And when we say that, look in media, white supremacy controls all, this, that, and the other, what they're trying to say at a bottom level for you guys to understand is that the way schools educated certain people was based on white supremacist values, especially in the South. You make the joke about people from the South, people from everywhere under a certain border being uneducated, this redneck, They ain't talk with a Southern drawl. They ain't got no sense. Yo, those are people that vote. So I really need you to get this in your head real quick. If you think people from that level of the United States aren't fast enough to keep up with you, what do you think happens when you run into somebody who will actually know what they're talking about? It's going to make you look dumb. Now, to pull this into the entire racial context of what you know, all of the ways that we discuss certain topics are built in with a cushion to where white people don't get the same inflections on the top of the roofs of their mouths for certain things against the way they say it about black people. It is very hard for me to make a case where I could say fried chicken and watermelon as a joke is just as dangerous as somebody saying, white people don't wash their legs. Like, you see what I mean? It's like subtle jabs that are common in our society are built in with a cushion. That's why some people make those, you've seen the TikToks, I think even Trey Rags did it, where it's like your white friend, you'll start roasting them for a little bit and it'd be funny, and then he'd be like, well, at least I know my father. Like, why would you go straight there? Because that is funny to you as a standard level.
Politically provoked Brit.
Hey, see, now I'm gonna start, it gets into, and now you're gonna be like, wait a minute, I've seen streamers that we've talked about do that exact thing. I've seen people take the standard stance as being way too far. Like, why would they go that far with it? Isn't there something more funny that they could talk about that doesn't have that inflection? Because it's built in. We recognize that because we've been at a point in our lives, at least somewhere, where we can compare the actions of our previous selves to ourselves now. And I can see a pattern and a trend. When I'm now, to finally lay it back down to the main point, other streamers in Twitch, when you're not exposed to that, when nobody pushes back on you and your audience starts to grow, whenever anybody detracts from your content, it's got to be something personal. It can't be a structural issue that I'm putting forth. No, it has to be personal because you got the numbers. You must be doing something right. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. The thing that you think you're doing right is attracting the people that are emboldening the behavior that we are telling you is going to end you up in a bad place. Those be the communities that find you, that say shit like, and she just posted this too, which is super fucking weird. Those are the people that end up getting somebody like is it Nick Fuentes to say, "Damn, I wish Stardust could tie me up."
That was the weirdest shit ever.
Like, bro, people have made clips about me and it never got like that. Like, it never got like that. Like, even if you think, like, that's what I mean about saying it in jest. You could be drunk, you could be high, you could be whatever, but you are live streaming. You gotta think every second of what's coming out of your mouth. If we're able to do this and not attract that type of attention, there's something going wrong in your direction if you're doing the exact opposite. There's no amount of planning, there's no amount of timing, and you know why I say that? And this is my final point, I'm gonna let everybody go after this. You know why I come to say all of this? Because that is a microaggression in itself, just like everybody else pointed out. When we get on these panels, you got me out here debating whether or not the C slur is a thing that, like what does it mean for Twitch as a whole? Like, I'm already at a disadvantage because I don't give a shit. But I gotta do it for the views. I could try to take that conversation and spin it in a direction about a larger problem. Wait a minute, Paradigm did do that. And didn't he say in that same panel that after the points he brought up, people pretty much disregarded him? So even if I was full of shit this entire time, for the 5-10 minutes I've been talking, it still happened.
Put it this way.
So either
I was going to say, because put it this way, I experienced this firsthand. I had a back and forth, and what happened? There was a whole hippy dippy panel about toxicity, right? I wasn't on it, but did my name come up or did it not come up?
Yo, but real quick, Endless, can you like this is the frustrating part about being black, all right? It's like we have this prophetic power to see into the future. Like, how many times do we have to accurately how many times do we have to accurately point out, hey, Stardust, you know that they're going to sexualize you and they're definitely just using you to like platform, or how, hey, Sandsoul, remember how we keep pointing out that you're kind of racist and you kind of are ready to use slurs at any time, and then you fought everybody about that and then proceeded to be the first one to start like doing the inward ladders? Like, it's
remember
I'm sorry
when you said that remember when you told Bink that she shouldn't deserve she doesn't deserve any rights because you don't like her? Yeah. Remember when you said that?
Calling people
you as a white man towards a black woman?
You know what's crazy? I'm sorry. It's just this keeps happening on every panel, and I swear to God, I think I really am blessed. I'm blessed by some spirit. I'm blessed by something to like make this happen. So y'all know about my theories, gun, all that shit. Yo, the last stream I did, we made a whole we went for some reason in this left direction, and we started talking about how black people are prophetic because we kept predicting everything Jordan Peterson was gonna say, like Raven Simone, but somebody typed it out as Rachel Simone, and we were like, yo, that's the meme for right now. And then we just did it here, word for word, bar for bar, flow for flow.
I mean, Raven Simone is very much iconic.
One stopped blacking, the other went crazy. Orlando Brown, Raven Simone.
Maddie had heat when we started this panel. He was like, I bet there's going to be a panel immediately after this full of like bearded white men talking about whether Twitch is racist or not.
Of course.
It's going to be a wick panel.
Let's talk about it.
Twitch is racist as fuck. I'm a bearded black man.
You guys are screaming, so I won't say the words that I want to say, but I'm going to say enigma because that's the new word. Y'all know enigma out here are going to be enigma-ing, okay? Because my issue, and this is one of the things that aggravates me the most, right? Why is the only type of black people you respect is black people who are kissing your shoes? Explain that to me. Also, why do you not like black people who mind their own business? Because I said this last night. Y'all don't even respect FD Signifier, and FD Signifier mind is black owned business.
Facts.
So why is that the case?
They're not political. They're not actually political. They're not
Right.
actually leftists. They're fucking
Right.
entertainers.
Right.
First and foremost, what they give a shit about is their subs.
Right.
So they're only going to give reverence to other people who come on their streams and kiss their ass. I don't get into a lot of the debate stuff because I find it to be an incredible waste of time.
Right.
But
Man.
the few times that I have talked to some of these Twitch debate types, they are all too happy and quick to get real cozy and chummy with the black person whose views they bring on that echoes theirs. The person that comes on and says, "Oh, well, you were really right. Oh, yeah,
The
no, we don't
rhizomes.
co-sign to what Carr was saying with all of his abolition and pro-reparations talk."
Right,
And,
facts.
no, you know, we're not like them. Them's just the hoteps over there.
It's okay. It's happening again. Okay, go ahead.
Wait. This goes into exactly the criticism I made of Vosh back in February, which is exactly this. You talk about racism, you talk about anti-blackness, you talk about these things, and granted, I think that you know there's some things that you talk about really well, but you're missing the perspective, because isn't it weird how through all of the things that I've seen you react to, I've never seen you react to an FD signifier stream. I've never seen any of you guys consume any anti-racist content from black people on stream. The only time you ever talk about anti-racism is when you can create like this herald of yourself. You'll watch white people talk about it, by the way. No. You like, how many times have I seen somebody popped in and saw a stream of somebody like watching Vosh talk about like Black Lives Matter or something, but you never talk to us about it. And you've got to wonder why the fuck that is. Is it because the things that FD signifiers say you can't really challenge and ultimately make you uncomfortable because you have to accept some really harsh truths and empathize with black people's perspectives about maybe the content you do?
I was gonna say you could just as easily swap Carr or Andrewism in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
Carr, Andrewism. Like FD's not the only one, but the point is, it's
FD
not.
isn't even political. He's a media analyst. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
Exactly.
I just use FD because he's got the 100. At this point, he's unignorable. He's got over 100,000 subs. His views, he gets like 500,000 views on his
ain't gotta
fucking videos.
point out that he does this better than I do. We started the same month. Man. I told him that too. He fucking
I'm trying. That's what I'm saying. My man's literally on the panel. I'm trying to big my man up. Yeah.
I chatted with him and I'm like, look,
black violence.
I was going to be the locked up black dad online. You showed up a week after I did and fucking left me in the dust, bro.
Okay, so I would like to yet again play the contrarian so I can level all these points down, because I feel like people hear us and then they just be like, look at them, look at them black people complaining about us again.
Negroes.
Real
Just
talk,
uppity
just
Negroes.
real quick though, just to interject
Right,
really
right.
quick. I'm glad that we do it like this though, because it shows that we are building the infrastructure for all of us to know each other and vibe with each other. So people that want to do content like us or are looking for our kind of content can, we're gaming the algorithm right now. You know what I mean? So yeah.
So you heard a couple names thrown around. Y'all probably are like, okay, so they are complaining about people in a certain way, I guess. Let's hear their criticisms. Oh, they're calling us, not real. And okay, let's go with the main criticism that we'd probably receive to all of that. What you're basically saying is that we're not real political people because we don't talk about the issues, we don't fundraise, we don't et cetera, we don't do this, we do. It's entertainment, and you can't be mad at us for wanting to entertain and also have a political leaning towards some of the content that we do. Okay. All right. Now, everything that they said should be more than enough to already battle back that criticism, but I feel like you're just hanging on by a thread there. So I'm gonna cut the rope. Just cut the rope for you. Just let you fall. When it comes to conversations about things that people you interact with on the space have to deal with on a daily basis, the real comes out automatically. The fact that you are able to continuously have these same conversations over and over again and never reach a conclusion means that you must not be doing it to actually answer any questions. You must be doing it for something else. And what is the only thing that you can gather on this stream? Subs, followers, money, Okay, then. You are doing it for money. Is it possible if you could take $10 out of that fund per month that you get a check and throw it towards a cause that you've talked about in the past month? No, you can't do that. You're barely making it by. Oh, you're not
Get
connected
a
to
job.
that issue to like care about
Get a
it.
job.
Hashtag get a job. Sansa, get a job.
Sansa, get a job.
Stardust,
Sansa,
get a job.
Yo, but Stardust get real mad when I tell her she talked to Nazis for clicks, though, right?
Hold on. We getting it.
Let's real quick though.
Go ahead.
She did donate to the Amir Locke Memorial Fund and the Ahmad Arbery Fund. So we'll take those two W's.
We'll take those. We'll take that. We take that. What I'm getting at is that we've seen spaces grow so much over the time, and they are always firstly dominated and permeated by a white supremacist culture. You get your dude bros, you get your frat bros. I'm on the kick. I'm on the like, and then you hear all these cases coming out, bro. Remember To Catch a Predator? Where were they IMing them on? Y'all remember Windows Live
Kick.
Messenger? Like
On Kick.
we've seen it. It's been a thing. So when we see the patterns growing in a new space that's now owned by a corporate entity, we're here to tell you you could do it just with a tad bit more empathy. But since you did it also unstructured and you got 8 panels with 8 motherfuckers talking, whoever's the loudest wins, you're starting to tell people that this is what their takeaway should be from the panel. And you say, well, it's just entertainment. Nobody's taking it seriously. But then you got people who advocate for politicians who then are running for office who then get voted in. I did that. You know what? And this is how I'm going to end this.
I did that.
I'm about to lambast myself, and I hate doing this because I also ran for mayor. I shitted on Andrew Yang so much I forgot about Eric Adams. I forgot to promote a candidate that was worthy of it, or at least somebody who wasn't Eric Adams that I could at least trust in. People was pushing for Maya Wiley. I made the mistake. I put out a guide putting out everybody's positions and talked about everything. That started to gain traction, but the election was 2 days away. Who gives a shit at that point? They've heard everything. I'm supposed to be the guy. I'm supposed to be the non-LARPer, right? We're criticizing y'all for being LARPers, but I was LARPing. I was pretending I cared, and that was just 2 years ago. So I want you to think about how much growth I had to go through to then just to be able to prepare to say, when that camera's on and I'm live streaming to my audience, not one word that I talk about will ever be about something I don't know about something that I don't care about. Because if I'm slipping up and throwing out things as facts and my audience trusts me, I'm telling them, yo, this is must-see TV. You got to watch this. They're taking in information. They're writing things down. So if your audience is like, I would love to see you have a conversation with Nick Fuentes, I would love to see you have a conversation with Enrique Tarrio, like, maybe you need to take a step back and ask, why are they asking for that? Is it because you're good enough to have that conversation, or is it because they got something insidious planned?
It's not even
just to jump in
insidious.
really quick.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, it's all good. Just to jump in with somebody bringing up a point from chat, I think there's definitely a connection there. In that there is a psychological effect of streaming on people's emotions and what they get out of it emotionally. And so there's a parasocial connection that forms between the streamer and the audience. And so if you're spouting things off that you want to put out there as fact without actually doing putting in the work and the diligence to make sure that it is fact, and you're just doing things for money without any regard for any of that, then I think that feeds into what Paradigm says, absolutely. And suddenly you're turning people on to Nick Fuentes and all these other fascists without any regard for the impact that it has on everybody else.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. No, I brain fart. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's happening. Okay.
You okay? You having a stroke?
Leash that dog, Paradigm.
We need to make the link, right? Because that's what everybody wants. Bink, I want you to follow me on this because I think you brought this up already, and I just made the link. Holy shit. Okay, everything is ingrained in white supremacy, right? We know that the top 20% own the 90% of the wealth. We know, and I'm so sorry to everybody who streams, who don't make a living wage from this. I'm so sorry to every chatter I have, because it's about to sound like I'm about to shit on all of y'all. But you know you got to have a certain level of privilege to sit here and watch content creators, because unless you're working from home, you got us on the radio, or you got us at the job, you got to be doing something where you could divide your attention if you're interested in the content, even if you're leaving the tab open, right?
Facts.
Okay, so I can assume that unless you soup's broke and you just chilling in your basement, which is cool too. I fuck with you because I know some of y'all be giving me y'all Mountain Dew money. I appreciate that. I should have said that. Okay, anyway. So you got to have a little money in the bank. If you throw in a couple 100 subs here and there, you throw in 12 subs here, 10 subs there. Unless you're really ingrained in the community, you got money on your hand, right? So the people who are generally most wealthy and can spend the time on Twitch, as we know, are white males. So if you're receiving a lot of money and you haven't cultivated a audience on multiple bases that are all communicating, and we'll even talk about the Hassan Clips complex and all that, like you don't have that major reach, who's giving you the money? Is it people who look like you? Do you care? If the majority of the people who use this website are white males and the majority of the people who watch Twitch politics are white males and they're all pouring into your channels whenever you're having a conversation with a white supremacist and donating, I wonder if there's a connection there.
Wait. I wonder why it is that when we talk about black issues, we bleed viewers. Why is it that the first person that you want to interview is a white supremacist and not a black activist?
I was going to say.
Why is it that whenever you're framing these issues, you guys are fascinated, obsessed with the Nazis, but like I never see y'all talking to like any experts in the field, any activists, anything. Like it doesn't need to be just like a street activist. Shit, how many times do I have to bring up like Dr. Sierra Carter and race-based trauma before any of you guys get interested in what she does? Like,
because it's entertainment,
right? Or actually read intersectionality. Y'all are such theory nerds. Actually, I'm gonna repeat this. Actually read intersectionality, because I'm not. That shit really pisses me off. Because I feel like we can circle joke about Karl Marx, but intersectionality is such a. Oh my god, it's just basic.
Well,
wait. Carr brought up a really good point. It's entertainment, and so let's take a step back to what I said initially. If we set this country up in white supremacy, is it really surprising that we are entertained by it? So is it really surprising that that's what we find interesting?
Here's my issue though, is that we know that it's entertainment, but that's not the issue. It's the grift. Their brand is that they're an authority figure. If not intellectually, then like there's people that fucking have polymath in their bio, fam. Like people that fucking pathetic on here. You know what I mean? So like when you have your shit set up that way, it's not just that it's entertainment, it's that you clearly don't know, or you are trying to obfuscate that to make yourself seem like you're an authority figure when you speak on these things. And
Wick.
I mean, if we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? If we're gonna do that, yeah, hell yeah, Wick. Fuck it. Let's my man wants some clout, so let's give it to him. Bryce, the pseudo-intellectual that when I asked him what black anti-fascists he's read, he said he didn't know or didn't care, and then hit me with his reading list after we finished speaking, and fucking The Wretched of the Earth was at the top of it. You know damn well you ain't read that fucking book. You telling me you couldn't figure out just off the top of your head a quick black anti-fascist you've read? You couldn't think of France fucking Fanon? Fuck out of here. These people are charlatans.
Wait, who said this?
This person, Bryce, Brys.
So my point, the reason I want to hammer the point home that it's entertainment is because I watch a lot of YouTube.
Thank you.
I watch a lot of Twitch. Or not as much Twitch anymore, I'm gonna be honest, but it's something. But I watch a lot of YouTube. I watch a lot of these people's clips. I watch a lot of these video essayists mainly. That's what got me into it. And it's fucking entertainment, first and foremost. The reason they're not going to interrogate the fact that they're so willing to have a fucking slugfest with John J. Fascist over there who does Roman salutes and likes to goose step, but they're not going to want to talk to Endless Cemetery or Carr or Paradigm Shift or Ashton Mack about some real world shit, because let's be clear, we have fun with what we're doing here, but at the same time, I'm here talking about real world shit. I see the pain that the algorithm bestows on my channel because I unapologetically talk about police brutality. I talk about prison abolition. So why aren't they centering those thought leaders in the conversation? It's because the people they want to tune in, or I should say the people who are tuning in want the blood sports. They just want to see some big brain chalk demon go to town on some fascist. Fun side anecdote, by the way, we talk about these social media spaces and microaggressions. There was a story that came out a couple months ago about this kid driving through a white neighborhood to meet a friend in the South, and they put a brick through his window and claimed he was turning donuts in their cul-de-sac. And you got a video of him holding his phone with 3 loud-ass white motherfuckers shouting in his face to get out of their neighborhood. No historical connotations there whatsoever.
Yeah.
One of them holding a gun, by the way.
I'm sure we can't assume anything about that.
They even got arrested in one of the rare moments that the cops actually do anything about it. And I post about it. And because I used the phrase chalk demons on my Facebook post about this and my Facebook Live to describe these guys, someone had to get in there. Well, I see 2 racists.
It's so good. It's so good.
Racists in this. I see 2 racists in this interaction. I see the racist in the video. Then I see the racist who assume that it's purely race motivated and wants to call people chalk demons and shit. And I'm like, look here, Mayo Monkey. Why do you feel the need to still have some kind of energy to jump to their defense? That's because we're taking the institutional failures, we're taking the educational failures, we're taking all of that shit that follows just about every white generation since 1900 and putting them into the audience space of these platforms. And we've already established the platforms will do jack all to counter it. So now they're bringing all that into their viewing. And those people who view it and say, hey, I'm charismatic, I have a good voice, I can get behind the mic, I got a couple checks from mom, or I begged to some fuckers on Reddit to send me a Yeti microphone, if you know, you know. And I can do this too. And they're going to bring that shit with them.
So I want to hit like the harm, because we're doing the thing where I agree with everyone. This is shit that makes me mad, and we're talking about the things that make us angry, but we're not just like screaming in the wind for the sake of it. The reason why I think a lot of this stuff is ultimately incredibly dangerous is because people form these parasocial relationships with these streamers that claim to be anti-racist, and they actually hold up that model. I mean, how many ways have we seen people freak out simply because we criticize Dylan, right? Like, if I criticize Dylan, no, don't you understand? Dylan's a hero to Ukraine, and it's
don't
like,
you know all the work he's done?
and it's like,
where's that though?
No. The video that came out that like he doesn't even have a translator, so he can't even interact with the people he's talking to. It's so fucking real,
I'm
right?
waiting for part 2. I'm waiting for part 2.
It's almost like we predicted, by the way, that like maybe if you don't have training or education background on this, you might make silly mistakes that might, scuttle the whole thing. But the reason why this is dangerous is because of the people that come out and see Dylan as a paragon of good or as a anti-racist champion. Same thing with all of these different people. Guess what? These are the virtue signalers that prevent us from actually being able to make real change. These are the white moderates that King was talking about. The people that come in, and because they think that this person right here doing the fake anti-racism is the real anti-racist. Well, I've done my part. Because those anti-racists told me that racism's over.
That's if I could just interject really quick, because that's the wildest part of all of it to me, is like our criticism is literally prefaced and buttressed with do better, right? Because
literally,
for better or worse, Dylan represents us as well because of the nature of the platform. So if he's out here fucking up, it reflects badly on us. But when we simply say do better, they see it as an attack on their whole fucking brand. It's wild.
Like imagine if and this is the thing. I'll use somebody much bigger than Dylan. We'll go back to the Vosh thing. Vosh has 400,000 subs, and people see him as a
same
bastion
thing applies. Yeah,
of,
same thing applies.
of leftiness. And he's sitting there telling you that, is it American privilege or is it white privilege when you go to India? Like, people gravitate and surround and get around that idea. And that's why it's so fucking hard. That's why I have to deal with, when I talk about these issues, 1,000 people calling me racist. They're not calling me racist because they formed it. It's because it's counter to an idea that they were presented of anti-racism, and they don't like it that I'm attacking their king, their hero. So they get frustrated with that. Oh, let's talk about the fact that just interacting with Stardust, one conversation I've had with Stardust has turned into hate raids. Paradigm, you clipped it. Hate raids. Every single time I stream, I have to deal with at least 1 or 2 trolls coming in. That's why I have to mod half the people that were there. I didn't need mods before, but now I do, because who did I interact with? Stardust. What is her audience? Racist. So now what do I have to deal with, right? And this is the shit that we're talking about when we're talking about the actual harm from these things. We don't care about this because some people are just like, oh, we're anti-racist, but they're really not. We care about the actual material effects that these behaviors have on a larger society. That is the exact reason why it's hard for us to champion the message of actual anti-racism.
And I would like to gravitate this conversation back down again, because I feel like people are hearing it and missing the point entirely. So you got to make it personal. Got to throw your jabs.
You are entirely too good at playing the enemy, Paradigm.
Right?
Where do you get this from? Is this from running for political office?
It's crazy.
He's swimming in that mayo.
Black people really do got that fucking bond, bro. Because you just read off what I was about to talk about. Is the fact that I'm able to do this. Let's play this again. So what you're hearing is that we're giving you a reasonable criticism towards the type of content you do and what it leads towards for other people on the platform. We literally are not saying that this is an extension of, like, the words you say are going to cause a white guy to kill a black kid in Chicago. We're not saying that. What we are saying, though, we're getting there. Don't worry. I'm saying it. I'm unmuting to say that. Yeah, I like that. That was fire. What we're saying is that there's this possibility that by you not having a baseline standard for your values and effectively doing this for entertainment, you might accidentally start entertaining or letting in a leak of people who see you as an effigy to hide behind when it comes time to address their own personal problems towards racism. And this comes about, as you just noticed, and yes, I clipped it multiple times. It's happening now. Like, that's crazy too. Like, Aston had a hate raid after interacting with Stardust. A one-time thing, okay, like whatever. No, now all of a sudden it's a thing where I need mods. I had to change my whole thought process around. I had to shift my paradigm just to get, like, my stream back on order. After Vosh interacted with us, it was popping. So for, like, all the criticism I got of Vosh, I can still say he did a good thing for me. His community, at least in some direction, whoever heard me was paying attention and was willing to listen. Maybe it's because Vosh was there. That's a good thing. So even if you got, like we just said, even if we're criticizing you for these actions, all we're asking you to do is do better. Vosh got shit opinions sometimes. I remember I was a Vosh head, one of the first streamers I started watching before Hassan, and then I got into it myself. And I used to think, this guy is saying everything. He hitting on the Trump stuff. He hitting. Then when that died down and he started getting into his little personal, like, politics, it got a little murky. But his overall community still says when a black person is speaking, it might be time to listen. It might be time to push back on him. It might not be time to let him get away with that. Don't say that. Don't do that. They're not doing that for you. What type of community are you cultivating if that's not already happening? Why are you getting no pushback? And now, to gravitate this all to finally swing my dick around, for the last couple of weeks, if not months, I have been hinting towards something, and I think people have clipped it and sent it to this person. It's fine. Now I'm going to address it. If you think that I'm trying to be this contrarian to bring everybody together and hopefully get you to realize your points and your errors and ways, I'm not. The reason why I'm so good at it is because I'm in the trenches. Lime socks. Tell me this is not you on a Russian website right now watching. Hold on, where's that link? Because I don't want him to run from this. What is it? kzclip.us on a Russian website, spreading a whole, acting all oh my god, it's a bunch of Russians and racists, and he's at the top of the leaderboard here as far as comments are concerned. Matter of fact, let me even see if I can get the profile. Oh, you lucky I can't.
I'm actually, I know I'm getting a bunch of hate viewers right now because I have double my normal viewership.
And what is this about a banned video of Chud gets insanely heated on Pride discourse and everybody pretty much hating gays in these comments? Oh, don't tell me I was in the don't tell me I couldn't find you, and you're not the only one. Oh, y'all got a bunch of Russian trolls in y'all chats feeding in information from 8 and 4chan, setting up things. You thought I wasn't going to drop a link. Season 3, I told you I was burning all the bridges. My name is Aaron Yeager. It's time for the rumbling. It's coming, baby.
Oh, shit.
The reason why I'm doing that, and even in theory putting these people in perjury, they're going to attract more hateful attention to them, is because I've been saying it and I wanted to hide it because I don't want to do that thing. I don't want to fucking do that thing where I say something to get people, like, you know, thinking maybe, and have them come to their own conclusions. Y'all don't come to your own conclusions fast enough. Daddy's here. You see all these motherfucking fathers up in here? We daddy's here.
So, the issue that you touched on something really important there. You asked yourself, you know, why people aren't interrogating those issues that they're seeing in their chat. And here's the thing. It's you know, I hate to keep bringing it back to what we are looking at right now through these screens, through these monitors built with conflict minerals from the African continent. Mm-hmm. We are looking at a microcosm of what's on the outside. Okay? So, have you ever told a confident white guy that he's out of his lane? Have you ever tried to tell him that he doesn't actually know what he's talking about? You will find the most level-headed, calm white dude in the world. Y'all could be out golfing or getting raisins for your potato salad or going mudding in his lifted truck. What the fuck ever. I grew up out in the county. Don't ask me.
I'm familiar.
And you say that one thing that goes against one of those deeply held things he had ingrained from childhood, or maybe something he never thought about but pushes up against the greater structure of white supremacy and colonialism. You wouldn't believe, like, I'm not all that viral, I'm not all that popular. I tweet and usually it gets 8 interactions as in actual comments or likes, but I made a tweet once saying that hey, you know, ask your white friends if they believe that the pillaged artifacts and history from Global South should be returned to their countries of origins, and see how reasonable they actually are. And instantly, hundreds of comments, because everybody had a story about the fact that, oh yeah, no, it's always that, well, you know, I mean, someone needs to preserve history. Someone needs to really preserve history, like, oh, these countries can't take care of it properly, so I guess we just need to keep stolen goods in white hands because we can't trust black people to look after their own artifacts, so forth and so on.
Ooh.
So yeah, right, this is something somebody said to me in defense of not returning the Benin bronzes to Africa, right? So you know, thousands-year-old bronze statues that are like some of the most amazing artifacts from that continent, right? So, perfect example. And you see it in Asia, too. Fucking French soldiers went to Vietnam and sawed the heads off of Buddha statues. Because there's, oh, that's going to look fucking cool in my den. Yeah, take that shit.
Well, Car, didn't you know we can't give land back to black people and indigenous people because they might do a genocide?
Shout out to Professor Flowers.
No, fear of a black planet, you know, God forbid that they're afraid they're going to get treated the way the way they treated people. But you know what? It all boils down to the fact that you cannot tell them to stay in their lane. I've tried on many times. That's the main thing I do when I actually interact with these fuckers, is I'm not really there to debate. I'm there to say, hey, you posted some cringe, to borrow some of your language. You posted cringe, bro. Now, maybe you could ask somebody who actually knows about this shit. The perfect example, the last time I got into any of this debate shit, I actually hurt some people's feelings, apparently. And
it's always
in the course
fun.
of the conversation, I mentioned the move bombing in Philadelphia, and one of the biggest people in this debate sphere hadn't heard of it. And he didn't know, and I used it as an example of the not so scary black separatism. I'm like, the move bombing was a black separatist movement. They were an anarcho-primitivist black separatist movement, and they got fucking firebombed and took out a 13-block row of row houses. And they hadn't heard of this. That's my point, is that you have people here who cater to the aforementioned white audience, and they are an all-white peer group of fellow streamers. Stardust, there's got to be some missing dissonance there. A brown woman doing the shit that she does, I don't understand.
It's tokenization. What are you talking about?
There's so much money in it. There is so much money in doing the whole. Actually, the status quo is pretty cool.
It's your.
I used to joke.
Wait, let me.
I used to joke if they cut me the Candace Owens check.
Whoa! One at a time. One at a
time. We have a moderator.
Please moderate. I can go. My bad. Go ahead, Bink.
Yeah, let me speak on that, because she's gonna be like, well, I'm a woman of color. Look, listen, lady.
My family didn't come here looking for opportunity.
I know you used to. I know you used to handling with Nazis, but I'm not the one. I'll treat you worse, high key. Anyway, let me explain something to you. I understand what you're trying to talk about humanizing yourself and all of this thing about your interaction, but let me explain something to you. They do not care. They do not care. If he can sit here on your own panel, on your own platform, and say something racially motivated, because that's what it was. Talking about curry booty and Panan is racially motivated. Racially motivated. If he can sit there in a straight face and say that to you, to your face, he does not like you. Because not only is that misogynistic, that is racist. That means he fetishizes you when he goes to bed at night.
Wait,
he sees you as a token. So I just want to let it be clear that Stardust is on Enigma time, and she wants to be a token because she's insecure about herself.
Yo, BP,
no, because that's what it is.
We're going to fight, because I agree, but I disagree. I think that if he's going to look her in the eye and be misogynist and racist, it's because he knows that it's because he likes her, because she lets that shit go. Like, that's why. It's like I say this all the time, and when we try to, like, decode the mystery of white people. Fuck, I used to do this shit. Are you kidding me? I grew up in the motherfucking South. I was in the South. I was in Gifted. I was with nothing but white people. Let me tell you, there is nothing white people love more than tokenizing yourself to them, telling them that racism doesn't exist. Allow them to do the racism to you. Allow them to make some like monkey magical Negro jokes at you. You will get that whole room to smile and laugh and juck and jive with you, and that is why they tokenize themselves. In another life, had I not been exposed to the experiences that I did, like there was a path for me, and it was fucking Candace Owens at the end of it. Okay,
FD Signifier's video about the Fresh Prince or whatever with Carlton, where he talks about Carlton having to do that as a matter of survival. Like, yeah,
and that's the thing. It's more than just friends.
Yeah.
Or social clout. Take it from me. There's promotions at the end of that.
Yeah.
There's financial security at the end of that.
I can tell you.
There's some sad cases, protection at the end of that. Like my past job, I don't talk about any current jobs live, but previous job to this, I was a security manager at a casino on the very white part of town. And when I say the white part of town, potentially remaining sundown town part of town. Like, okay. So it was all well-to-do, elderly, rural white folks out there. All right. And I was the only member of management there at my level that was black. The majority of the black people were line cooks or porters or custodians there. All right. Because those are the departments that hired most people right off the street. And there was a lot of that. One of the good ones, shit. You know, they get real cozy with it. Sometimes they get too cozy with it. I had to catch the right hook coming around when an old dude grabbed my locks. I had him back in a ponytail, because always have to be presentable. And he just went up and just like playfully touched my locks. And I got called in the office because they saw it on camera. I was like,
white girls in the audience, please listen.
In 2 hours.
White girls in the audience, please listen. Don't touch our hair, for the love of God. I don't care how cute. I don't care how cute you think you are.
Yeah. That's how you get us killed. Because then when we put our hands on you, you call the police. They come shoot us.
And so all that carries over. Basically, white girls touching hair is what Twitch is right now, and what your issues with Stardust is, and what your issues with your wannabe allies, the people who will vehemently argue with you till they're red in the face, because again, chalk golems, they got that pigmentation thing going. They will argue with you till they're red in the face that they're your ally, that they are anti-racism, that they don't allow racism, and yet apparently it's pretty damn easy to tune into her chat, or I don't know what Sonsol is, or their chat, and see pretty egregious
Sticky
shit.
Beard. It's not Sonsol,
Sticky Beard.
Beard.
It's the M-word guy.
Sticky Beard.
He's the M-word guy.
You see some really egregious shit right there in these so-called allies chats, and that's because they never had to challenge any of this, and they're operating from that colonial framework still. Go ahead, Bink.
It's, and this is just me being real with y'all, it's hard for me often to like understand like growing up in like a predominantly white area and like how you have to navigate with that, or like living near, even like near, you feel me, like a whole lot of white people, because I don't have that experience. So I agree with everything what you guys saying, but I still can't give Stardust the benefit of the doubt, because for me, because it's more so like as in like practicing like this tokenization.
That was good.
Because it's a thing where it's like it doesn't make any sense for you to be, let's say it is, she's like doing it for like survival, or the case maybe because she needs money or something. If you like, she's like, oh, predominantly white area or something, right? You're talking to Nazis online. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You're talking about 4chaners and QE farmers. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If you are a person where you get so afraid of being near these people, why would you continuously interact with these people? Like, you go out your way to interact with these people. Because even when she was talking to like You Are Endless, she'd be like, you don't understand how hard it is for me to interact with these people and how much they put me through. And it's okay, if they put you through that much, babe, then quit. Stop.
Keep talking
You
to
can
him.
change content. Like,
At the end of the
it's easy
day,
to do
you
that.
got a group of people that are the same color as you that won't put you through that shit to interact with us.
Right. That will have content that's 1,000 times more valuable, but it's not what's entertaining. So
Spot on, BP.
Any other
BP?
questions?
Can I talk about something that's really important to me? Because I did this on stream, but I just want to do this again because we have more viewers now.
Say less.
And this is just something that is a part of the covert racism, right? Where they don't take us seriously because they infantilize us, right? And I just want to speak from my POV, right? And I'm gonna be a rhetorical genius right now, okay? I'm gonna show my cards, okay?
Go for it.
When am I able to be taken seriously? And I want that to sink in. When am I able to be taken seriously? And I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. And I'm going to do this on purpose, okay? Let's do a history thing real quick, okay? Black women, right? Black women were bred, had to carry children, forcibly carried children during slavery, and had to work hard labor. It wasn't no, well, dudes do this and women do that. No, they had to work hard labor as if they were quote unquote a man. Okay? The only time that they were considered women were when they were assaulted. That's it. Right? So it's that, right? Fast forward, right? And this is why I say do intersectionality, right? Read that shit. Because the thing, when she has her first paper and published that, what was she talking about? How Black women had no legal protection around sexual assault, period. Regardless if it was a Black man or a white man. None at all. And the only way someone was Black is if they were a man, and only if they were a woman would be they're white. You had to be a white woman to be a woman. So Black women had no protection societally and legally. That's what the foundation of intersectionality came from. That's when she first coined the term. Right? So fast forward, I believe it was 70s and 80s hit, right? Not even 70s and 80s. Let's run that back. Rosa Parks, when she was working, her thing was she was a secretary, and she also did these sexual assault parts of what was going on, how women were sexually assaulted on average. The fact that Black women had to pimp themselves out in order to make money because there wasn't any jobs going on, right? So with all that being said, right, not only if that's the case, but children were groomed into believing that that's okay. Children had to grow up thinking that their bodies was what needed to be sold because that's the only way to make money. During slavery into now, to be real with you. Right? So when I able to be taken seriously, if that's all I know, that's all I'm grown up with. I'm still a kid. Right? That's what I get grow up to with, right? When am I be able to take it seriously when I say, hey yo, assault is not okay? Cause that's what I talk about on my channel and people still crap on me.
You know what's insane about this? And when I say insane, I mean it's just when you really start making these connections, like you really go so far out and realize like how many times it's happened. And sometimes people will say to you, I think you're overthinking it. I think you're finding racism in parts that don't exist. I think you're finding, it's this theme of traditional gender role prejudicing and stereotyping when expectations of traditional roles and stereotypes are conveyed. Like, I like this one right here. When a female student asks a male professor for extra help on an engineering assignment, he asks, what do you need to work on this for anyway? You're a girl. You don't have to be good at math. Like, these little tiny things like
microaggressions.
Right. Like asking a woman her age, and then the moment like she gets past a certain age, you immediately look, you married? Like you got these many
creepy as shit.
Right? Like, and then we could really start getting into like how like these old ass men be hitting on these young ass girls. Like we could go layers into it. But all I'm saying to you is that when I walk outside, I gotta have something called the code of conduct. I gotta walk around knowing that somebody just might say some sly shit where I'm going. When I go to Midtown Manhattan, I gotta walk a certain way. And you'd be like, oh, you're looking for racism in the wrong places. Nothing's going to happen to you. I already got stopped by the cops there for walking a certain way. I really mean WWB, walking while black. I really mean that happened. New York. So what do I run? So now, ask the question again.
I was just about to say, for the people horny about the figures, because the DOJ just did, I read the DOJ report about the Baltimore Police Department where they were literally just stopping people for being on the streets and black. But go for it, Bink.
Let me run this back real quick. Let me give you a little history. Let me give you a little history lesson. Let me give you name. There's a girl, I believe she's 8. She was 19, I believe.
You're cutting in and out, BP.
There's a new debate person in the conversation. She got called for something probably.
A new fighter's been unlocked.
While we're waiting on BP, I want to add that we like literally. Oh, then you're back.
I'm so sorry, my parents. Oh my God, I'm moving. Okay, so what happened is that oh my God, there's music in the back. Y'all get back to me.
Okay, Okay.
That's all good.
What I wanted to add to what BP was saying, though, is first of all, how disgusting is it that BP has to sit up and watch these white girls take her style and her language, these people that are anti-racist use her slang. I mean, the black woman is the most commodified person on earth, yet she sees no fucking value for it, and it's disgusting. We don't celebrate them for the gifts that they give us to our culture. And further, it's like when we're talking about when do we get to be taken seriously? What if I'm a physicist? Like, y'all will back my physics background. If I'm a biologist, y'all will back my biology background. But just because this nigga's been in the struggle and has been an activist in his community and has been working with these issues all his life, suddenly that means that white people can talk over him. White people get to come up in a conversation that they have played no part in, have no experience with. But you gonna question my credentials? Why is it every fucking time I enter in a conversation with you fucking white ass leftists that somewhere in the conversation you gotta credential check me? You got to be like, oh, well, what have you, like, you know, you guys have to do, posing me that question when you know from behind your fucking keyboard, you've never interacted in these communities. You've never lifted a finger for our people. You've never been involved for the movement of liberation. But when do we get to be taken seriously? Like, we're experts on the motherfucking topic. Why is it always a fight? Why is it that when I'm an expert on blackness because I'm black and I live it and I deal with it and I work with it, why is that racist? Why is it racist when I do it? But if I have a university education, which I do, by the way, why is that not questioned? Why don't we question the bio? Like, it's fucking insane, and it's this, and it all kind of boils down to this disqualification from the victims of abuse getting to have a seat at the table on the discussion of what fucking abuse means. Okay, like, and it's not just us. It's not just black people. It's women too. It's the LGBTQ community. Like, we use all these terms. We use all these terms to we try to tell the people that are dealing with this shit, like, oh, by the way, black. Like, why is it that all the black people online, according to Vosh and Sansel and all these people, all the black activists online are just a bunch of racist separatists frothing at the mouth, waiting to genocide all white people?
See,
why is that the starting point for every conversation I go with?
I don't think it's necessarily that for people like them. I think it's that if we're being super charitable and taking them at their word on all the things about their identities and stuff, like, I feel like they, as a consequence of their identity, they were supposed to get all of these rewards and benefits from white supremacy that they can't get because of the other aspects of their identities, whether they're queer or trans or whatever, right? So because of the way that they view identities, while they talk about us weaponizing our identities and shit, they view these identities not as like avenues of lived experience and like intersection by ways we can experience the oppression of the white supremacist, patriarchal, cis-normative state, right? They just view them as proper clubs to be in, that you can just, when you want to silence someone or you want to win or dunk in a debate, you can just say, I can't believe you are this, blah, 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 blah. That's what Chud Logic's whole fucking joke is, the Abel Nor arc or whatever. That's what Stardust shtick is. Whenever you challenge her in any way, you're being a misogynist to her, right? Where you do the necessary, you perform the necessary rituals to be in the club. So
yeah, you're trying to gain membership.
Yeah, you put leftist in your bio or whatever, or call yourself a liberal, or say, just pay lip service to these certain ideas, but what are you actually doing and practicing in your day-to-day lives? Because that's what's the most important thing. And Hassan has talked about this. It doesn't fucking matter that I'm black. It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck about what the Hoff twins or Candace Owens or fucking Jesse Lee Peterson have to say about the black experience in our community, right? It's about how you actually are able to properly analyze your experience and filter that through that lived experience and talk about that in its proper context. And I know we've talked about that on the stream, right? They're super quick to talk to these other people that try to be as apolitical or do their best to be like, I'm one of the cool black people with their platforms, right? With their entire brand is just like, I'm Destiny but black, right? And they're quick to talk to people like them, but they don't want to talk to people like me because we make them look silly. Because not only do we demonstrate they're not giving what they're supposed to give in terms of what they say their intended goals and beliefs are with their platform, but then we show them, we hold the mirror up to them and show them all the different ways that they're fucking up in terms of, you're doing, this is the status quo, and they can't handle that. It's too painful. It's detrimental to their brand because they're also, they lack the self-introspection to understand where that attention is coming from, where those funds are coming from, and why they're being contributed to them as well. Just like what Paradigm was saying earlier, right? Where it's a lot of intersection of what I talk about all the time, which is the answer that people will admit that they have no answer for, but want to shuffle right past whenever I ask them this. Because all this talk is made about de-radicalization and outreach to extremists and so on and so forth. And you ask them if
that has to do with an interview.
Right, yeah, right.
Fun of Stardust.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm saying though, is even if you're doing that for the purposes of debunking his claims or whatever, humanizing yourself or whatever, if you understand what white supremacy actually is, what we've been saying, you claim that you're a woman of color, so you understand it, you've done all this research, blah, 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 so you know it's not just some assholes that exist out in the ether. It's this entire system that the country itself, principles the country itself was founded upon, the background radiation, right? So knowing that, what do you have to offer these people that they will find more valuable than the benefits that they get from interacting positively with this system that was designed specifically for them from the ground up, for them to fail upwards as long as they don't question it, right? Crickets every time. Crickets every time.
Kevin, it says here that you are a white person. So may I ask, why are white people so goofy? And what is their thing with mayo? Can you please expand?
Smoked me.
I honestly, I mean, okay. So, first of all, I'm shocked. I thought you were going to talk to the other Kevin, not me. But second, so the thing about mayo is that, and I think I have to clean it out of my ears again, just to make sure that I'm not leaking mayo when I talk about this. But when it comes to racialization in general, white people kind of take that non-racialized status for granted, and they associate anything that's white with an insult to them personally. So when you tell somebody, for example, to clean the mayo out of their ears, they perceive that as being racialized, and they perceive that as a racist insult when it's really not. Because
right.
it really isn't. So I guess their whiteness is Talorx. Talorx made a good point. He says we like mayo because the pepper is too spicy.
Okay. So I like to I like to make sure that there's actionable items in anything that I discuss. Don't get me wrong. I love me some airing of grievances, and I really enjoy watching the call-outs. Makes me wonder if I should pay more attention to the Twitter back and forth, since I don't even know the people that Paradigm was referencing on them weird Russian sites. I thought you were going a whole other darker direction than that, because there's some horrific shit on Russian websites, so I didn't know where that was going.
Got you.
But I will say this. The takeaway, if someone is listening and having that moment where they realize that they're playing into that covert racism on Twitch, hey, that's the name of the show. What do you want them to take away is my question. I would say I want them to interrogate their biases. And if they are, I mainly address this to people with the platforms. Look at what you're delivering to your audience and ask yourself if you are actually platforming anti-racism, or prioritizing anti-racism, or empowering anti-racism, or if you are in fact just condoning more racism. But I'm curious how other people would approach it.
I'll actually round this about. So I was gonna give the girls a little history lesson. In my advocacy, I take things as what it is, right? Where people have a lot of trauma based upon their identity, a lot of trauma that they're exposed to, that they have to experience based off of their identity. So I don't argue that. It has no worth to argue if someone's crying in their bed or not, or if someone has low self-esteem or not. All of these things are none of my business to be arguing, right? So a lot of the basic parts of I would say identity is something that I see as human, and that's why I hyper focused on assault when I did my little rhetorical thing, right? Where assault is a human thing, and it being a human thing still isn't been taken seriously because of the way I look, and that's it. I'll give the history lesson because this will drive the point home, right? There's a girl, her name is Joan Little, who assaulted when she was around 19 in an all-men's prison by the officer in the 1970s. And there's an article, it's a New York Times article, I believe. You can look it up, Joan Little, Joan Little, and put primary resource, and it's probably going to be the first article that pop up. But she was assaulted, and the person who wrote the article went around the town that it happened in to see their response. And the majority of the response was blaming her, not because she was a woman, but because she was Black. Because, and I quote, one of the men said, Black girls aren't virgin past the age of 10. Some wild stuff like that was, like, I kid you not, was inside of that article. They went into a hair salon, a white hair salon, and asked the feminists how they felt. And they said, I believe that she should be able to pick the person who assaults her. So if assault and all of these things that we talk about, abuse in general, is a human thing, then why don't you take us seriously? That's my, so if, and this is the answer to your question, Clark. Understand that people are hurt, and understand that these things need to be taken with care. And any watering down of the amount of hurt is going on isn't doing the situation justice. Because not only are we as more older people understand this, little kids understand this. Why does my little brother have to play a game and wonder and ask me why is he's being called the N-word? And he's in elementary school. Why he's playing Roblox. Why is he have to worry about that? Do you see what I'm saying? So if you genuinely care, then you would sit down and say, well, I may not understand, but I need to understand. Because these are real people, whether I like them or not, right? These are real people suffering. These are real people hurting. So if you can sit there and have that as a foundation of your ideology, which a lot of these, I'm calling people out, a lot of these atheists say that's what their basic the ideology is, and it's not. Sorry, say what I said. And if that really is, then why are you acting? You're acting. You're saying you're utilitarian. You say you're humanist, but you don't act like such. You disregard a lot of people's experience, a lot of people's hurt. And if you genuinely want the world to be a better place, then you would try to help and try to fix, try to heal, which takes a process. And that we all know takes a process. Just like what Endless said, all we're asking for you to do is do better. So when we call you out, we're not calling you out just to crap on you. We're calling you out because you need to do better, because people are soaking up what you're talking about. There's little kids who follow you who think that type of behavior is okay and say that stuff at school.
I just wanted to...
I real quick, I actually went to school with a person who literally was on Debate Bro time. Like IRL on Debate Bro time. Like hardcore, like Debate Bro time. So these are real people. I'm a young person. I see this real time. So do better. Overall, do better and try to learn and understand different perspectives. There's a reason why there's disciplines dedicated to this stuff. So read.
I was gonna say, like it gets into basically what I was saying. Like when we're asking you to do better, to kind of tie it together, like it's about the presentation. Even if you don't pay attention to the people in your audience who are saying this sort of thing presented in this way affects the community that you're talking about in this particular manner, like actually examine it and understand that in terms of power, like when you're neutral between a group that has power and a group that doesn't have power, you are pro the group that has power. Like if you're not going to address that or present them as if they're on equal ground, then you're helping the people that already have power, because you're justifying their abuses of the people that they're oppressing, essentially, by presenting it as just a wash. These people argue and call these people Mayo and Yakubian, and you know what I mean, and say they don't wash their legs. And sometimes these people say that these people have smaller skulls, and that's why they have lower IQs, and that's why they have fatherless households and commit crimes, and that's why we need to lock them all up. Like, just the people don't examine the consequences of their personal biases, but also the biases that the way that they present their content confirms. So like, just as an example, someone who obviously speaks English as their second language, and not to do the whole just like airing a grievances shit anymore, but it's just the best example I can think of, other than the way that Stardust treated me with referring to me as like an Antifa LARPer in the titles for all of her videos with my conversations with her. But Hunter Avalon had a conversation with someone who spoke English as their second language. Like clearly they were a Kenyan. And Hunter Avalon was referring to, I think the argument that he was trying to make is that somehow access to technology or like the internet is what makes people more aware in first world or like imperial core countries of things like gender theory and so on and so forth, like transgender people basically, which is obviously not true. But he was talking about this these nomadic people, like this like nation of people in Kenya that are nomadic, talking about how they're primitive, and like using them as an example of people that wouldn't know about like transgenderism and stuff like that. And this person was Kenyan and like came in, clapped him, like was like, they got stuck on him, just the consequences of him using the word primitive to describe the people, to the point where he was so like blown out that he was like using this like weird ass travel vlog written by this rando Italian dude about the like writing like a travel agency vlog about it. And it's like, and the way that he titled the video was like some weirdo, like just made him look really silly, like some person attacking him from his audience. And I feel like these people need to do a better job of understanding the difference between, especially when it's people you can literally see, like I'm on the screen now, you know what I mean? Or people like Bing Princess, like real ass people. That's kind of what Paradigm always talks about, is like, we're not like me. Like I'm privileged in a sense that I'm like a forklift driver, so I've had enough money to like save up over the years to do streaming and stuff, just because gaming and all that is my hobby. But like, I'm just like a real ass person that has real ass politics influenced by personal experiences, like getting locked up for bullshit and fucking getting harassed by police and living in the city that has the lowest odds of upward mobility out of poverty of any city in America, right? Like, so when I speak on this shit on here, it's never like a grift. Like, I terminated my fucking affiliate contract on Twitch. Like, I'm always here to kind of explain different phenomena that people see and explain a lot of these microaggressions, because that's the other side of it, is that Signifier talks about how tiresome it is to constantly have to hold white people's hands and tap dance and baby step our way through these conversations because of how uncomfortable white people are with even racializing themselves, in a sense of eliminating that preconceived notion that they have of themselves being the default or like unraced, like normal quote unquote person, right? And I feel like people try to do the whole colorblind thing where they try to fit everybody into that box. They don't want to listen to the different experiences that people have and the prescriptions that people have in terms of policy about those things, which is really fucking weird because it's literally Twitch politics. But
Yeah.
I feel like
me every time.
yeah. But yeah.
So I want to so couple of things right there. First thing I want to do for the sake of the audience, I really want to deconstruct what he just said about primitive, right? The first thing I want to say about that is because a lot of us maybe charitably go, okay, but what he meant was that because they're such an older and don't have a lot of like interaction with a lot of other cultures, they may not understand non-conforming genders. What that statement is, it not only does it implicitly say that like these people are unable to understand modern technology, which just because you're isolated doesn't mean that you're not modern.
Which the person in that conversation demonstrated they do use and know how to use the internet and smartphones and stuff.
But further, it was colonialism and slavery that flattened the gender and sexual expression of black people. Mm-hmm. All of their cultures throughout the world, like transgender people didn't just appear in the 90s.
Hey y'all, I have to leave. I have an emergency.
All good.
No worries.
All right, later, y'all.
Thanks, Ben. I appreciate you.
Oh, later, Bang.
Like transgender people didn't just appear in the 90s. There are cultures that have had multiple genders, whether it be 2, 3, 5, 10, for thousands of years. And just because they don't have access to maybe your modern culture, your American modern culture, doesn't mean that they're somehow lacking in an understanding, like as if like the only way we can understand transgender peoples is if we tune into like America, right? Like it's these statements that are so rife with the bias that you have to really sit down and unpick, like, why am I saying this? Like, why do I believe? Why is it that, like, what is my point and why is this my point? Do I actually know this? Is this a true statement? Like, do only people that are in modern Western societies understand transgender people? Like, these are the things that we're talking about. I mean, you could, again, and the number of cultures in Africa that had multiple. I mean, Africa is one of the most culturally diverse places on the fucking planet. Why? Because we're the fucking oldest.
And can I also just say that this is yet another way that white people fail upwards on the platform, because they do N-word ladders and get memed, but we misspeak talking about this kind of shit, and we're Professor Flowers.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly a point. And this is one of the things, like, capitalism does some crazy shit, right? And one of the things that it does is it creates a distance between exploitation and the benefactors of said exploitation. So white people, even though they live in the same country as us, have this crazy distance to the everyday lives of black people inside of this country, or everyday lives of people in poverty, or insert group here, and they speak with an authority on this topic as if they all your information comes from books written by
Black
other white
trans
people
lives
that
matter.
also have not experienced blackness, and yet you feel like you understand the basis, and you've never questioned that. It's this unquestioning behavior. And when we could talk about so what are some takeaways that we can take from this is what Carr was getting to. Well, what do you want me to, Aston, you're saying all these things, you're shitting on all of us, okay, maybe I've caught a couple of things that maybe I do. How do I fall in this pattern? Guess what? I fall into this pattern too, and I'm a fucking man. I'm a misogynist as hell. I have racist biases as well. One of the things that really just sat with me, thank you, Endless, for this, was I didn't know who FD Signifier was a year ago until I met Endless. Until Endless told me, and I had to sit down and grapple with myself. Why the fuck are all the YouTubers I watch white? Even when I'm talking about black issues, why am I watching white YouTubers?
But that's such a common problem, though. Is the thing is you know what I mean? I went through the same thing. That I had to intentionally be I can't even remember who the first one I found was. It might have been Carr, actually, straight up. And I was
well, that goes back to what I had said way at the beginning when I talked about the special effort that was put into colonialism, all that came with it, right? That is all translated over into this microcosm of the physical we live in, right? So when you first come onto YouTube, you can try this right now if you want. Is load up a fresh browser, clean cache, just no account info or nothing. Go to YouTube. You have to form to YouTube to show, oh, hey, I'm not racist, before you'll start getting this cavalcade of creators of color. Mm-hmm. It's like YouTube clicks and says, oh, wait, you're okay with black people. Oh, you watched that Carr video, or you watched that FD Signifier video. All right, well, here's St. Andrewism, here's Khadija Mawai, here's a whole bunch of other people for you. Now, come and check all these people out. But it takes a while too. That step, and it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit of sustained effort, because if you don't make that step, they are more than happy to try and get you to watch the same H Bomber Guy video 100 times.
Oh, hell yeah!
Right? They will push that shit.
Or the same
block it off completely. So all these issues we see with covert racism on the streaming spaces are backed up by a largely apathetic structure that just doesn't find black voices profitable.
So this goes into what my ask for the audience is, which is there are levels of consciousness. Did you know that if you have a human being born and they don't interact with other human beings for a long time, they gain feral behaviors and even lack the ability sometimes to even recognize themselves, as we call ourselves self-aware, right? This has so consciousness and awareness is a behavior that we learn and we grow over time. What I'm asking you to realize is that you're a meat bag in a spaceship of a brain that has all of these things that are subject to all of these biases and problems, and you need to be aware that that is how you are built. That the reason why it's deeper than just, hey, listen, I don't like black people. It's no, you will tell yourself every time a reason why you don't listen to a black creator, why you didn't listen to a black guy, why you don't like this person's message or that you will tell yourself that over and over. There's a reason, you'll create these reasons, but are those really reasons, or are those things that you are trying to simply make yourself out not to be the bad guy?
I was gonna say
remember dude posting the fucking tier list on Twitter? You jumped on that thread with me. I think Endless did too.
I did. I told him not to put me on that goofy shit.
I got all the black creators are down and annoying.
Yeah.
And I'm well, I haven't actually watched any of them. So why are they on there then?
Wait, are you serious?
Oh,
Yeah.
I will
Fucking
find the
serious?
receipts.
We,
Fluff.
listen. I had a whole
They're
debate
This
with
is-
them over it.
This is why
Talking about
this
Dan,
is
though, right?
yeah. This
Yeah.
is why I've been saying I've been on the fuck Dan about tip for a minute, but I was gonna say, damn, it came and went that quick, but
Sorry.
that's all good. Fuck.
All right. So what I was saying was that, like, understand that you need to challenge your biases sometimes. Be
Oh, yeah.
skeptical of your own brain.
That's what I was gonna
Right.
say. I wasn't a fan of Cat Black. I made mad excuses not to watch Cat Black shit, and the shit with Vosh happened. Now I'm a Cat Black stan.
Yo, yeah, for real. Like 100%. Like, I mean, bro, I started my Twitter because I was mad at Professor Flowers. Yo, you don't see. I don't talk like, bro. Like, I get it. Like, we all have these biases, but the hardest part, and I can talk about this, is like I keep coming back to I'm a man, because this is an issue that I've had with my misogyny. Is really just sitting down and be like, bro, why you feel this way? Like, let's be honest. Let's sit down, have some tea, like, you know, take a bubble bath, whatever you need to do to reflect, and ask yourself, what is the basis of this behavior, and why don't I just simply try? And then after trying and interacting, you start to see the differences in the way that people interact with me. For example, one of the ones is I always have problems with mansplaining. And I used to always be like, I don't get what mansplaining is. I don't get what mansplaining is. But guess what? After I took the time to, like, confront a lot of my misogynist biases, after I took a lot of the time to, like, try to really understand and listen to women more, guess what? I explain all the time because I didn't know the difference between explaining and mansplaining. And women tell me I'm not mansplaining anymore. Women tell me that, no, that's not mansplaining. It's obvious to us when you mean this. And those are the things that we're talking about. Take some time and, you know, hang with some niggas for a minute. You'd be surprised. It wouldn't take you that long before we'd be like, oh, yeah, you get it now. You fucking get it. I say all the time, for all of you guys that think that we're essentializing this, how many times do I have to put shout out to hippie motherfucking Malone?
Will eventually get the pass.
I was gonna say we talked about that. I think we were talking about that with, like, the FD's presentation. You were saying that was wasn't your cup of tea, and I had to be like, nah, that's just how, like, black dudes speak to each other. You know what I mean? And that's who his content is kind of geared towards.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, and that's what. So if you're asking for the takeaway, it's, hey, be skeptical and challenge yourself a little bit. Don't be so comfortable with your excuse for why you don't engage. And that's not to say, by the way, this is not to say that all black people are the same and we're all great angels and speak to have completely unracist motivations and are perfect arbiters of liberation. No,
there's definitely opportunists and all those types of people out there.
It's bullshit. We're different from each other, just like white people get to be different from each other. But what it does is it gives you a lens and opportunity to kind of actually dissect people. Because am I reacting to him or am I reacting to blackness? If you've come onto my channel and you thought that how many times and I'm talking to my audience right now, how many times have I had people come onto my channel from, like, Sansol or Stardust, and they open up with a bunch of assumptions about things that they think that I've said or things that they think that I've done that have nowhere in the universe make any sense to my character.
There's been people been doing that in my chat this stream. Some, I guess, person from India or something was, like, complaining about reparations, and I was just like, just you can just be on quiet time now. But then Band Runner came through. Shout out to Band Runner.
yo, same with mine. Shout out to Fett for banning those people that just came in.
And this is the other thing that's, like, they don't have to deal with this level of, like, they can say that people come in and say mean shit to them, but, like, they don't have to deal with all the different N-word, like, varieties and monkey banana emojis and shit. Like, they don't have to deal with that.
Here's the thing that I have to say, because I have to deal with this recently. For those of you who don't know, again, I launched the Arsenal Away kit. I love my club. The fact that they put me on blast is huge, but that led to a lot of exposure online. And I got a lot of racism that came my way. right? And a lot of white people don't understand what the racism is. They want to say we're just being mean and you just need thicker skin. And I don't care about the racism, by the way. I'm just going to call it what it is. But it's because they called me fat insert version of black person here, like fat insert black soccer player here. And I have to explain to them, it's like when you guys get hate, like if I say that a white person looks like somebody, I'm usually commenting on their hairstyle. Maybe I'm commenting on a specific feature, a nose feature, a face feature, something that they have that ties them to the person that I'm making fun of. Because if you looked at the people they were comparing to me, go look at Serge Gnabry, then go look up Thomas Partey. Those two people don't look alike. Go look up Bukayo Saka and go look up Thomas Partey. They don't look alike. Like, these people don't look alike. What is the one thing all of us have in common? We're black. And if you don't understand that that's the difference of what we're talking about when we talk about the hate that we get. We don't get hate because we're goofy or we're angry or we're silly or none of it's because we're black. That's the source of where the hate comes from. And that's what we're talking about, okay? And those behaviors, those normalizations of those behaviors, those excuses for those behaviors ends up being those macroscopic racisms that we see that infect institutions.
Case in point, I have not gotten a single hate comment this entire stream.
Oh, I'll come over
that's
and add
wild.
some if you need. Just
Yo, everybody roll over. We got you real quick. We got you real quick.
Oh, you walked right into that one.
Yeah.
listen. My chat's been practicing white slurs since I dropped the chalk golem on you guys, so I have a few.
Oh my god. I just want to say I'd like to thank y'all for actually somehow throughout all of this conversation sticking to all the points that Kevin wanted to talk about. Like, that's kind of crazy. That really is like kind of like wild that we were able to not only give solutions but like actually lay out these issues in a way that makes sense. You know, this isn't grievances. This is just a pattern, and we're just saying, hey, we're one of those people who happen to notice this pattern, and we're gonna let you know. This is where that ends. It may not feel like that now. It may not feel like that a year from now, 2 years from now. But when it start getting to the and you start seeing it go nuts, don't say we ain't warn you. And if you say, well, I'll catch it before then, or I'll do that, or there's a reason why not all of us make it, and there's a reason why there's only a couple of us that are gonna make it to that level where it's, you know, something I do on Twitter gets covered on the fucking news. Like, you're getting your whether you want to or not, they're gonna put you in that spotlight to get you right there.
I should remember that paradigm. All I could think of was like a black St. Peter at the Kevin's game. He's like, I remembered that.
I mean, it's a better use of time than just shouting nigga shit.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine like fucking Elon Musk or Goldberg or whatever, like up in the pearly gates, and they're just like walking past, and like St. Peter's black, and they're like, oh shit, and he just goes, I remember what you said.
It also gets into what I was saying, you know, and I've been saying this, is that there's a lot of people on the platform whose content is heavily undervalued, and the market is. We've talked about it several times on this panel. The market is flooded with edgy white people on the internet, trust. So also part of that is when you're being edgy, you're on the edge. You're intentionally skirting the lines of what is and is not TOS. So you're setting yourself up for failure, which is the crazy part, because a lot of people can still fail upwards. But the type of content that's actually educational, like, that's, I feel like, where people should be putting value instead of just what gets clicks. What gets people, even if it's not as many people, what gets people to stick around long term and actually contribute positive changes in their lives or the lives of their community. Like, it's been dope streaming with people like, I know Ben called him out, but I'm streaming with people like Alec and Seaweed and them, because they actually put together like a little network for like mutual aid streams, and they talk about food not bombs and stuff, and that type of stuff is cool. People like Frackle, who are dope chatters, who also get involved in activism and stuff. Like, when you can do content and link with other people on content that actually influences positive things whether it's even just electoralism bullshit, like voting for the proper local elections people, right? Because we cover that type of stuff on my podcast. But like, when you can actually point to actual stuff like that and say, yeah, I'm proud of this. This is cool. A lot of people, like your Stardust and so on and so forth, can't say that. Even their best, what they consider their best content, is them passing the microphone back and forth with Nazis. So it's like, you have to consider, like, what is it actually, and look at your audience, because our everyone here can tell you point blank, our audiences are all very different, very separate from those people's audiences. And a lot of people in my audience are refugees from those people's audiences because...
Fuck out of my head, yo. I was just about to say that. That happened to me last night. Somebody finally said it. They were like, yo.
They follow us.
Yeah, they were like, yo, I came from Infrared's chat, and I see you put leftist in your bio. Like, what type of content is this? Because I can't really take too much more of that yelling. I'm super left. Nobody's left enough for me. And yo, this person was hitting with all the messages in their chat, and I was like, you won't feel mad at home here.
What's wrong with AK 4'7"?
Oh my god! It's also just a thing, like, they don't want to see us talk the talk. They want to see us walk the walk. So like, that's why I talk about police. I talk about what I know, what I've experienced, and I try to find a way to make that entertaining. That's what we all do at the end of the day. And when we're telling you to do better, we're saying don't shit on that, because sometimes the people, the only people here that are stepping on toes are y'all, because you guys are presenting yourselves as these news analysts and experts in whatever foreign policy, whatever it is, and you guys have the floor because you have the bigger audiences. You know what I mean? They're the gatekeepers in the space, and they know this. A lot of the times, they're very aware of the fact that whatever content they put out kind of sets the tone with how a lot of people already in the space will treat us going forward. That's why they move the way that they do a lot of us. So when we criticize you and say this is fucked up to do or say, maybe don't platform this person, whatever, and you're literally just mad because you're getting a bag and you don't like the cognitive dissonance of someone who actually is threatened by what you're doing, telling you, hey, this contributes to an era of society that puts people like me in danger. Maybe don't do this. And you're mad because you get a few extra Twitch Amazon dollars, a few Bezos bucks extra off of that, to the point where you're shitting on other creators that could be valuable voices in the space, but the only thing they know about us is your beef with us or whatever. So they're already biased and have their view of us colored by that. But it's like, yeah, that would be my takeaway for the like other streamers and for the other viewers. Like, keep an open mind of when we say certain things, and when, especially black people, when we get emotional, because there is always been a market for packaging and selling our cruelty to the highest bidder, right? So be mindful of when the thing that you're consuming is just trans people getting mad, black people getting mad, women getting mad, right? Because at that point, you kind of have to ask yourself, what do I actually find entertaining about this? And maybe look further into what the other person is saying. Because a lot of us at this level doing this shit that look like me and shit, like, we're not on here saying anything. Like, we have lived experience, and a lot of us have read a little bit of the theory y'all are horny for to back up the shit that we're saying. It's just we get so fucking tired of having the same conversations over and over and over and over again because people are afraid to step outside of their own comfort zones. So bro, like what you're saying, like, bro, the shit you're saying, like, you streamer out there that is like, oh, well, why do you keep saying I sound questionable? Guess what? You're fucking indistinguishable from Nazis and Confederates to us. We have seen your path walked 1,000 fucking times, the liberal,
and that's why it's
fake neutral path. Like, it's bullshit.
That's why it's
Yeah, it's why it's not surprising. Like, I want to tell you something that I can tell you from and maybe I'm wrong. I don't speak for all black people. Other black people on this panel, please, if you have a different experience, let me know. But like, I see shit, but I'm not surprised by it anymore because like I know exactly. I see this shit happening so much that it's like we know where this is going to go. When I find out that said person, you know, maybe has a secret Confederate flag, like I don't know, see this shit coming, right? Or maybe some person is like Paradigm was talking about on the fucking on Russia. Like it doesn't surprise us because you were already so indistinguishable. So if I'm making this comment at you, maybe you need to take like you're saying, take a step to the back. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you making us feel this way? Like, maybe there's a reason for that, you know?
I would like to add, bars incoming, just letting y'all know, because you said something endless and it made me think about something, and now I'm just stuck in the back of my head on it. Listen, and I hope y'all follow the trend of thought I'm going here. This is off the top, freestyle. I understand what y'all hearing. I'm trying to pull on the heartstrings. You're trying to heat our words. I feel it. You're doing handsprings, trying to handle like all this. I guess you feel like we grilling you and we not greeting you. I get that. Trust me. I understand. I'm here with you. I really am. I really am with you. But what you bring to the table, you cling into it with this like you treat us like we're a fling, and like you sling this shit our way because you feel like you're entitled to do that. And it stings because I guess you're ringing out like all your grievances about different races and different this and different that and different and I like you're inflicting this pain on us that's not letting us advance nowhere. And I know it's addicting to you. I trust me, I get it. I get it. To be a brainstorming broadcaster who tries to broaden people's horizons and like y'all just have this way. Yo, it's making me upset. Y'all just have this way of extending this trauma to people who are trying to expose and express and expound upon it. Like we're not a thing. We're not a person. Like you alienate us, and it makes me feel like you're afraid of us. And you know why it make me feel like y'all afraid of us? Because we not on here saying anything. And we definitely not saying everything. And that's what I think scares y'all, is that we're criticizing you as though we want your audience. Nah, I don't want that. I don't want that. Not if I got to sit here and defend myself over the same dumb shit day in and day out. I don't want that. Come to the king correctly. Come to the king. There's a reason why Daenerys ain't died to the end of that shit, stabbed in the back by somebody she cared about. Because you're not getting close to us, and you realize we're lapping you. People are starting to realize, oh shit, it's not just them being black streamers. They're actually talking about the things these people loosely graze over. They spend 2 days when you know they got a job, they got this and that. Yo, this is something we need to talk about. And if I'm gonna host a community, if I said part 1, we're doing part 2. Y'all have these conversations and then flick to the side. What's the next thing to talk about today? Who's the next person who's going to react to this panel, and then another person who reacts to this panel, which builds a panel of people reacting to it? Why do they have these responses to us? Because, bro, I sat there and had a 2-hour conversation with you, then watched a 3-hour video on Jordan Peterson, and watched and linked up the VODs together, and you were saying word for word the same things. Maybe you are just as smart as Jordan Peterson. Nah, Occam's razor. Let's play it like this. I think you know what you were doing, and you were seeing if you could put out those super smart ideas to make yourself sound like you were indefensible, because who could argue Jordan Peterson? Bitch, I did. And we do. And we always do that. We smarter than that. And it make me feel like you treating me stupid. And the one thing you learn in the hood, don't ever play me for a dumb nigga. Don't do that.
It's this thing called playing in my face. You're playing in my face right now. I don't like that shit.
Don't and that's what it. So to ring this all back in, because I wanted to make this point, and that's why I brought this all up. How y'all falling for endless and shit is beyond me. I had this conversation the last stream, and I'm gonna do it again. Yo, I'm not saying that he's like some heavenly god of sorts that's like playing y'all with these extra 4D chess games. This shit is and I mean this. Okay, fighting games. He's doing neutral. He's literally throwing the fucking medium kick out, and y'all keep walking into it. Just stop, block, bro. Like, holy shit! You have advanced guard. You have a V trigger. You have defensive options. And y'all just, and that's what gets me. That's why I be having the confidence I be having.
It's so much worse than that. It's literally that, but also I'm showing you the controller and you're looking at me just pressing one button, and I'm telling you the whole time, I'm literally just doing this. You can block. You can even punish if you block, and you're still just walking straight into that shit.
Because
Why?
they've never
Command
thought
grab.
that they would have to. That you're making them use muscles that haven't been used before.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true.
You
They
mean
don't have the
emotional?
muscle memory.
You mean emotional maturity and the ability to take criticism?
Interrogating
Like,
biases and getting put back in their lane. It's never
Yeah.
happened to them. There's a bunch of these motherfuckers, and you know what? I'd go so far to say some of them are college educated, and not once have they had this framework challenged. So,
When Car says you haven't had this framework challenged, yo, so remember that chatter that I brought up and that whole league of things we could get into? Let me put it to you this way. When we say you haven't been challenged, I mean the debate sphere is as large as the debate between Ken Ham and Bill Nye. You haven't seen, and you will in season 3, you haven't seen a debate run where if you don't come prepared, you are automatically losing. Like, you take a L, you go down the ladder.
You haven't even seen the multiverse. You haven't even been exposed to the multiverse.
And some people are gonna be like, how do you know? How do you know my past? Because of the way you present yourself in a live stream context. You gotta plan shit out. You gotta be ready. I understand there's streamers like me. I do it. Everybody here do it. Where sometimes you just want to sit and relax and you're entertaining your crowd. That's fine. We're not talking about those communities. We're not talking about the gaming communities. We're not talking about the anime communities, the Pokemon communities, the Yu-Gi-Oh communities, the Call of Duty communities. Like, there are so many different avenues to entertainment. We're only talking about you in this context because you are in this context. You fit this bill specifically as a streamer that likes to talk about these things that are so important, and yet you do not do it with enough nuance, enough guidance. How many debates have you watched on stream? Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all this right now. Professional debates, the total amount watched on stream, 3 for 6 hours total. How do I know that? I told you I got connection. Stop playing with me. Like, even if we want to go to you having plausible deniability, saying, oh, I did this off stream, that and that. Yo, I got metrics. People talk to me. I didn't come into this space stupid. I know people. Like, I be working at places, you work at a wedding and a guy says, yeah, I'm a associate at this, that, and the other. Yo, here's my card. Yo, I'm doing wedding photography. Go check out our photography. Yo, I really like that stuff, bro. So, what else do you do? I'm a Twitch streamer. Oh, I happen to know with somebody. You want me to link you up? Because I come correct. I don't do the white man. Yo, I'm a black man from Harlem trying to make it out here. Y'all know I'm taking the pictures, oh, well, you must be good if you here. Well, that means you must have an opinion beyond. I don't need to look at the skit.
Bro, it's
like, come on.
It's that shit that, like, and how many times have you guys seen it? Like, I enter a debate. Y'all weren't ready for somebody that knew what the fuck they were talking about. Y'all are just you are so used to your own paradigm that you didn't know that you should have prepared before you entered the motherfucking ring with me, bro. And it's so frustrating because it's literally you're talking about, how can you tell that I haven't done this? Stardust, how do you think I fucking know that you've never taken in any courses in media in your fucking life?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna hold you. It's my favorite shit ever. Even when I'm doing like 5v1s and shit, I just come in there and command grab them to death just over and over again.
But because
even when they hold block, it still hits them, and they're like, "What do I do?" And I'm just like, "Nah." Just like,
and that's honestly, and that right there is honestly, I'm going to be real, why a lot of us sit free in a lot of their heads, because they have insecurities that we're pushing on, like
their knowledge gaps.
Like Stardust wanted me to come up there and tell her that she was stupid and tell her this, that, and the third, and I go, you don't have the training for this, honey. Like, this is why you don't have the training. You notice how you specifically humanized Spencer when you said this phrase? You weren't ready for that. You weren't ready for somebody that, you weren't ready for those conversations, or in the cases where
we're just straight up JQing on the shits for like. He was doing it for a minute. It was crazy, and she didn't challenge it, a word of it.
Bro,
it was wild.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say about. I don't even know what to say about this stuff. Or you and Dylan. Like Dylan, you are so used to being like loved by everyone on the left. You know, everybody loves your story. Everybody, you're so used to getting the love that it broke your brain that Endless doesn't like you. Like it just like that's what this whole thing between you and Dylan was about. Like that's why he did it. All of that is because you didn't like him. You had criticisms of him, and you wanted to put distance between you and him because of that feeling.
And I tried to keep it low key too. I tried to keep it low key. I didn't want that to be a public thing.
Well, that's what this is. Is no offense. Y'all are freaking out because y'all are call yourselves anti-racist, but yet none of the black folk want to sit with you. And you know why. And that right there is fucking with you.
None of the trans folk want to sit with you.
Yo, they really don't.
Like none of the women want to sit with you. I mean, I said this, I've been saying it. Like, you let one Nazi in the bar, it's a Nazi bar now. Because when you entertain that pseudo-neutrality, let's hear him out bullshit, he just brings his friends in. And everybody's like, fuck that,
everybody else
out.
leaves.
Yeah, everybody's like, fuck
You
this,
have
I'm out.
no other audience. You have no other bar patrons. So,
Like,
yeah.
You can watch that happen to these people's audiences in real time right now.
I can straight up say, because I've seen people talk that shit, like, oh, like, you just mad because he doesn't let you on the hippy dippy. Bro, I can go in my messages and I can show you how many times they've invited me to hippy dippy and how many times I've said no. Okay, like this is what we're talking about. I couldn't find black creators to get on hippy dippy when Danabo asked,
even if that was,
didn't want to get on there.
Even if that was a valid criticism, okay, let's say that we were just mad that we didn't get put on. Why would we be mad that we didn't get put on? What would be the reason for us being upset with the substance of their content and the way that they treat our content as opposed to it? If we're even being charitable and assuming that that's a correct take, because it's not for me personally. I don't speak for anyone else, but I was not with. I mean, Carb can vouch. We were just having that conversation with the little tier lists and shit. I told them, nah, I don't want to be associated with this fuckery. This is you got Destiny at the top of this tier list. That's a non-starter for me. I don't want this.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I think that a lot of this kind of comes down to. It kind of deals with like a lot of interpersonal things that I just don't think that they're just used to handling. And I'm making a lot of judgments. So this is one of those times when it's like, Fluff, for the love of God, bail me out here, because I'm making a lot of like claims about maturity and being well adjusted and all that stuff, and I don't have the technical language to maybe talk about it, and maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but this is how it feels to me when I'm seeing basically people unable to take criticism or mature up. Maybe it's something more complicated than that, but it's what it looks like to me.
I just think that nobody in this space is used to talking about this stuff because all they do is just hammer on like weird ass one-liners, and when all you do is do one-liners all day, like you're not going to actually critically think about any of the subjects you're talking about. Nobody's actually doing any thinking in this space. All they're doing is just trying to like learn professional wrestling moves.
Facts.
No printer.
Is there any other questions that you guys would like to ask? Because I wanna do something real quick, and I don't want to interrupt like the thought process.
Yo, real talk. How you get your skin so smooth, nigga?
Yo, okay, so if you're really asking, I'm okay. Let me be funny for a second, but
Bink's back.
It's like, yay, Bink. Hopefully,
Return of the Bink. Return of the Bink.
I like that.
My last name's literally Mac.
Yo, that's your theme song.
So
now I know when I bring you on the show that I gotta play that. Fuck, I gotta figure out how to make that DMCA not a thing. I guess I'll have to write it. What was I saying? Fuck. Yeah. Any other questions? Cause he didn't. Okay, I want to do something real quick. I want to do something cool. I really want y'all to feel me. It might take a little bit. Don't interrupt me. It'll be fast. It should only be about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. But I just want to see if this works. Y'all ready?
Yo.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all the same way Daylight told me.
This is
Nobody
a
want to hear
lot
that
of
bullshit,
viewers.
Sharif. I got enemies. I got a lot of enemies. Yeah, they treat me like Drake with the energy. But I'm not your average Joe, so buttoning this shit that don't fit well, that's just mistaking my symmetry. Now I got AKs, 4.5s, 9s. It look like I raided the infantry, trust me. And all these bitches can't wait to ring off like escaping polygamy. Now, the first thing we talked about was interesting. I tried to lay down a landscape to show y'all a different me. I mean, in order to build, we got to keep it real, because shedding blood and bloodshed, well, that's two different things. I hope y'all listening. I had to raise my consciousness above the grain against some other things. It wasn't fun to bang, see a mother's pain after another slain, but now look at me, eh? Positive, but that blood type's still in a brother veins, and ain't nothing changed. I'm just RPG. If I get that Call of Duty, I'm putting the toolies in the RPGs. If Holmes try to get mobile, I give his RV3. You thought it was all love and hip hop? Hardly, G, for coming crooked and sideways out the mouth. Money will straighten that out like Cardi B. Be thoughtful, E. Ooh. How you send your message to Sparta? It'll be a deep, dark hole that we put you in. I put hands on your blood with enough combinations to get you out of any Volt smack ever put you in. What it took to win? Playing with your name, hardcore white man trying to do a bunch of silly flips. I'd rather catch you in the ring, fresh out of a restaurant from a Denny's dish. You with your pretty bitch? I pull out this bad boy and make him take that with the semi-spit. He gonna need faith with every step he take trying to get away. Think he really quick? Well, dodging these bullets will have him dancing in the rain doing the Diddy skip on some R.I.P. Biggie shit. I'm really lit. If you can't hit me with the Lux clone shit like the guy's fake, I send 25 my rate and get you dubbed for the high stakes. If you got me enraged, I'm cocking a gauge. I'll prove the same point as hollow when these hollow points come out the crowd. Don't be surprised when Cows pops on the stage. Yeah, you gotta behave. A lot of these people biting Destiny style, then they diss him. Oh, he gonna say he's not, a fake a lot, peep the whole Lakers plot. It's like Kobe at the free throw line biting a Jersey nigga before you take a shot. Who you claiming? You slaying rock? You been in the crib? You been around black people enough? Ah, fella, that's so lame. Everybody did dirty. My big homies was in their own lane, that whole lane. When it came to running base, they safe, slide first. The enemies are the dash when them 6 bursts, they ain't hear shit. It was silent partner, Biggs Burke. Now I done did work. Got these veterans scared to share the throne. They swear he cloned. He just another Hassan copy. He just another XQC trying to make it as a black man playing id pole for the sake of it. But if the AK got jammed in the Faith 9, still Jerry Jones. Let's carry on. It's gonna be so easy. I mean, how many of y'all situations that y'all claim brought change actually saw the light of day? I heard they put about 11 in the slot. That's cold, Twitch. This coast needs me to expose these niggas in a list of vets that lack performance, always banking on a shot that we get the point once it hits the net. You like Jim Jones in an abandoned home, can't find your way, you set dip. Got nobody to call on, damn. In other words, you lost in the building but want to give us this feeling that it's all on cam.
Oh my god.
Hard.
Damn.
Hard.
That was yo.
My God.
That last bar was fire.
What?
That
In other words, you
was-
lost in the building. You lost in the.
That shit was.
Debated these people, but want to give us the feeling that it's all on cam. Oh,
That was. You went crazy with that one.
Bro,
You
I
flexed on that
fucking
one.
love you.
your
I fucking
favorite
love
streamer
you.
can never.
Your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. Ladies, gentlemen, and
That's
non-gender
right.
conforming individuals.
Holy shit.
What a Cardi B
With
did
that
to
being
you.
Kill Cardi B.
Nigga so loving hip hop, gotta straighten that out. Like, stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. But no, on a
holy
serious
shit.
note, on a serious note, and I really mean this, Ed, thank you for participating. You see how I was able to do that? What type of creativity you gonna get on these panels where barely anybody even talks about what they like or dislike? It's always the topic, right? We're talking about racism in Twitch, and I'm spitting bars about Twitch here. You hearing personal stories here, and we're making jokes, laughing. This is a heavy-ass topic. We made it entertaining because we understand the form of talking to somebody about this and having them accept it as a truth. Do you understand the form of talking about somebody and having them understand your truth? I doubt it, because if you did, they wouldn't keep coming back. They wouldn't be saying shit like, I hope. Like, if any female presenting streamer out there wants me to tie them up, there's a whole question about that. There's a whole legality. But hit my DM. No, I'm kidding. Paradigm's down bad.
Okay. It's a mood.
Yeah, there's your edgy
my.
comment, right? There's your edgy for the day.
See,
no,
there we go. We got an edgy comment in. We can call this a Bloodsport stream now. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Now we'll get the
Yeah.
money and the views.
Do we need to be edgy? I can
Clickbait.
start cleaning my Glock if that's what.
Well, listen. I
got a
think
Punisher
that
vest.
if you guys didn't want to have people treat you this way, if you just pulled your pants up, all right, and like started talking right, maybe you guys wouldn't get so much racism. Maybe this isn't racism at all. Maybe you ever think that your streams are just bad, and that's why nobody listens to you. That's my edgelord shit for the day.
Have
Oh
you
my God.
have you ever pondered that black people are the reason that there's gun laws? Like that black people should just stop using guns. Have you ever thought of that?
Yo,
Yeah,
you know what's
I always
crazy?
tell them, hey, they can go first.
Oh.
They can give up theirs. And
Yeah,
Speaking-
right.
Speaking of giving up guns, you know what's crazy? And okay. So lately, there's always a theme with everything that I say. So it seems like today is Russia. Last time it was the train. It was some other shit.
Oh damn, you finessed the
In
pocket.
Russia,
Oh,
in Russia, nah, this is an incense. I know
Oh,
it looked like
damn.
that though. Yeah. But I do have Pocky at a store nearby.
yeah. Incense is tight too.
I'm not eating this. Anyway. Fuck. In Russia, they got those, those like 50-man fighting things where they put like 50 on each team in a ring and they all just box it out. You really want to see that happen in a large urban metropolis? Yo, we kind of need the guns because one shot really do send everybody dipping. Like it really do lower every bullet used in the hood do lower the property value by like $50.
It's the
once a week.
the anti-gentrification.
Look, I don't need to go to Russia to see a 20 on 20 or 30 on 30 brawl.
Yeah.
I was a bouncer at clubs in the inner city for many years. All right?
No, you can't be a
Yep.
bouncer. That shit doesn't count. Apparently, according to all these other people.
Oh yeah,
being a
the
bouncer
doorman.
don't mean you
Yeah,
see
it don't-
nothing.
yeah, you're just doing your job. You know what I mean?
Right? Like, there's two accounts now. Oh, they're both. I wonder what you ran
So,
into.
I was gonna say
Yes,
I don't need to fly all the way to Ukraine to see bombed down homes, people displaced. I can just walk 10 minutes from here. But
Yeah, I'm a 4-hour drive from Michigan, from Detroit, so I don't have to go very far either.
I can vouch for that because I used to make that drive. I got half my family in Detroit, so I used to always make that drive on the weekends up to see my family from Cincinnati.
There's
Which,
whole
by-
blocks of just crumbling houses,
Yeah,
overgrown.
My great grandmother's house, the house that now I guess it's in our family because she passed when it's been 10 years now. But which, by the way, for all of you guys that don't understand this thing that we're talking about, oh, racism was so long ago. My great grandmother was alive until I was like 23, 24. All right,
yeah.
fuck off.
My grandmother's
Okay.
still alive.
My parents, I got
My
old
great
parents.
grandmother is still alive.
Yeah, y'all act like. Go ahead.
I was gonna say my parents were alive during Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
like
mother
straight
is
up.
in her 70s. I have old parents. They're both still alive. They've been married my whole life, and they will happily tell you about not being let into the fucking pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, straight the fuck up.
Straight
So,
like that.
but no, my great grandmother, that house, so 8 Mile, where you see that factory that he works at in 8 Mile, like it has the painting on the wall, on the outside wall, and everything. That's around the corner from my great grandmother's house, which is interesting. I watched 8 Mile on 8 Mile.
Full
But,
of dispensaries now.
But that's Cincinnati, bro. People do not know that it is
yeah.
it is like
Dayton.
the big. It's like the kind of racist that people don't expect. It's like the racist that is racism that is so accepted. Like this is what it's like when racists get together and build a city. Like it's not going to be over and in your face. They don't need to like put up ads like "fuck black people" if everybody just feels that way. You don't need to advertise.
You don't think
know?
about it until you
Just
realize you're
because-
only 45 minutes from Kentucky, and then it makes sense.
Exactly. So
Yo.
you have Cincinnati,
That's
my
extremely
hometown, and where I'm broadcasting from on stolen land. Essentially, you've got a little metropolitan area, right? Surrounded by what used to be nothing but farms. So now it's all suburbs in every direction, right? And once you get out of the dense suburbs and out of Hamilton County, which is what Cincinnati is in, to the outer lying counties, you see the most perfect example of white flight, probably the most egregious example that took place in this country's history. And it's like a fucking line drawn where you see
red line. Yep, that's what it was. It was a red line.
This is where the black neighborhood stops, and this is where all the white people and therefore all money moved to. And it's part of the school district. This is one of the places they will arrest you for lying about where you live to send your kids to their school.
I talk about this with Baltimore as well. As a Baltimorean, I talk about this with Baltimore having the first segregation laws on the books in the history of the country. There were sundown towns and such. There's still to this day sundown towns out in places like Carroll County and shit. Like, yeah,
we made the news in 2020 because
Go ahead.
I was saying we made the news in 2020 because some people went to Bethel, Ohio. I don't know if any of you transplants are familiar, and did one peaceful march on a sidewalk, and 2 motorcycle gangs showed up and punched a dude in the back of the head in front of a cop who didn't say a word.
Of course.
Sounds familiar. Sounds like that video that if you go to Hippie's Twitter right now, you can see a video
piece that dude up.
Where bikers came in the middle of, it's almost like Orlando is a high density population city, and you can point to places in Orlando where there's red light. Wait a minute. If you know what I'm talking about in Baltimore, Endless, and you know what I'm talking about in Cincinnati, Karen, I'm guessing this is just guess. This is just black premonition going on again. Call me that so Raven. Yo, I'm guessing Paradigm knows a few things about what goes on in New York, and man, BP sure said she has a lot of discomfort being in majority white areas. I wonder if there's like something that's happening today that might be causing everybody have these similar experiences across an entire country.
I'll say this. There was just an arson in one of the adjacent neighborhoods. People with pride flags got their houses torched. And we're still trying to figure out who did that, what the motive. We know what the motive is, but trying to figure out, it's just a thing that happens.
You guys know I talk about the children, right? My district is split in half, racially and financially, and the North gets the most funding, and the South doesn't get funding basically at all, right? Classic bullshit, right? And they actually started building, I believe, a new school the size of a college campus in Monroe, or maybe in north of my county. But basically the point is that my school was collapsing in on itself, like literal structure wise, and they had enough money to build a high school as big as a college campus with a pool stadium, a football stadium, and a basketball court. So in my school doesn't even have like up-to-date books. My teacher have to do it out of their money to get up-to-date books. So there's something going on here. If you can do all of that fancy shit for one area, but the other area doesn't have dog shit at all.
And I remember this, audience. I asked you earlier. I asked you to do something for me. Before you come up with a reason, an excuse for why this is happening, before you try to justify it, say, did they really know, or couldn't it just be, just sit back and take a second and remember, for you, maybe this is the first time you've seen something like this. But for me, it's my goddamn 10,000th time. And at some point, like, your excuses don't hold up. Some point, you need to start attacking those biases that allow you to justify why the fuck it is. I can go down on Cayley Street right now in Orlando, and one side is laid with brick, and the other side has potholes. Straight up.
Yeah. I know. You stay in Florida, Ashton. I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I went to fucking. I can say this because I don't live nowhere near it, so it doesn't matter. But I went to fucking.
It's different down there. It's different.
Yeah, I went to MLK fucking elementary school, and that shit's a fucking like it's not a good school at all. So
Never
like
is.
Yeah.
so I've been down there. You feel me?
Like, I'm gonna keep it a band.
Yeah.
The general culture is a little different here in Baltimore. It's mainly police, just because Baltimore is like 60% black. But like down there, it's different. A different type of different.
Well, remember, I went through Baltimore recently, and what was the first thing I messaged you? I was like, "Oh shit, there's so many black people around. I feel comfortable."
Yeah.
Even though I was closer to crime, sure, whatever. But I was like, "Oh shit, I see actual niggas running down, like actually walking downtown, and they're not just going to a club." Like, I was like, "Oh shit, my
just
people
living,
DC
existing.
sometimes it's ridiculous.
DC is Chocolate City, baby.
That's why I'm always going to pound the drum about statehood. They're afraid to let it happen.
Yeah,
because it's going to be a 60% black vote.
Oh yeah,
of the state. It will be the single strongest black voting body in the country.
You just have to look at how Maryland is already gerrymandered because of how black Baltimore and PG County and those places are. Montgomery County is starting to get up there now too.
Bro.
Yeah, that's why they're pushing the fucking Republicans so hard now because nationally speaking, Georgia, I would argue, is blue, but locally, it's red as hell.
Well, yeah,
red.
It's those rural areas.
Gerrymandered is what it is.
Yeah, it's the rural areas.
Well,
Same thing in Florida. So it is funny. Like, I was bigging up Baltimore, but let me come with it though. Let me come with it. Y'all a police state for real though. Like,
I was reading
like the blue lights.
I was out on the pier, right? Like that's where I was. I was at the Fell Inn or whatever.
Fells Point. I used to work out there. I worked at the Hyatt Place hotel there. That was some fucked up shit.
When I talk about homeboy just standing there like in full riot gear, just like looking around all like
because,
this shit is normal.
Because
my ashy ass went to a CVS, right? Because you know how it is when you traveling and you forget your lotion and your ass is ashy, right? So I walked to the CVS thinking like, okay, it's time, right? Let's go get me some. Bro, when I walk into that CVS, the lotion is behind glass and locked up, and homeboy in security is at the front. I had to ask homegirl at the cashier. I'm like, "Yo, it really be like that around here?" She's like, "Yeah, nigga."
I told you, once you understand the story behind that, it'll be even more hilarious, though. So, Fells Point, that area specifically is like one of the front lines of the anti-gentrification, because that's like the touristy area. You saw the little cobblestones and the little ancient ass little taverns and shit. White people love that place. So that's where
we do.
That's where when the bikes come out, that's where they cruise, just loud as shit, whipping the dirt bikes through there and shit. There was just a giant ass fucking brawl out there. It's where like I sometime around 2020, I would say, I think it's probably been like that for a while, but I just started noticing it where they decided to turn the dial on the nigga tree up there and crank that bitch off the fucking wall, where they were just like, we're just gonna go here and just like do wheelies and fucking do donuts and get drunk and fight, and it's going to be us at our most us. And because of how Baltimore Police Department is set up to where that's a lot of it is just us doing us, like block parties and that type of shit is shit that we've been doing since they fucking brought us here, right? But that's the shit that they have illegalized, and that gets into the conversation that Bink and I were having when we did the link with Bink, talking about black illegalism, about like us just existing and doing things that are not making other white people money is against the law, right?
Straight up, perfect example. Down here in Daytona Beach, right? Black College Reunion was banned. Before they banned spring break. They eventually got to spring break. But the first thing to fucking go was, we need to get Black College Reunion the fuck up out of here. If you don't know about Daytona, it has Bethune-Cookman College, right? But Mary McLeod Bethune.
That shit just sounds racist. Bethune? That sounds like a slur, dog. You about to get my shit to your ass.
No. You don't know who you talk about. She an old civil rights activist. She used to
work with King. Damn.
I'm that's an HBCU.
How bad?
No, it's straight because
big L's.
Like, come on, she sounded like she just came off the plantation with some racist ass plantation owner.
That shit sounded like
McLeod Bethune. Like, come on.
Yeah, that sounds like a slave name.
Shit.
That's definitely a slave name. That sounds too close to what my parents' maiden last name was. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
But because it's an HBCU, because we had Black College Reunion, they made sure to get that shit, so that they banned it. So at that period of the year, for years, if you were a group of black people that consisted of more than 5 people, they were chopping you down. They were like, we can't have more than 5 Negroes in one fucking area, otherwise y'all gonna throw a party and
there's literal laws on the books. There's laws on the books for that. Yeah.
Isn't that the same thing they were doing with the fucking
Joe Louis?
Don't say it. What is it? I'm trying.
Joseph Lewis.
Joe Louis, come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. Twist it around your head. Spin it like a helicopter.
It's not Selma. There it goes.
Selma.
Isn't that what they did with like the judge passed did an action or some shit like that and was like, well, it can't be more than like X, Y, and Z people grouped together in public gathering or something like that.
Oh, well, so I mean, that's what was it? Disturbing the peace. That's literally what that law is. It was designed to make sure that black people couldn't gather in large groups. It always circles back to that. That's like, and it's like cornrows and shit, how we had to use cornrows to communicate with each other and that kind of shit because we weren't allowed to speak or read and write or any of that type of shit. Like, there's always going to be, like, shit that we do that disgusts or offends them because it's just us doing us, and it's weird as shit.
Yo, Joe, we've gone into RL, but we started off talking about Twitch Spaces and covert racism and dealing with that. I feel like you might have an opinion or two on that. I feel like you know what it's like when they do the racism to you.
I feel
could you elaborate?
I kind of feel like people might have some treatment of you that was racially motivated.
Before you say it, I just want to say that that's what I had forgotten when I was stuttering, is that I wanted to bring up that incident between Joe Louis and that other dude that everybody keep bringing up over
Fabian.
And over. Because
you talk about Yakubi and Liberty?
No, he's talking about the white guy, the Asian guy. God,
that was funny. I didn't want to do that. That's specifically why I didn't say it. Specifically why I didn't do that, because I knew I was going to make that mistake.
I signed a peace treaty.
Now we're going to have clips of that.
Damn, clipped and shit.
No, it's not. I don't want to bring it up. It's not like it's bad. I just want to say that I was talking about it with me and my friend. She had a video she wanted me to send you because it explains your position on that as valid. It was a long one, but I just want to say that on the ground, like in Brooklyn, people I talk to happen to watch you because they watch me, so I put them on the L. Everybody was in agreement, and I'm just gonna say it like this: they all knew what you meant. Like they all knew what you meant. Also, it wasn't even a question. They just knew what you meant. Like,
also, can I just say as a Marylander that shirt you have on is drippy as fuck.
Oh, thank you. Oh shit! Someone's at my door, so.
Okay, well, can we say this is another problem? Like what Joe Lewis's thing kind of exemplifies, by the way, is if you're not comfortable with the term whiteness or understanding what it means, maybe you shouldn't be in a conversation about racism or anything like that. Like straight up, like do some background where, like, if you don't agree with the academic understanding of whiteness and all of these things, that's fine. But let's not get off, like, you have to get off the ground with this shit. You got to get past, like, okay, this is the academic terms for these things, and arguing with that shit.
If they can't, tell them let the grown-ups talk. Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about
also,
high-level ideas here.
also, it's extremely
I'm curious,
telling
have you ever-
how they don't understand what whiteness is and Asian people connection with whiteness, because literally during BLM and during Stop Asian Hate, a lot of the Asian community, including Pacific Islanders, were talking about how they basically have to erase their like ethnic background in order to assimilate into a white society, quote unquote.
That's
So, like,
the reaction
they
that even
literally
black
talk-
people have had in this country.
Yeah, like definitely for sure. But like the fact that like, you know, there's having that conversation too is extremely telling, you feel me? So like even with Stop Asian Hate happening and y'all wasn't even willing to have that conversation is extremely telling.
Yeah, I know, and it's almost like there's a guy that bases his whole comedic career off of tokenizing his Asianness, and now is making a movie.
Oof.
What was that, Joseph? Like, God damn, I hate that guy.
Fucking people not knowing where my house is now. It's annoying.
Alright, real quick. I feel like I've said all I wanted to say, and I'm just gonna end up listening to the rest of the panel. And I think I can do that from outside of it. So I'm gonna let you guys keep doing you, and I'm gonna watch.
Copy.
Take care, guys.
Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Yeah, love you,
Yeah, we
Fluff.
appreciate you, Fluff.
Thanks for having me on, Kevin. I love you. I love all of you.
Thank you so much for coming on, Fluff. We really appreciate you.
Fluff is so goddamn handsome.
Someone was going to ask me a question. I think.
Fluff was going to ask you a question, but
Then he dipped.
Motherfucker. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
That's
I
all good.
will also want to publicly shame you guys for not addressing Fluff as they them. I
Oh,
just want to
shit.
publicly shame you guys.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I was following y'all's lead because I would thought that, but they didn't correct y'all, so I was just like, all right.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, BP, don't you ever challenge me. Don't you understand that what he's doing and when he's presenting that in my society, the way that I grew up, that it's completely like.
Do you know how
this
many
is what we
fundraisers? Do you know how many
learned
fundraisers I've done?
Yeah, you learn to take a fucking criticism. It's not that hard. Jeez.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
bad. That's my bad. though.
Are we really flying close to the sun, huh?
Yeah.
That's what's happening today.
Yeah, but nah, let's unpack that because I want to get into the shits with the whole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
We should also publicly shame Joe for not having the Asada Shakur poster up anymore. I think we should all.
I have the green screen's all fixed, so I can put anything I want in the back now.
Put the Thomas
We'll
get a
put
Thomas
Asada
and
back
Cora.
up.
It's like put Asada back up.
Let's
Oh,
put
Lord.
Asada back up. That was just a
Alright.
part of the setup, homie.
Oh, so I had to put people in the mix up of like do the backdrop of my old spot, and then all the posters behind.
Yeah.
That's gonna confuse the shit out of
Throw Thomas Sankara in there. Get Ashanti Alston up in there.
Yeah, just have like Black Heaven and there's all the civil rights activists.
Get Eddie Conway in there. You can't see my Black Jesus portrait that I got hanging above my Baltimore County flag, but it's up there.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
See, everybody's
I
got
didn't
such
even realize I didn't even
No,
realize
Carl, it's not that
Asada
deep.
was Asada was written by what's her name? Angela Davis. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah,
until, like, a hot minute.
Tupac. They spent time here in Baltimore. They were part of the Baltimore Black Panthers.
Yeah. But go ahead, Joe. We were trying to hear you read people.
Read people? I don't know what happened. So what we got? I guess like, oh my god, I'm still trying to adjust to like.
Still trying to adjust to like what happened?
No, like I moved, so like everything is about like a ½ inch smaller. So it's like everything, like my Google Home picks me up like now closer. It can like catch if I have. It's a whole thing. I'm still not unpacked. Like it's just like I've been just like it's just like I don't. Anyway, it's a whole thing. Yeah, so you guys were talking about the isms on the Twitchies. Is that what it is?
Yep.
I'm understanding.
Steve.
I'll show you guys the print as well.
I got about another hour. I'm just letting you know. I don't know if we're going that long, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have a take, I guess.
Yes, please.
Maybe it's a take. I don't know. Maybe it's just the oxygen. But I think something that a lot of people have been struggling with, and this is something I couldn't really like materialize into like a thought until a couple of months ago, is that like whiteness is an ideology. And as an ideology, it's divorced from the individual, despite the fact that there is an identifiable individual that it's explicitly targeting.
Right.
And that's kind of why I think I don't want, like, there are scholars that are doing really good work on whiteness, but I think they had to stop, or at least curb or clarify the concept of like whiteness as white people and whiteness as ideology, because I think like there's a lot of like interchangeable language that comes in there where there's like people who will talk about whiteness and it's very clear that they're talking about whiteness as an individual, and then they take that idea of like the individual and like the identity of the individual, and
well, it's because people still identify as a white person. They identify with whiteness.
Well, and the thing is, and then the thing is that, and I guess like the thing that I'm trying to distinguish is that, like, what, because of the ideology of whiteness, that's why there are like, if you talk about say black people, and it's like, okay, what is black people? What is black culture? Black people from all different parts of America will have like a general sort of consistency around what those things are and what that is. But for white people, like even when you put them all in the room and saying like, well, what is white culture? I've seen the conversations in real time, and I've seen how they talk. White people talk to each other. They have no idea what that is, and I'm thinking, congratulations, that's whiteness in action. Like, that's the ideology in action. And like, so just to make it kind of clear, is that like one of the core features of whiteness as an ideology, for me at least, is that and again, like the ideology, there's settled habits of thought and action. So here's the settled habit of thought. The settled habit of thought is that white people get to determine political, social conversations on their own terms.
True.
That gets to what we were talking about earlier. They see themselves as like the default or like normal, like unraced, ungendered, like dictator of the neutral space.
Yeah, this is the statement I always make, that white people think neutral spaces are neutral, and they're not. They're white. I do want to say, I think this might bring up our first contention, because I actually disagree with a part of it. And it's not a big deal. I just don't think that I don't think that if you grab a bunch of black people that we can define blackness. I think blackness is super undefinable, and it's super hard for us to kind of come to a consensus. The only consensus that I find that I think that we all agree on is that blackness exists in opposite of whiteness. That basically it's the othering effect that is universal no matter where we are on the planet. The way that we're treated in society, that othering is blackness, and that kind of goes deeper into our understanding of race in general, because even before race was based upon color, race is basically a human construction used to other a group of people. Like whether it be like Roman citizens versus non-Roman citizens, that's what they literally considered a race back then. That tool was just used so that you can other the barbarians so that you can kill them. And it's kind of the same thing with whiteness, right? Whiteness is literally a tool that they use to other others so that they can say so they can group you and other you and then have an excuse to marginalize and disenfranchise you.
Pause. People didn't get that. I hear it. I hear them white boys in my ear. I hear it. You didn't get that. You didn't catch that. What he's saying is that you know for a fact, because you bring it up all the time, Italians were discriminated against. Other people with lighter skin were discriminated against when they came here. So you're saying that can't be possible. Why do you keep subjecting whiteness to this special lens? Because it was figuratively created. When I say
weren't white.
figuratively
I wanted
created,
I wanted to before I left, I wanted to get at that and what you were talking about earlier. The fact that when we talk about how we're anti-white and anti-whiteness, it's not saying we're anti-Italian, we're anti-Swedish, we're anti-Lithuanian, we're anti-Ukrainian. Any of these rich like heritage of European people. You know what I mean? We're saying that we are against this political category that was created by like from its inception to exist in part of hegemony, as part of a hierarchy of individuals of who we consider first-class citizens and second-class citizens in the United States of America and abroad as well in colonialism.
So wait, just back to Joe. I don't disagree with you. I just wanted to say that. So I don't disagree with the rest of your statement.
No, yeah, and like I sent you, I just DM'd you a book that I've been reading that's kind of been like getting me hip about these things. And essentially what happens is that there's like settled habits of thought and action around these things, and then those settled habits of thought lead to action. And then the only way that I found, and we talked about this, I think when we had like, I think you and I talked about guns recently, where it's like I'm really like interested in changing the settled habits of thought, but the frustration is that I don't think people even understand that there are even settled habits of thought and action, and how like that's like kind of where the path leads. For example, like when I say that white, like one of the settled habits of thought around whiteness as an ideology is that the thought is white people get to determine social and political conversations on their own terms. That leads to actions based around that thought. And when I say additionally that whiteness as an ideology can function divorced of white people, that's how you get non-white people to make arguments and do these type of like capes and defenses towards these things. So I'll give like a really good example of like, you'll have a conversation about poverty, and like one statement that I say time and time again that gets people uncomfortable is black people are poor. And then I'll get a lot of black people who will say to me that, okay, not all black people are poor. And then I ask the question of like, well, what is the importance of making that distinction? Like, if you're going to say that black people are poor and you're coming to me saying not all black people are poor, okay, what's the political validity and rationale that you're making so that you requires that distinction?
Right.
And then through back and forth, it leads back to this. It never leads back to the distinction. It leads back to this statement, which I've heard in different variations of, well, if you talk about these things, you're going to make white people uncomfortable. If you say that black people are poor,
people are always worried about mixed company for whatever reason, and it's like they don't need reasons to hate us. They already have a system that will give them that for them.
And it
was already taught to them,
right?
Yeah, and the reason why I separate is like that to me is a way that non-white people can manifest into adopting the ideology of whiteness without even knowing that they're doing it in the first place. Like the idea of appealing to a white audience when you're making particular arguments. And it's frustrating because it's like, yeah, if we're going to have a conversation about poverty, we're going to have a conversation about the differences between black poverty and white poverty. That's always going to be there. That's not going to, that's not like just, but the thing is that if I, as somebody who's saying a particular thing, like I will bring in these other groups when I feel the need that I need to bring in these other groups. But in certain conversations, especially around poverty, there are people who hear the statement, black people are poor, and then try to recenter it around white individuals just for a means of like keeping the conversation cordial or
and I'll say that also happens left and right too. People on the right want to do it because they want to silence the critiques that black people have of white supremacy, and people on the left do it. Right, exactly. And people on the left will do it because it just makes them uncomfortable, and they're, especially with white men, they're just uncomfortable with not having their main character syndrome fulfilled. So they want to. They're the class reductionists. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the framing that you're talking about on the left will be specifically like you'll turn white people off by saying this.
Exactly.
You'll make it so white people will not like your message. This is actually, so to that point, that same it's funny because I had all of this argument with one person, and you know the person I'm talking about. was. He was the one that was talking about the Hassan cop killing thing, and I had a conversation with him over Discord, and it's funny because there's this idea, like I had to stop and ask him. I'm like, what person do you think was like an ally to black people, was going to go out and do something for black people, saw Hassan laugh at a cop and said, nah, fuck him?
It's not even that. It's just my first thought was, I rest assured, friend, regardless of whether or not we find that shit funny, they will have more dead Negroes by the police's hands tomorrow. Like, they're going to continue to kill us no matter what we do.
Well, sure, but my point is that discomfort and our whole conversation could be unpack what Joe's kind of getting into when he's talking about like it makes people uncomfortable, and the idea that we have to play a game of let's say things in a way that we were actually talking, and he goes, well, don't you know people are just going to get turned off when you say white privilege? And I'm like, what else am I supposed to say about it?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, it's not the words I am using that they are uncomfortable with. It's the idea that they're uncomfortable with.
Implying. It's what it's telling them.
Right, yeah.
And I would say that a lot of your wannabe allies, and especially with their followings, people who maybe aren't as educated on the issues or don't speak so confidently on them, the thing I see the most is, they come into the space and they wake up a little bit to some of the issues. They learn, oh, gender is a social construct. Oh, race is a social construct, but then they stop there. Right. I'm like, you only did half the work. Yes, they are social constructs that were forced on people at gunpoint, at sword point, and we're living in that aftermath now. So before we can get to a post-racial society, a post-gender society, we got to undo the shit that was done by forcing race on people, one drop rule on people, things like that, by forcing strict gender norms on people. And that's a very common blind spot that I see in the people operating in these spaces. And it kind of falls back to that. I keep referencing the framework. These are all things that ultimately, if you go back far enough in the timeline, the colonialism brought this and planted that seed, and this is where we are now, that seed of busted education and a white serving hegemon, So I think people need to have that part where they continue the line of thought, because they stop halfway through. But we've been going for about 4 hours straight, y'all. So, I didn't know if we had an input. I feel bad because I've been dying to be on stream with Joe Lewis for a long time. And
People keep telling me I need to talk to you.
I know.
This is my civil war. This is my civil war.
It's always kind of weird because like our orbits of conversation always like almost collide and then back off. But
well, you know what? I think we'll make sure to force a conversation next time. I'll drop something, one of my thermonuclear takes, and we'll have something to fight about. Like, hey, everybody, stop washing your chicken. Stop it. You're getting germs everywhere. Quit washing chicken.
Bro, if you don't put vinegar on that chicken, nigga, I ain't eating it.
I can't even get people into washing the rice. There are some people who
that's different.
Wash the rice. Don't wash the chicken.
That's wild. I'm guilty. I used to never wash my rice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are people who literally they
that little extra protein in there.
I had an ex-girlfriend who like we had a nothing argument about this, where she literally like I watched her do it. She just like she put the pan on, put the heat on at like low, put a little butter in there, which is like room temperature cold water, just dump the rice, close it. I'm like, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's
sorry, what? And then she's like, oh, I'm sorry. And then she stirred it. And I'm like, oh my God.
I don't stir it now. That's kind of cringe. But like,
oh my God.
I don't know. Like, I like my rice sticky. So I just
sticky
put extra water.
Nice. Bro,
and
I'm talking. This was the order of operations: bowl, water, fire, butter, rice.
Okay.
Close.
That's weird.
And I just said, "Oh, that's chaotic." And then she's like, "Why do you always say that?" And it's like, it was chaotic.
It's
put the rice in last.
Rice are weird.
That's confidence.
It's what happens when you have such a distance between how things are made and then how you consume them.
Yeah.
Capitalism, baby.
Yep.
We got to do a black
That
fighting
is-
game paddle soon.
Listen, I heard y'all mention multiverses. I'm ready to dunk on y'all.
Hold up. We're
Yo.
come back in here.
Is
Endless
it
was
out,
watching last
or is it
night.
just
Don't
on
do that.
beta?
And
It's free.
I don't know if anyone does Smash either.
I do Smash as well.
And
Smash as
I
well.
played a Fortnite too. So whatever any of those three people are into, I
Okay, so that means I gotta have y'all on for the first thing. Okay, all right, you guys. Once I do the test, we're all in the place, so we know what I'm talking about. Once I get the test running and I have y'all come through for it, I will make that the first booking I make for the. So you'll be getting
fighting game stream.
Let's go.
Yeah, but it's
the black
like-
fighting
yeah,
game
sure.
stream.
You see, we all watching Evo, right? Like you see that production.
Oh, hell
I'm
yeah.
not trying to say I got that production, but I got that production. Like you're gonna go into Video Ninja. You're gonna have a permanent link, so you can always come back whenever something happens. It's gonna be per stream. We're doing so much work. That's why I was like, "Yo, we have been going for 4 hours. I need to work on it. I'm working on it now. Like, it's gonna be
All right.
crazy. I'm invited.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
parent and spouse, so I only have so many hours. People start coming for my head if I'm on too. So, listen.
Thanks for coming
Be
through.
well. Take care. Stay moisturized and hydrated. All right. Stay classless.
True. Wear
Oh,
sunscreen.
yeah.
I definitely feel that. So let's go ahead and do some outros. That was Car's outro. It's
Joe just
always
got
nice
on.
to have Car on. I know.
Yeah, we can
I'm
harass
sorry,
Joe.
Joe.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, there's probably people out there who hate me so much that they're just waiting for me to appear, and then they talk to their overlords like, "Joe's on a panel, go watch." So, and there's a lot of people who do that. So, it's all good. It happens. So it might be a good thing.
for
It might be
sure.
a good thing to make sure that the conversation stays on task.
I just love how we
Wear
like,
sunscreen. Yeah.
we did people's names here and there, so they have to watch the whole panel.
I mean, see, it's what y'all kept saying about Endless earlier. Mashing that punch button, and they keep walking right into it.
I told from the very beginning, I told Sansol, you're gonna go back and forth with me instead of even looking into who Amir Locke is, because I don't know
all
reasons.
the way back in the beginning, baby.
In the very beginning, that was day one, and it's just been failed 50-50s and failed techs ever since.
Are you serious, bro? Do you not know they made the parry easier in Street Fighter 5? Why do you think you going raw super me? Like, it's not gonna work. I could merengue beat that. Like, come on, man.
I know how to duck a fireball.
Exactly.
I know how to duck a fireball. Like,
Exactly.
What's up with
So-
all of these Negroes being nerds on this panel?
What's happening, y'all?
I'm going
nerds
to-
is nerds.
I'm going to Evo next year, God willing. I'm going to Evo next year.
What you talking about, nerds? We winning tournaments, getting 25, 30. We got 40, 45, 50s. Like, come on. This is a career decision at this point. Like,
I legit paid for a meal
Exactly.
off my Mortal Kombat winnings. I played for several meals
I mean-
off my Mortal Kombat winnings.
Kevin is trying so hard to end this panel,
I know,
and we are just
right?
not letting.
How
Hey,
often we get to
look,
cook like
I'm
this
all
on
good.
panels like this, though?
Look, I'm all good for people to have a conversation, but unfortunately, this is where we gotta close things off, just because I'm also a married man, and if I'm away for too long, then the shape of the universe starts to collapse in on itself. So,
See shit getting thrown at him.
Wonderful.
What the fuck? All right, so we're ending this panel. Yeah.
So, thank you all so much for coming onto this panel. Joe, thank you so much for popping in. I don't know how that happened where you were not included on that group message, but
You didn't
we're
wanna
gonna
come
have you
anyway.
in on the next panel.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming anyway.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. For the brief time I had, this is kind of fun.
It's been like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
So, I hope that everybody in the audience learned a lot, and we have some recommended readings for y'all to go through. That would include Racecraft by Karen Fields and Barbara Fields.
Okay.
How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi. That's a
good one.
Fantastic introductory work just to get people into the concept of anti-racism. The New Jim Crow.
That one's a good one.
An oldie but a goodie. And Becoming Abolitionists by Derek Purnell. So those are my recommended readings for y'all, just as a follow-up to this discussion. And now we're going to do the outros for the esteemed guests. And because she was upset about me not giving her a fire introduction, let's first turn the outro over to the queen of all that she sees, the ruler of the Twitch universe, the one, the only princess who is going to beat your ass and then educate you on everything under the sun. It is Pink Princess. Tell our wonderful audience where they can find you.
Oh my gosh, hi. It's Bank here. The one and only royal, the true royalty. You feel me? And you can find me at twitch.com/Bing Princess, BINK Princess. I'm also Bing Princess on Twitter. So you can go ahead and, follow me on those two places. I'm doing a streamathon starting this week, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm gonna stream for 2 weeks. I'm basically fundraising for myself for college because I'm gonna be a college gal, and I'm gonna be thirst trap streaming officially. So if you want to see big titties and thighs, then come on my stream and give me money. Thank you.
Cases being thrown around here. Feel like the January 6th Select Committee.
We're in dangerous territory.
Dangerous.
Yo, I feel like a dad. I feel like a dad that has to accept that his daughter's just out there buying them sexy clothes. Now I'm I don't know what to do with it. I don't want to impede your freedom, but I just need you to know. Yeah, I don't.
You fucking the game up.
Look, listen. I need spending money for me.
She said it. She's doing it right.
She said, "Chase a bag. Don't worry about what I'm doing."
No, because I need spending money because I'm probably gonna have to do work study for college. So all of that money is going towards school. So give me spending money and buy me cute thigh highs so I can wear on stream. Okay, buy me stuff. Oh, also, if you want to see cute stuff, if you don't know, I'll do a lolly voice for y'all while we do the Communist Manifesto. Okay, that's the energy that we're we're going on. So give me that like and that follow.
Somebody's got to make you people read Black Shirts and Reds.
Yeah, we'll read Black Shirts and Reds.
And now, coming up next, and by the way, thank you so much for the follow, KF Logan. I appreciate that a lot. And now,
the prime Kevin.
Coming up, we have seriously the only person I know who can throw some sick bars out of nowhere about the panel and its topic. Just that was so fucking cool. I had to stop I had to use every muscle in my body to stop myself from popping off at that. But you know who we're talking about. The man, the legend himself, the Paradigm Shift.
Ladies and
Tell
gentlemen,
people where they can find you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure entertaining you on this beautiful Sunday afternoon from the beautiful city of New York. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself, and if you did, you can find me at twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. Let Twitch know to give me back my usernames. I hate the underscores. We're currently about to go into season 3. I'm doing production for it as we speak, and if you have no idea what that is, come check out the lore at youtube.com/c/the paradigm shift. With no underscores, or you can just look up the Paradigm Shift. Hopefully I come up and you recommend it. It's been a pleasure being here, and I'm really happy I got to partake in this. Yeah, peace and love to all. I hope y'all got something from this, because this ain't gonna happen that often. We be busy. We got our times for stuff. I'm gonna try to do what I'm gonna do, and we gonna try to do what we gonna do. But like, it's time to listen, yo. We the now. Y'all the next.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Next up for outros. He needs no introduction. He claps cheeks day and night on Twitch whenever he speaks with any goofy who comes in his path. So let's give a big round for the man himself, Aston Mac TV.
Yo, it's so true. Find me another man that's got the hit list that I do. Like, I fucking climbed that ladder and smashed them all. But
I thought I was good at Mortal Kombat. Sheesh.
Yo, but yo, seriously, hey, the name's Aston Mac TV. Come through if you want to learn how to clean the mayo out your ears and get yourself a black perspective. All right, we do theory, we do praxis, we do anime. Hell, we'll do whatever we need to do to get you a black perspective to understand the worldviews of those people around you. Much appreciate to every single person on this panel, and I mean it. I appreciate you all so much. Shout out to every single one. I mean Endless. I mean Joe. I mean Kevin. I mean Paradigm. I mean BP. Car's not even on here today. Cat and Mad Lad were invited and they couldn't even show up today, and I'm shouting those motherfuckers out because when I run with my crew runs based as fuck. You feel me, right? They're gonna start. Listen, we gotta cut this thing off before the FBI comes and shuts us down. All right. So catch it while you can see it. This Aston Mac TV. Much love, everyone.
And I still don't know who that weirdo is in the Fez, so we're gonna skip him for now, and we're gonna go to the outro for a gentleman who I wish was here the whole time, the king of all Twitch. One of the most based motherfuckers I know, and I think one of the very first people who I started watching on here because he is just that cool. Also, for some reason, a masochist because he keeps showing up on panels every single time. I don't know why. But, of course, we're talking about the man of the hour, Joe Lewis.
Joe!
Yeah, I appreciate you having me for the time that I've been on. But yeah, no, sorry, I had something else going on there. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Obviously support Kevin to what he does. He's the one who does these host things, and while there are like all of us are probably doing some type of content creation on our own end, I'll have to make sure we like bring all that like in terms of like viewer metrics and numbers over to Kevin as well. He does great work on this platform. Don't follow me. I'm partnered. I've reached the end title screen on Twitch, so there's nothing else to do after that. Twitch send my swag bag because I want to. I don't know. I like free shit. So if I'm making all this money for your dumb ass, like at least you can at least send me a shirt on time. I'll be on the front page once, pieces of shit. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, don't follow me. Follow everybody else. So that's here today.
Thank you so much for that, Joe. I really appreciate that. And of course, even though he says not to follow him, still give Joe Lewis some love. He made partner for a reason. And now, finally, the best Jax player in the world, and the man who keeps clapping cheeks on and off the Mortal Kombat circuit, and somebody who could probably bounce anyone out of a club if he so chose. Of course, we're talking about the Baltimorean himself, and I say that with all the love, the true superior Kevin. Endless Cemetery.
The doorman. Oh man. Yeah, I just chill and play video games and talk about stuff like police abolition and talk about real world shit that happens like police brutality, and I like to link with other really dope creators like Bink Princess, like all the other bass people you've seen here. These are some of my. All of this shit's really fun for me because these are some of my favorite people to just chill and watch on Twitch in the moments that I can just chill and have streams on in the background and stuff. So I really appreciate Carr and Joe Lewis and all the rest of y'all for being here and doing this stuff. Shout out to Kev, the true superior Kevin, for putting this on.
Stop.
We're gonna form like a council of Kevins. It's gonna be you, me, and like KF Logan. And it's just
Fuck
gonna
yes.
be like how there's like the Council of Richards in the Marvel comics, and they're just like long and smart and shit. We're just gonna be the Twitch streamer like Council of Kevins, just based and streaming and shit. But but yeah,
Are you gonna start stealing children and create like the Black Society? I don't know.
No.
So the Future Society.
I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't know if that's in the cards. But shout out to all the chatters and everybody who supports this kind of content, and yeah, everybody who actually is cool and wants to just chill out and learn and vibe and isn't trying to do like weird clip stuff and weirdly calling it clip chimping about a bunch of black people and expecting us to have no reservations about that. Follow everybody who's been here. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys content and making more content with you guys, and also being like a Lord of the Rings-esque mythical creature who just blocks people from doors, and my like X-Men superpower is the ability to expand to any size or shape to block the door, and also to make people say and do really goofy shit independently of their own thoughts or desires. I just make the goofies come out of the woodwork, and I alley-oop them to people like Aston Mac.
That's right. It's a gift.
So yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. People, that's how you can tell people don't know my content, because they know me as MF Endless, because that's me on Twitter. But everywhere else, I'm Endless Cemetery, because that's really who I am. Endless Cemetery. I also do a podcast called The Bolsheviks with my housemate, where we just talk about Baltimore politics and like a bunch of other stuff like world politics as well. We had an interview with Ashley Esposito, who ended up winning for the Baltimore School Board. So yeah, a lot of really cool, just like if you just want politics and not so much like the Twitch drama stuff, whatever, you could check our pod out. But if you like to see me cook white people, then yeah, check my Twitter and occasionally my Twitch out. But most of the time I just play video games and talk about black people stuff. And stop killing us, please. Stay black.
Stay black.
Those are the perfect words to end this on. So, thank you all. Amazing people. So much for being here once again. Thank you all for tuning in and watching our stream. And question, is anybody still streaming after this? Because I'm going to raid into y'all.
I'm feeling it. I think I'm going to... Who else is
Yeah,
streaming?
I would do Endless, because I'm only going to do like season 3 shit and then I'm out.
All right, that sounds good. So we're going to go ahead and...
I didn't look like he was doing it.
I think I'm going to play some Yeehaw. I'm going to make sure some cowpokes have yeed their last haw on Hunt Showdown. So
that sounds good. So with that said, wonderful people, pop on in. Oops, hold on. I never know how to do raids correctly.
I sent a whole like 20-person raid into a dead channel last night.
Oh no!
Much
Yeah, make
much
sure you
love,
spell
everyone. I'm
my
out.
name correctly, because people spell my name wrong all the time. I spelled it wrong
Yep,
too.
we got it.
I also spelled it wrong.
All right.
Thanks everyone. This was dope. I can't wait to do this again.
Yeah.
All
Oh,
right. We are no
Emily,
longer alive.
I bet you didn't even promote that we did a link on Bink on Fridays.
I did promote the links with Bink. I said we do links with Bink. I just didn't promote. I didn't say we do it on Fridays. Thank you, Corey Campbell. I see you in chat. Also, shout out to all the new chatters who have followed me and stuff. Because I was really worried. I saw all this. Yeah, I was really worried about all these new viewers because I knew you guys were in here salty. A lot of you. But to all the actual cool people in here, I appreciate you. If you're not in here weird, thank you. But if you're in here weird, eat a dick. There's going to be plenty more to be mad about, I promise.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
Why do you think I caught Gringo being salty? Like, I have eyes and ears everywhere. You think like people? You think like, oh man, these people are really cool.
Joe, I have a question because I want to make sure I have this person blocked. You know when you're on that panel and it's that extremely racist guy who is like really trying you high key on that panel?
Which one?
I'm still live, just so you guys know. So you guys are still live too.
Yeah, it's it was the one where you like that was trying to because LMAO.
Oh, that was the
Rob Noor or Fabian Yakubian?
No, it was
person. And he looked weird.
God, what panel was that? That was maybe like, Queen Alexa's thing?
Yeah. And he has like his face is always I mean, he's been on other panels with you. Damn, and he always just says some wild shit.
Describe their camera.
They said something like he like went off on you a panel and was like, how dare you say that the Civil Rights Act did nothing, you as a black person in America, or some shit like that, and he's white.
I have no idea. That's a lot of cool people who hold a position though.
Right.
I don't know.
Sounds pretty Mayo, honestly. Sounds kind of chalky.
Yeah, but
is it not thought slime? Is it like double slime? Double shine, maybe?
Probably double shine, because double shine says goofy shit too.
Hold on, let me see. It might be double shine. I don't know. I just want to make sure y'all niggas are blocked.
Double shine's pretty fucking like silly.
That's
I played the same game with Double Shine. I was like, you're not gonna look into anything. I'm talking. You're not gonna look into a mirror lock. You're gonna play your little goofy little video games or whatever. Call yourself a sock dumb. Did the meme, you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, it is Double Shine. LMAO. Why he look like that?
Oh yeah. Because like, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah,
it's weird.
He already didn't like me after that panel about voter turnout. That after panel.
Mm-hmm.
He was already feeling some type of way. That was the one that like I was going like we were basically going pretty hard on Sanso, and he tried to defend his position and like just make a better argument. The argument's still shit, so it's like it doesn't matter who says it's gonna be a lackluster thing to say online. Well, not lackluster. It's just like there was nothing behind it. So
yeah. And yes, also I meant that he looks weird. Said what I said. He looked like an elf. Sorry, I don't care.
Well,
he was on the first time I met Double Shine. We were on a panel. He was defending Kyle Rittenhouse, so that's Enigma shit to me.
That is very much Enigma shit. Very much Enigma shit.
My whole thing now is that like I respect people who at least try to listen. And Double Shine has made it explicitly clear that he doesn't try to listen at all. And
his political position is apathy. That's what all of the centrists don't understand about themselves. They like argue just to argue.
Like for instance, like something that I hear. But like I mean, it's just like there's just so much to it. I'm just getting kind of like tired of it personally.
I feel it.
Where like even even in certain conversations, and you run into this, I've seen you on Twitter and this, where it's like people just want a villain instead of actually hearing what people have to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ironically say that we need to hear from people with different perspectives to understand like where they come from, and it's like okay.
Except for when they criticize my favorite streamer that I have my favorite parasocial relationship with.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's like, look, like I would totally like. Because I mean, like you and I have like confrontations on voting, but at least but I can sort of compartmentalize that as a political disagreement and move on.
Right.
Like, yeah, we just disagree politically.
Yeah, like, we have difference of tactics. That's all it is.
Yeah, and then it's like it doesn't make mine any better than yours. It's just like a thing that people run into. And I'm closer to your position than others.
And I was gonna say I'm not even super steadfast on my position, just from not just like talking to people like you, but also the work that I've been doing with the pod and shit, like interviewing the people who are doing elections, and talking to people like Josie and stuff, where it's like I'm not adamantly against it on principle. For me, it's just like it's like consent to that particular system by participating in it, but at the same time, I can see the utility in if the consequences of not playing the game and playing the game wrong are the same, then I might as well play and at least try to game it in some way that can have a positive net result.
Yeah. Or sure.
And that's like the thing I find so strange is that in the face of like political disagreements of just like, yeah, you know, like this person, we have like difference of opinion on these political things, and then that's it. But no, like I've seen people just resort to saying crazy shit, and then it hits a point where it's like some people, I'll use like Bink as an example, are just like tired of it, where it's like, you know, whatever, fuck you. Like this is, I'm not gonna humor this anymore. I'm gonna dog you every time I see you. And like, but I can't believe it being mean to me. And it's like, well, you had multiple opportunities to hear an individual out, to try to at least like internalize what they're saying, and it's like ask like objective questions for yourself, but they just don't do that. And it's like,
I just want to say that none of these people have real jobs. I'm just letting y'all know that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, listen. Hear me out, right?
Oh shit.
None of y'all have real jobs because there ain't no way you cannot sing kumbaya with somebody to get shit done when that's literally what you do at work.
Right.
You have somebody who fucking hates you. God forbid it's your boss or your manager.
Someone
right?
you know is exploiting you.
Right. Like, you have to sing kumbaya with these people in order to get shit done. And that's literally what the fuck we're talking about. You like, it's something simple, right?
My whole goal is to do fundraisers and do cool shit to support the organizations that I actually fuck with in real life through my streaming. What the fuck would I do to drama and goofy shit and break bad with other streamers and just sour our relationship publicly and privately, right? When it's like with the video, the hot mic video that happened with me or whatever, the way that I would have handled it is just like, be like, okay, this is a private conversation. Why is this your feeling? Blah, 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 blah. And that's what I thought was going to happen. But that's also the other thing where serious situations like that just get turned into content for other streamers. And I don't understand that part of this whole joint either. That's also weirdo shit to me. But I'm kind of learning that that's how people move.
well, I mean, like most of the people on the platform, I would say, kind of default to liberal and centrist positions. I made this argument before, where like liberals and centrists are only equipped to combat people farther left than them. And they're not equipped to actually engage in the right-wing opinions, rhetoric, ideology. So it's like, if I understand that walking in, like, of course I'm going to see certain content creators go like, in the face of like a literal neo-Nazi, they'll be buddy, and it's just an interview, and I can do whatever I want. But then when it comes to someone who's farther left than them, then all of a sudden they're R-worded, or they're like they're brain dead, or they need to seek they're mental, need to seek mental, because you're not.
Oh, they're a bad advocate.
Yeah.
Their rhetoric is bad or whatever.
Yeah, and it's like, and it just keeps like perpetuating itself over and over and over and over. And I'm at peace with that now. But I know when I was first like talking to people on Twitch, that shit really bothered me. Where it's
it's bothered me too. Hell yeah. I feel like everybody enters a space. Not everybody, but a lot of people enter the space the way that I did, where because you see the gatekeepers in the space, all the people who host these debate panels and stuff. So you're like, all right, I want to do that because this is the way to do political content, and then it ends up being what it is.
And even in the face of like that critique, you know, you're actually not properly equipped to talk to conservatives. You're not properly equipped to talk to far righties. So don't waste your time with that. You don't need them for your advocacy. You don't need them to. There's no value in appealing to them. To stop talking to them, and talk to people who are actually on the left, and you'll find plenty of political disagreements there.
It's just because we're smaller. We don't have the viewer base that they have.
Well, it's not. It's like, I would say that farther left political movements tend to be smaller And then by, I guess, like, coupled with that, like, people who adopt these like farther left ideologies. I'm not really talking that far. Like, if we're saying that like liberals are 0, some people could be 1, and liberals will just go to bat. Like, we'll just like pick up a bat and slam it across their face. But then all of a sudden, when they go to the other side, to like -1 to the right wing, they'll start playing baseball with it. Like, they know how to use these tools in a way that's like collaborative, but they just choose not to.
Right.
And
that's big facts.
Like, because again, like, for what it's worth,
because that was my biggest critique with Dylan, was I thought we were going to eventually, because he's from where I'm from, we would eventually link to do fundraisers and stuff. And you know, he told me he was doing the whole Ukraine thing, and I thought it was going to be like brief, like he was just in and out, get his interviews from Poland and then come back. Like, when he first told me about it, like that he was going to go out there, hand out food or whatever, do his thing and come back. That's why I thought it was badass. But like, then I learned, like, oh no, you're literally just doing this for content. All that you do is just for content, and it was disappointing for me. That's why I was saying very early on, nah, I don't want my name associated with this, with the whole hippy dippy thing, whatever. And just like they were saying, I guess they took it to heart because they also feed into the parasocial bias, because I see Snyderman talking about that in my chat, where like when people don't like them, they don't know how to handle that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, because again, like, they see themselves in these institutions that are created. So to some capacity, if you critiques an institution, in this case the institution of Twitch, people are going to clap back if they see themselves in the institution. Like, I don't see myself in the institution of Twitch, like, no cap. Like, there are, like, the black political streamer has been like like the underclass of the underclass,
right?
Where it's like you'll like there are none, because what tends to happen, well, that's not exactly the case. Like, well, hold on, let me just say the statement: there are none, and then there are people who do the content, but that's like 3 people who eclipse over 100 viewers who are strictly political content. Those people don't exist, because what tends to happen is that they just get blasted out, because it's like, oh, you're too, like, why are you so, like, why you always talk about race so much, or why, like,
I've seen
that
it.
rhetoric is a little yikesy, a little dicey, you should be careful.
I get that, and my content isn't even 100% political. Like, I feel like our content's very similar, and that I'm mostly just like a gamer, like media react, like FGC streamer that happens to be have like intersection of experience that makes me a little bit more well versed in terms of politics and like how certain policies affect the masses, air quotes, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's weird when you get that thing where it's like, why are you making everything about race? And it's like, first of all, I'm not the one that made everything about race. Second of all, like, it's the same self-report of like, I only know you for drama. It's like, that's all you pay attention to, friend, because
like what people will say from that point is like, even the statement that there are no black political streamers, they'll say like, yeah, but Joe, actually there are. It's like, yeah, I know, I also follow Shark and Left Flank Vets.
Right.
We're the other partnered black political streamers.
Right.
The 2 of them, all 2. Me is a 3rd.
There's like Rhizome, but that's, I don't know, it's Enigma shit.
But even Rhizome,
he on Enigma shit. Very true. Very true.
like even to like, we're using Rhizome and Shark as an example. Because again, like,
Shark is on Enigma shit too. I don't know why you have
well, no, I'm not dapping him up. I'm just saying that, like, as
examples,
person,
yeah.
As a black person on Twitch, you have to make like a decision of like, do you cater to whatever the mainstream political like game is, or what it is, or do you like talk about things that you're deeply passionate about, talk about things that allow for like nuance and deep conversations, and then you just kind of make a compass of that. And I'm not saying that every black streamer needs to do political content, but like,
that they need to understand that their presence on the platform is in and of itself inherently political.
Yeah, and people, and again, like, I've seen because Rhizome, Shark, myself, we all get the exact same people say the exact same racist shit in our chats, and it's and there's no interest, there's no like There's no deviation from that. Where it's like the same person that says, "Oh, don't you look like The Weeknd?" We'll go into Rhizom's chat. "Oh, don't you look like The Weeknd?" Go into Endel's, go into Pink's. "Oh, is that Beyonce?" And it's like because like one of the like prevailing features about Twitch is that no matter what, there's gonna be some chatter that reminds you that you're black, and it's like
Absolutely
cool. Like, and then like there's people who say shit. Like, what do you talk about race so much? And it's like, nigga, like I would love to just to do what I do and just be me, but I'm not allowed to determine that. Like I'm not allowed to like. We talked about. I think I talked to you about this, where it's like racialization is just a dial for black people, and it's just like there's different levels of intensity. But for white people, they get to turn that shit off. They can turn that shit off and turn it on their own terms.
Yep.
And it's a switch that they control. But for black people, they don't get to control the racialization switch. But we wake up at like 0, like a true 0, or even like a negative, like a true like negative infinity, where it's like you wake up, oh, I'm just me today. And then someone says some shit, you kind of look like Deshaun Watson. And it's like, all right, cool, thanks. Like,
right.
Did you ever walk up to your white friends and say, oh, you look like Peyton Manning? Like, no, you don't fucking do that. And you know you don't do that. But for non-white people, it's like, you can't even exist.
Perfectly acceptable and normal behavior.
Yeah. And then because white people get to determine the conversations of race and racialization on their own terms, they can decide if the pushback is...
Oh, shit! Oh, my God. Sorry. I saw him at the last second.
You get it. So it's like, you'll say, like, for example, like if I said, "Hey man, you kind of look like, yo bro, you kind of look like Lamar Jackson, man. You're looking to go pro."
I've gotten that. People are like, you look kind of like Chris Bosh. Everyone ever said you look like Chris Bosh before?
And then you go like, "No, leave me alone," or like whatever comment you make that like calls it out. And it's like, "Whoa, bro, easy there. It's just a compliment." And it's like, you don't compliment other white people about how they look like other white people.
Right.
It's not a thing.
Yeah, or like how someone would be like, I like your cocoa butter glowing ebony skin or some shit like that. And you're just like, what?
And you're like, my brother in Christ, we are in an Abercrombie and Finch right now. I'm trying to find the bathroom in this establishment, and you're just gonna hit me with...
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Or even like I bring this up a lot. I brought this up a lot, where it's like I was at a yoga festival that I work at when George Floyd was going down, like during all those initial. No, sorry, the Unite the Right rally. I'm getting my things mixed up. So I was at a yoga festival. The Unite the Right rally.
Yeah, I'm also gonna play a different game. I'm gonna play MK,
day.
so it's not as loud.
I just had this
and I
white
don't need to be able
woman
to
start
don't need to have to
crying and
hear.
hug me and say that she's sorry. And keep in mind, I was on this festival now for like about 3 days of thinking that these white folks are already gonna convert me. So it's already like this, like, why is this white woman hugging me out of context in the middle, first thing in the afternoon? And again, like, I didn't hear, like, when it came to the, like, I want to make this as clear as I possibly can. Like, cell phone service was already shoddy up there. I was already, like, I'm the only one of 3 other black people, so I'm already sus the fuck out. And then I get this white woman, like, after I'm eating breakfast, like, hug me and just like, crying, saying that she's so sorry. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I found out about it the next day. Shit. And I was like, oh, that's why she hugged me. And then a part of my brain went like, why the fuck did this woman think it's appropriate to hug a black person and just apologize to them? That makes no sense to me.
That was a shitty hunt run. I was getting bodied. That's like why I'm switching to Mortal Kombat.
The decision, like the feature, like how like you can set the terms of these conversations and how these actions go about, where it's like, yeah, like in her mind as a white woman, she thought it was acceptable to apologize to a black person.
It was her duty, not even just acceptable. It was her duty.
But in reality, I had a lot of black friends. I didn't get a single text. I mean, a lot of black. It sounds like it's like I have a lot of black friends in a lot of group chats with black people, and no one said shit. There wasn't like this, oh, whoa, this is crazy, bro. It was just like, we read it, and it's like, okay. Even when I heard about it, I was like, damn, that's really cool. Like, yeah, man. But that, like, man, that leaks into Twitch, or even, like, in the conversations about these things, like, they get to set their turn.
Yeah.
And it's really annoying. And then again, like, I think that's why there's a prevalence to talk about LGBTQ plus issues versus, like, race issues.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Because like those things, and again, like this is not like me trying to say that like those issues aren't important. It's just that like in the face of one of like the most visible acts of white neglect on a black person, a black suspect, that for a lot of people, they like in their livable memory, like they're able to like go out to a couple protests and then discard it and then be on with it.
Yep. And
then all of a sudden, like,
it's just like the Ukraine flag is going to be now the Taiwan flag. Just like it's shit that's commodified.
Yeah.
They interact with it the same way they would like have like a favorite brand, like Abercrombie and Fitch is like their favorite jeans company. You know what I mean? Like it's their favorite flavor of the month, like wedge issue from the election cycle of that year.
And then on top of that, it's like, and then like people will say something like, hold on, let me.
Lifestyleism, yeah. It's like I was saying earlier. It's they're clubs that you perform the necessary rituals, the initiations, and then you're in the club and you get to prescribe yourself and boast that you're a member of the club and get the benefits of being in the club, which is the cudgel of the identity of being in the club that you can use to silence dissent, to silence critique.
Melina.
Like, okay, there we go. My girlfriend texted me, so I was like, kind of reply to that. But it's all good. Yeah, like, here's a good one, right? I said, or alluded to on Twitter, and then I talked about it on my stream a little bit, and got a lot of pushback on this, which is, and I still hold this position, that most people, or rather not, I didn't say, but let me stop lying, misrepresenting my position. I said, people who are politically activated on abortion are rich. And we should probably be skeptical about people who are politically activated because of abortion.
I can see
people were like, but Joe, there's a lot of black people who care about abortion. And it's like, I promise you, not a single black person in America has abortion as their number one issue. It might be top 5. For black women, it might be top 5. For black women, it might be top 5, top 10. But it is not number 1. There are, like, you could probably count all the black votes on one hand. You saw in the face of Roe v. Wade getting overturned through the Dobbs decision, then now they were going to register to vote. Now they were going to be...
Yeah, it's not. It ain't that. It definitely ain't that.
No, like... and then, like, I got into this weird back and forth with DMs, and then I asked him, like, who do you think was more... Like, who do you think politically activated more black people? And well, let me clarify. I said black women. I said Breonna Taylor or the Dobbs decision. And this dude was just like mad fast said the Dobbs decision. I was like,
oh my goodness, the cat came in and knocked my headphones out. Hang on.
Channel. That's why I when we're talking about FG Signifier, I was like, I don't really watch people who don't look like me, because I do appreciate him making content that's like that speaks about black men issues in like an actual like good way, not trying to marginalize people while doing so. But at the same exact time, while I'm in like the black woman commentary and everything, they don't really focus on reproductive like rights that often. It's more so battling with like femininity and misogyny war and basically like also shitting on black men. So
Yeah, right.
that's really what the majority of the content is, rather than reproductive rights,
And
or even like how black women are mistreated in the healthcare system. That's not really like the majority of the content.
yeah, and like, and what makes it so funny to me is that like this individual really said like really thought that like really thought that that was like a hill that I was gonna be like, yeah, no, like, like of course they do, like of course they care, like, and it's so weird because then like he'll say that like, yeah, like for black women and black men, like abortion rights and all of these things are not on the top of our list, and then they'll just say like, how could you say that? Like, because it's the truth. Like, how do you know that? I don't know. I don't know. Like, and that's
It's
the
just a
thing where it's
hunch,
like,
just a feeling.
yeah. And then it's
People,
like, okay, talk. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say, people don't understand that sometimes you just know. Like, I'm sorry, like when it comes on to like personal experience and like observation of like your own community, sometimes you just know. Like it's just a phenomenon within the community that just happens.
Yeah.
So there's not gonna really be a whole study talking about like, oh my god, let's do a poll. Which one do black women think is first priority, racism or reproductive? Like, no, they're not gonna like do that on purpose unless a person is literally
I
trying to
mean,
seek
I was
that
gonna
out.
say politically
Feel
provoked
me?
might do that. They might didn't politically provoked get like they were trying to find a black guy and a Jewish guy to argue about which was
Yeah,
worse, slavery or the Holocaust.
yeah,
Mind you, that conversation already happened.
Right.
Like, there's already been multiple conversations about how hey, white supremacy and white supremacists try to use the Holocaust as a wedge issue to divide black people and Jewish people in America. And
right.
and then like and then when you and then like and you it's like did we just like forget that all of these documentaries and all of these interviews, these conversations with like actual people happened in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s? Or we're just gonna
Right.
forget that like there were multiple, and you can just look it up. You can go online and like see like, oh wow, there's an entire 3-hour panel with Jewish people and black people about racism and anti-Semitism, and then like the position that everybody walked out of it was like, oh wow, there are people who are manipulating us in such a way to turn this into a wedge issue, so we just intersectionally fight with each other.
Right.
and
And like
then and you go for it,
yeah, like I'm not even trying to cut you off, but like even that doesn't even make any sense to me because there's black Jewish people. So like
Exactly.
it just doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, just like what you said, right? Like there has been multiple genocides, period, right? But they weaponize the Holocaust because people assume Jewish people to just be white people,
Thank you for the
period,
follows.
which is also racist and anti-Semitic by thinking that Jewish people are just
Well, I
white
mean,
people.
that's the consequences of blackness, right? Is isolating us
Right.
into our own political category. Like there's black indigenous people, there's black Jewish people, there's black all kinds of there's black European people. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
but
and then like even and this is why this is like really funny, because I was in an old conversation about this when I first got here, about how like, well, how do you know that like Jewish people even feel the way? Because I made the argument that like Jewish people are aware of the plight of Black Americans, and if you actually talk to Jewish people, a lot of them like hold solidarity to the issues and understand that it's a product of white supremacy. And then some dude like straight up is like, how do you know that? And it's like, because I am a part as a musician of the Jewish community, because I play clarinet. And that state is like, what do you mean? Like, what do you do? And it's like, I play klezmer music. And as a Black person that plays klezmer music, I'm at a lot of Jewish weddings. I'm at a lot of different like religious ceremonies and like I was at a round table about this shit in Brooklyn about like, hey, like what like the intersection like interfaith discussions about these issues. And it's like, why do you think a rabbi asked me to come in to talk about this? Maybe because I worked in a lot of weddings that he was a part of. And he's like, hey, like, we had a good conversation. And then like even he says that like the divide between like the racial identification divide is a product of white supremacy. And then like he understands like even people within his own community find that statement to be controversial, and they can point to so many Black people that were racist to them because of their identity. And then he says like straight up like, yeah, because like there's a lot of people who will do the work of white supremacists, not only Black people but Jewish people, and not even know what they're doing it.
Right.
and I'm thinking like, and it's like I hear a rabbi saying it's like, yeah, like this is the air we breathe. And there's a lot of people, it doesn't matter if you're Black or white or whatever, that you'll just adopt these things and not even know what you are. So like that's why you'll have like NOI members who will just like blame Jews for everything. And it's like, yeah, because a lot of like the adoptions of white supremacy can manifest itself in Black people. That's how you get NOIs. That's how you get Black Israelites. Like this, it's not a coincidence. It's not just like this fucking. And yeah, and like yeah, and then even like, and then what you'll see, and then like even because the reason why me and this rabbi even kicked it off really well is that like he assumed me to be Jewish because of like there's like within his community there's a high demographic of Ethiopian Jews. And let me tell you something about all those Ethiopian Jews, a lot of them are poor. And like, and even something that they got into a lot of trouble in is that some members of their community will overtly like not invite them to things and say racist shit, like they're not actually Jewish, they're just being Jewish as a means of convenience. And yeah, but like, and the only reason why him and I like kicked it off is because like I wanted to learn more about this. It's like I want to understand like what like how you deal with that, because like even from a religious context, like we're so used to thinking that like yeah, like it's mostly Christianity that has the like impact of subjugating Black people and like disenfranchising and oppressing Black people, and like for a lot of priests that's something they have to handle head on. But no, it's like everybody from whatever religious observation has to deal with this. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish, Shia, Sunni, like Christian, Roman Catholic. Like Black people are in a peculiar predicament that through colonialization we are everywhere. Not by choice, sometimes by choice. But it's,
yeah.
And all Ethiopian Jews want to be is recognized by like.
Oh, good game. I say that constantly. Like my family didn't come here looking for opportunity.
Right. And I can say that too, because shout out to Universal Discourse, who basically described what my last name came from very quickly.
Well, yeah, like, that was even when I was arguing with reparations, someone was like, how do you know if people are Black? Like how do you know somebody's descended from slaves? And it's like, well, for a lot of Black people, their last name is the tell.
Right.
And it's like,
Literally though.
But
And
also,
it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, if your last name is Williams, Washington, Jefferson, like,
if you black but you have a European last name, your chances are very slim. I'm sorry to tell you.
Like, did you see that girl, this African girl? I think she's Ghanaian. And she was like, stop calling me black. I'm not black. My tribe was not colonized and stolen by Europeans. I am not black. My tribe survived. I'm like, ma'am.
That's not how they deal with you.
That joke was so weird. Of course, she got clapped up on TikTok because that's where she was at.
This print is going.
And a lot of people don't know. Like, even like for my family, right? Like, my last name is Williams, and all my family is from Sarasota, Florida. I can guarantee you that I don't need to appeal to the government and be like, hey, am I a descendant of slaves? It's just like, I mean, where do you live? I have family in Sarasota, and your last name is Williams, right? Yeah. Okay. Like, that's it? Yep.
Right.
Right.
And then, like, God, who said it? I don't remember who it was. It was someone on maybe it's one of these servers I'm in, where they were like, well, what happens if you go and the records are destroyed? It's like, well, who do you think destroyed those records?
Right.
Like,
I'm 3D printing Hello
that,
Kitty planter. You'll see it. It's going to be done around like 10 p.m. I'll post it on Twitter.
And then the South did to itself is that they made sure that all those documents to make sure black folks could be black folks was kind of destroyed. So whether it be by the North,
I'll link what
by
I'm
choking
printing in
them out.
chat.
Was that?
I'm sorry, I was just people ask me what I'm 3D printing. I tell them I'll link what I'm printing in chat so they can see it. Because it's not going to be done until like 10 p.m.
And it's like you'll have you'll have like people who like the North basically just went in and choked the South out militarily, or you had the South going, oh, we gotta destroy these documents because it's like it's just it's crazy. And then they'll still like say like, well, you can't find every descendant of slaves for reparations. And it's like, you mean to tell me that the country that found people who entered into one of their citadels, and you caught this nigga on some grainy cell phone footage, and then found out exactly where they lived and arrested them? You mean to tell me we can't find black people?
Right.
A dude in my state who all they had was a grainy shot of his face, a shirt, and they were able to pinpoint where he worked. They were able to pinpoint his address, and the Fed went to his house and arrested his ass. And you mean to tell me that we can't find black people for reparations?
Yeah, I know someone who was in the 2020 shit. They were out in it might have been the 2016 shit. The J20 shit, they were out in like Seattle, fucking torching police cars, and they were hooded up and everything, but they like found one like UAV picture of them with like their stick and poke tattoo visible, and found them like that.
Yeah, it's like I thought, bro, there's so much crime footage, like so many crime documentaries and crime shows. Like, we couldn't find the assailant, but 20 years later, a strain of hair was all they needed. Oh, okay. For reparations, we can't find all the black people who were descendants of slaves. Impossible.
Honestly, you want to know what's the best take, Heike? But that will never happen, though. Easy reparations is literally like building up the global south. That's it.
I mean, I'd say it's communism. You just give the stewards of the land back their jobs, basically, because none of us are on this shit permanently. So how the fuck can you own land? And give us equitable infrastructure that allows people of all different walks of life equal chance and dignity and quality of life. And that's really, I feel like that's really all it is. and whatever idpol shit people want to play, oppression Olympic shit people want to play, black people is included in all that. So, it's a good game.
And even just like I don't know. I've been interesting to see how much people on Twitch really don't like black people. That's always
yeah, it's been a while. Yeah.
Real quick though, before we go that route, literally the U.S. and Britain and Spain need to fucking give Jamaica reparations. Period.
Facts.
That's it. Actively on the game, like double time.
It should have happened probably yesterday,
Right.
the day before that. But yeah, I mean, like,
yeah.
it's just like I don't know. I want people to be more properly equipped in combating like white supremacy as an ideology, whiteness as an ideology, and trying to like dismantle these things in their everyday lives, which then will dismantle it in their everyday politic, which will, with the hope of like them being better advocates for other people. And it's a tough ass road because again, like if they decide, like if white people decide the conversation on their own terms, they like you just have people saying like crazy shit. like when I say that like we don't. God, it was when I say that we don't need conservatives and we don't need the right, and then people say, well, like, what? And that like we need to stop over investing in white people's comfort when talking about issues. We get people who ask questions like, well, what constituency can just ignore other people's comfort levels and be successful? White people. They actually did that shit wholesale.
That's what they do every fucking day.
Yeah, like every day, as like whiteness as an ideology manifests itself in individuals where they can just ignore the comfort levels of other people and be successful. Like that's why we have problems with labor. Like that's why we have problems with gender, because like we do a very good job at ignoring other people's comfort levels and then determining like how far we'll go politically based on comfort. Like the idea of like gender affirmation, where it's like, hey, respect people's pronouns. And it's like, okay. But I don't really, man, these xenogenders, that's just too far for me. And it's just like, okay, so then you don't want to respect people's pronouns and their pronouns. Oh, but I respect their pronouns, but I also like this xenogender stuff. Like this is not it. Like why do they do that? Just be normal. And it's like, oh, okay,
right. Just completely missing the point. I think Alec cooked Ansel where he told him like the whole point is that it doesn't fucking matter. That's like the whole point of gender abolition. Is that whether it's a choice or it's made up or not.
I mean,
all of it is made up. Literally, all of it is made up.
Sanso's a fucking lib, okay? He's a fucking Nazi, okay? So, honestly, who gives a fuck what the fuck he thinks? To be real with you. Like, all tea, all shade. Like, to be honest. I feel like that when it comes to a lot of these people, for real, though. Because I feel like, and this is the thing, right? And this is what I talk about when I was doing my thread, right? And I was talking to y'all about like my closing statement or whatever, where or like the question card proposed, where it was like, what is the solution, right? Where it's like, if you're a genuine good person, you really wouldn't be arguing 95% of this shit. Like, you hurt somebody's feelings, say sorry and do better. That's it. Like, you guys, like what's up with y'all angsty teen energy, bro? Like, what is up with that, bro? Like, y'all need some fucking therapy.
Right.
Like, real talk. Because ain't no way y'all, like, are literally hurting people so much that they almost want to fucking commit. And you're just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. That's kind of cool. Like, who does that shit, bro? That's fucking psychopathic, bro. And I don't even say that word often. But that shit is sadistic as hell.
It's narcissistic
So, like-
as fuck. Like I'm the authority in
Right.
the space. I get to decide who is worthy of being listened to and who is silly and all this other stuff. And they can't handle people like us coming in and saying, "No, these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about," and they have shady ass associations. So why the fuck are you listening to them in the first place?
Right.
And even something like, I mean, Carpe Pax brings it up where it's like, I'm done. Like, and when I'm arguing about reparations now, I can just tell when people don't care about the rights of others. And
Right.
it's like such a simple, it's like a simple thing to break down. Where it's like, yeah, for a lot of people in the United States, especially, you don't care. Like, you don't know how rights work, and because you don't know how rights work and how rights navigate, you come out with like really like weird opinions and ideas because you've never really thought about rights and how we can honor the rights of others. So
Right.
like when you so like if somebody says like, if I say like, okay, black people should be able to and must determine reparations on their own terms. So if the United States government says like, we're going to give all African descendants of slaves $100 trillion towards reparations, and then your counter argument to that would be, well, what if they all buy ice cream? Then like, I know you're not serious about the rights of others.
Right.
Because
Because
like,
if
in the
ice cream
face of-
makes them happy, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, like, yeah, because like if black people came together and said, you know what, we're gonna use this reparations to make sure every black person has Subway sandwiches and food for the rest of their lives. Okay, cool. They decided upon that, and it has to be decided in a democratic process because you're not just gonna come to that conclusion all willy-nilly. And then cool, if that's what they want, that's what they want. So, and then you'll get people, it's like, well, we gotta make sure they're responsible with the choices that they make. And it's like, okay, congratulations. You don't care about self-autonomy and the rights
Right.
of others. And they say, but of course I do. And it's like, you don't. you don't. Like, there's no you can't say you want people to, you want rights for others and you want others to be self-autonomous. If you're saying that in the face of the government giving $100 trillion to black people, you're gonna say like, well, what if they buy ice cream? I want to make sure they don't just all like default to buying ice cream. And it's like, then congratulations, you're a little bit more authoritarian in how you want things to be distributed. And especially if you say authoritarian, they get really upset. They get
Right.
really
Yeah.
like, because even like, for example, if trans folks came together and said, we want a separate category of transgender men and women, and these are the reasons why, it's like, okay, all right, that's your choice. It's like, so
Right.
what can we do as people on the outside to honor that?
Facts.
But then they'll say like, but then you'll have people who will determine that for them, of like, well, they need to be in separate categories because they're not the same as men and women. And it's like, okay, so you don't care about the rights of trans people. And it's like, yes, I do. It's like, you don't. It's like, you don't.
That's not how that works.
Like if trans folks came together and had if they came together in a democratic process, voted on a group of delegates, and that group of delegates came forward and said, we want there to be a separate sports category for trans men and women, then that's their decision. So how do we honor that? And then if they want to change it later, they can change it later. Because just because they make a decision now doesn't mean it's going to change. Doesn't mean it can't change later.
Right.
So it's like, but it's just so funny. And it's like the same for everything, where it's like and then they'll try to get you, where it's like because again, like, this is the belief I hold, where it's like I hold the same thing for like parents when it comes to education. Like, one of the problems that happens in like the political process for parents is that whatever group within the group of parents that has the most power and influence, they get to decide and self-determine like what all their parents believe, and they can skip the democratic process altogether. That's why you have so many white women who are in positions of power in the education system. And then like, but Joe, that's so divisive. You can't say that. And it's like, my brother in Christ, black people can name how many black teachers they'd have on one hand.
Yep.
like,
My brother and Ja. My brother and Ja.
like there's a and then they'll just make excuses for that. Like when I say that like white women are the most powerful political group in public education, I'm not saying that to be controversial. That's just how it fucking is. Like, and we built, like, America built that shit. They constructed it to be so. And then unfortunately, like, whoever has the most power within this group of white women, they're gonna control the politic around education. No pussy. And they have. like Moms for Liberty didn't come out at a coincidence. Like, Moms for Liberty is a political coalition of rich white women, and they want to determine the politics for all parents. It's like, this is how it is. But the thing is that they know what that'll look like. They'll know what it will look like if you have just a bunch of rich white women coming forward and saying, like, we want parent rights for all. So they parade all of the minorities in order to be like, well, you see, we have a black woman who's saying these things. So they'll parade what's her face from Florida. Like, they'll make sure that certain chapters have black women as a president, but they don't have political power. They're not the ones who are determining what's in the Bill of Rights and going forth with that. Like, and if you think I'm tripping, like, the Moms for Liberty had a summit. I don't know if anybody caught that. I thought about going for about 30 seconds. They had it last month. But you want to know something? If you look at the people who they platformed, it was the exact same people that they have been platforming and was in the forefront for years. Rich white women and rich white men. This is how it is. Sucks. Like, the executive board, like the entire executive board and their national team are rich white women. Their names are what? It's like Marie Rogerson, Tina Dvoshik, and Tiffany Justice. All rich white women. It's not by chance.
That's how it always is, no matter what school district you're in. I feel like Baltimore City is a unique example where it's just like, it's a feeding frenzy of who can be the most fucking corrupt possible until now. That's why we supported the candidates that we did, that they eventually ended up winning. Yeah. So I'm excited to see what change happens in the Baltimore school systems as a consequence of the work that Ashley Esposito is going to get in there and do. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that type of shit is never by accident. Baltimore is a good example of it, like I've been saying, of how that shit is literally on the books. Like, it's by design from a state level. That's why when we talk about stuff like white supremacy and reparations and stuff, it's not about making individual white people feel bad. It's about the fact that there was an entire system that the government itself was built off of that made trillions of dollars off of black suffering. And, you know, my grandma's still alive, I'm still alive, and I want to check.
And on top of that, like, and this is why, like, a tweet from a certain individual was so funny, is that the reason why these groups have so much power is that economic power is political power.
Yep.
And, like, I mean, I don't want to harp too hard on Moms for Liberty, but it's like, there's a reason why the people who are the founders of Moms for Liberty are all rich white women. There's a reason why the overwhelming majority of the presidents of their 100, like I think they have like 100 plus chapters now, are all rich white women. Because if you have economic power, it doesn't, like, you start transcending these problems. Like you start like if black people had economic power, it would lead to political power. Like, why do you think Tyler Perry is huge in Georgia? Tyler Perry is huge in Georgia because he's fucking rich.
Yeah.
So
kind of changed the economy of that entire city.
Yeah. Like, he can basically say, Georgia is my studio. And there is literally nothing any all white folks are going to do about it because I have too much money. and it's like, and then Bezos like, okay. But the problem is, Tyler Perry doesn't have political power that can reach far enough for him to be, like, for example, to run for political office. Because once you get black people with economic power, that terrifies white people. And you want to know who has the overwhelming majority of political power at the state and federal level? White people. So doesn't matter, like, Tyler Perry and all of his money is going to have to go against all of these other folks and their money. He's going to lose every time. And again, I'm not to say that, like, Tyler Perry has any political aspirations. Like, so I don't even know what his political alignments are, because he kind of mostly stays quiet about that. So he's no better than a lot of people. But yeah, like, if you economically give black people and like literally pay black people TM and try to uplift black communities economically, you're going to see a lot more black people with political power.
Right.
True.
Yeah, to base of PJ, I almost went for, like, listen, the reason why, like, why there's how do I say this in a way that doesn't sound like I'm a CIA agent? There's a reason why I have a lot of Mom for Liberty paraphernalia in my room. It's not like I have, like, pamphlets, I have brochures, because I may have and still do go to some of their events because I want to keep track of who my enemy is. And it's also their shit's really funny. They're just funny as fuck. So like it's just like they are wild. They are
truly wild.
They are so cool. They are so incredibly cool. But like, for God's sakes, their national headquarters, I don't know if Ashton's anywhere. Their national headquarters.
They gave DeSantis
Melbourne.
a sword. Jesus Christ.
Bro, they have DeSantis. Like, because you want to know where their national headquarters is at? Melbourne, Florida. Anybody that knows anything about Melbourne, Florida, it's rich as fuck. Like, there's no like, God, what is it? Let me see if I can look it up. So, Melbourne, Florida, before COVID, their unemployment, let me see. More specifically, it's on to my dumbass site. So Melbourne, Florida, their racial makeup is 70, according to the quick facts of the census, which may have changed, 79% white. Then 9.2 black or African American.
Yeah, that's
and
wild.
And then 4% Asian in Florida. But then white alone, not Hispanic, is 70%.
Of course.
Median household income from 2016 to 2020, 186,000.
Sheesh.
Households with a computer, 90%. Let's see. Yeah, they're like, make no mistake, the area is rich as fuck. But again, like, it's like, oh yeah, wait. Now I know what Pete. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find what he's talking about. How do I look this up? I think I know what he's doing. Yep. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. I forgot. I'll link it in. I'll put it in the chat. But yeah, they have this. I forgot about this. So they have this thing that they call something warriors. I think like anti-woke warriors. It might be something like that. There's something warriors, and they give people of like high recognition swords. I totally forgot this was a fucking thing. And they unironically gave DeSantis a sword. Jesus. Really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, that's some wild shit for sure.
Finish him.
So, Bink, when are you going to join? Infiltrate this group, bro.
Damn, that's gotta stink.
Moms for Liberty. Rip that man's arm off. Imagine still saying social justice warriors in 2022. I mean, these people, like they're the people that call us the wokes, the go woke, go broke. Like they're just like the saddest people on earth. Like the people so threatened by the idea that the mayonnaise shouldn't be their entire personality.
Yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, like I just want these things to change. I want these institutions around these little habits of thoughts and action to change.
Yeah. Likewise. I feel like exposure to more stuff like us hopefully does that, and dealing with other people who might not be as educated in those things in a responsible manner.
Yeah, because you know who else carries swords? The Klan.
Yeah, they definitely also carried swords.
So, and then like you.
That's what. And if I could just go for a second on this weird ass paleo conservative branding that people are taking up, because Frackle, actually, shout out to Frackle. Frackle pointed this out, that the paleo conservatives during their heyday were directly linked to the neo Confederates and people who were in the Klan. So that's weird ass branding that they think that they're, because it's like Carpe Pax is saying in my chat, it's all just recycled alt-right language. The Confederate sabers, yeah.
It's just like, come on. And then like if we, and again, like this is how like the race conversation sets its own term, where it's like, hey, it's quite possible that the Klan has infiltrated Moms for Liberty, and then people go, but you know, that's too far. You're like, how could you believe that the Klan is infiltrated? It probably infiltrated the Moms for Liberty movement. They're just a parents' rights group. My brother in Christ. They literally give out swords to their members. No more. You know who else gave out swords to their members? Klan members.
All right, you're gonna wait till they start giving out hoods? Like, come on now.
Like,
but none for you.
Come on.
Fight.
It's like it's impossible for me to think like, where do you think they got that idea? And again, but again, there is a level of saying like, hey, you know, white supremacy is an ideology. Maybe you just thought that this is an okay thing to do. Like, if there's people that you praise and there's people that you appreciate, you're just gonna give them swords. But when you give somebody swords in a public fashion, and there's an entire ass group that's still around that's gaining power.
I don't think it's that they're gaining power. It's just that, so the Klan, because here's another thing that's always funny with these people, these de-radicalization people, is that they always bring up Daryl Davis. Daryl Davis is from where I'm from, and his clan is my clan. And the thing he brags the most about is that there is no more Klan in Maryland because of the work that he did. And it's not fucking true, and I know because I've been chased in real life by the Klan before. And what ends up happening is when you schmooze with these people and try to humanize yourself to them or humanize them to other people or make it so they have the ability to enter people's communities or whatever without them making any type of commitment to not being pieces of shit anymore, they just use you to sanitize their image so they can proselytize more. And that's what happens, because the Klan was always never just the Klan. He himself admits that the Klan is multiple different organizations that call themselves the Klan. I just fucked this dude up. Multiple different organizations that call themselves the Klan. What's that? What were you saying?
Oh, Fade, not Fade, Joe had to eat. Joe was on different right now.
Oh, word.
Shout out to Fade. Fade is streaming right now.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shout out Fade Runner. I might actually raid into him in a minute.
Nice.
I appreciate everybody rocking with me.
Yeah, shout out to the shout out.
I've just been kind of letting y'all go while I beat people's asses on this Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, Joe been spitting. That's why I haven't been y'all.
Yeah, I just been kind of ad limit off him.
Yeah.
Want fries with that?
I'm waiting for people to quit being salty.
Fight.
But you know,
Ooh, I knew that was gonna happen. I'm so stupid.
Happy.
I got KB'd at the corner. Bink, 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 bink. Shout out to Bink Princess.
The one and only. Yo, only true mommy on Twitch. True. Pikey. Actively on the game. Oh my god, oh my god. Let me fucking... I think that... I just want people to do better. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Facts.
Like, as much as I talk shit, I genuinely just want people to do better.
That's
and it's
honestly, it's wild because
like,
that's all we all want is just like, yo, do better.
yeah, like, I don't know. Like, even, because, like, here's the thing. Like, I have no problem singing Kumbaya with people. Like, I'll talk my shit and still, like, I'll talk my shit and still feed you. You feel me? Like, I'm not a person where, like, I keep malice, right? Like, I'm all for redemption art because I really don't give a fuck. You feel me? But don't expect me to hold back when I shit on you, though.
Right.
That's, like, even when it come on to, like, y'all, because y'all know how I be, like,
you gotta be willing to accept it. You can't dish it out if you can't take it.
Yeah, like, even with y'all, like, I talk shit about y'all. And I say that shit to y'all face. Because, like, LMAO. Especially you, Joe. I shit on you all the time.
Well, I
and
mean,
you know
like,
how I be.
Well, I mean, like, there's a truth to that, right? Where it's like, if we're going to be honest about it, I still have a level of fear in talking a lot of shit online because I've seen how far these people are willing to go when I say things.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For me, it's more recklessness than, because all the time.
To be fair, right? Let me real quick. But to be fair, like a way that I can control for that, and to Bink's like, her mission statement for me is like, stop going on panel. Like,
I've been saying this for like a year, bro.
Yeah.
Also, you didn't mod me back in your Discord, so I'm a roasty right now because you didn't mod me back in your Discord, Joe.
Oh right, because you changed what? It didn't. Oh right, because different login, yeah. Not
yeah.
login, but like a different thing. All right, gotcha.
Yeah. No, but real shit though, like, and this is the thing, right? I respect you for doing the dudes. Like, I respect all y'all, right? you genuinely lose respect for me when you on some fucking, weird ass fucking shit. And when I mean respect for you as a human being. I'm sorry. Cause like fucking Stardust shit, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all
The
lost
Enigma,
y'all
you talking about the
fire
Enigma
for me,
shit?
bro. I mean, Enigma shit is something else, but like, bro, y'all joking about Assault, bro. Like, y'all gotta go.
Oh yeah, that
Y'all on
shit
that
is kind of
fucking.
weird. I don't know.
Y'all on like. Shout out to Maudie, because Maudie is talking about the uh fucking Twitch Paul's the pedo pipeline, and it's like high key though,
Low
because y'all
key,
are
high
fucking
key.
weird.
And
That's where y'all fucking lose that
on
humanity shit, I mean, bro.
on that note, I think I'm gonna end it and raid into. We're gonna raid into Fade Runner, my mod. You know I'm you loving Band
Nice.
Runner. And I'll catch you all tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be playing Mortal Kombat once again, more than likely. And yeah, thanks for rocking with me, everyone. Shout out to all the panelists. Shout out to Joe Lewis. Make sure you're following Joe Lewis. Shout out to Bink Princess as well. I cannot express my appreciation for y'all enough. Both chatters and streamers, thank you all for your content and your participation.